The deacon from the spirit hall ran 2 fingers down my martial soul the way you'd pet a dog you weren't sure about, checking it for poison. He didn't find any, so he turned around and told my entire village I was worthless. I was 6 years old. Hold on to that. His name was Chen Jianbo, and he had gray hair and claws and 2 spirit rings, and he had spent the walk up from Nuoding City telling Elder Arthur how generous the spirit hall was to send a man of his caliber out to a place like ours. Saint Spirit Village. Population, not many. Chief export, rice and disappointment. He'd laid out 6 black stones in a hexagon on the square with a dark blue crystal ball sitting in the middle, and one by one the kids of my village had stepped inside and awakened the family business. A sickle, a stick, a hoe, another hoe. The crystal ball stayed dark every single time, and every single time Chen Jianbo said the same sentence in the same bored voice. Without spirit power, you cannot become a spirit master. Then next. 7 kids, 7 farm tools, 7 mothers walking home not looking at anybody. Then Feng Huai went in and pulled up a fistful of blue grass, and Chen Jianbo's mouth actually curled, and then the crystal ball lit up like somebody had shoved the sun inside it. Innate full spirit power, level 10, the absolute ceiling a human being can be born with. I have never in my life watched a man's face do so many things at once. He went through disgust, disbelief, arithmetic, and grief in about a second and a half. And then he said the thing out loud, because men like him always say it out loud. A spirit master with innate full spirit power should have an extremely powerful martial soul, but yours is a universally acknowledged useless one. Cool. Great start. My turn. I stepped into the stones and a vine came out of my hand. Dark purple, oval green leaves, about as thick as a finger and a half. It hung there looking like something you'd pull out of a drain pipe. The crystal ball lit up again. 2 in one village, 2 in one morning. Chen Jianbo's eye actually twitched. He walked over and picked up my vine and rubbed it between his fingers, hunting for the venom sacs, because that is the one and only thing the spirit hall knows how to check on a plant, and when his fingers came back clean, he dropped it like a wet rag and delivered his professional verdict to my grandfather. Another bizarre case of innate full spirit power attached to a useless martial soul. Then he left. He had a carriage waiting. Here's what he didn't do. He didn't weigh it. He didn't pull on it. He didn't take out a knife and try to cut it, which is what you would do to a rope. And my martial soul is a rope. He tested it for exactly 1 property out of 4, found nothing, and wrote me off in front of everyone I had ever met. The thing hanging out of my hand was divine rank. There are 2 divine rank martial souls on this entire continent. One of them belongs to the spirit hall itself, and the other belongs to a god. A man who works for the first one held the third in his fingers, licked his thumb, checked it for venom, and put it down. 9 years later, that same organization would send its second most powerful man to sit on a stage and watch me stand up in an arena, and he would come out of his chair so fast he nearly knocked over the emperor. But we'll get there. Elder Arthur was crying, not the polite kind. He had his hands on both our shoulders, and he was shaking, and he kept saying it over and over. Children. Children. Our Saint Spirit village has finally produced 2 spirit masters. That man had been the chief of a village of hoe users for 30 years, and his entire life's ambition was to see 1 kid from his dirt road become somebody. He got 2 in one morning, and the spirit hall told him both were garbage, and he cried anyway. So I hugged him back, and I said nothing. Because there was a voice in my head at that exact moment, and it had chosen the worst possible time to finally show up. Let me back up exactly 1 night, and then I promise I won't do that again. See, I wasn't from here. I died somewhere else, in a world with cars and phones and terrible office jobs, and I woke up in this one as a baby in a rice farming village, and I had one enormous advantage over every other person on this continent. I had read the book. This whole world, the Spirit Masters, the Rings, the Spirit Hall, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, all of it, was a novel I finished on a phone in a break room. I knew Feng Huai was the main character. I knew that his useless blue-silver grass was secretly the blue-silver emperor. I knew he had a second martial soul, the clear sky hammer, and that his drunk blacksmith father was one of the strongest men alive. I knew what was coming for the next 20 years of this planet's history, and for 6 years I had gotten absolutely nothing for it. No system, no cheat, no golden finger. Every transmigrator in every one of those novels wakes up with something, and I woke up with a rice allergy and a grandfather. My birth parents were ordinary. Our family martial souls were farm implements. I did the math 100 times lying in the dark, and the math always came out the same. Even if I awakened innate full spirit power, what exactly was I going to do with a scythe? Mow the lawn extremely fast, so I did the only thing I could do. I couldn't change what I was born with, so I went after what I could earn. I befriended Feng Huai, on purpose, for years. Which sounds cold and honestly was at the start, and then stopped being that somewhere around year 2 when I realized he was a lonely kid with a father who drank his money, and I was a 30-year-old man in a small body who could actually talk to him. His family had a cultivation art, the mysterious heaven skill, nothing to do with martial souls. Nothing to do with spirit rings. Just a method for building internal energy that this continent has flat out forgotten exists. He taught it to me. He made me kneel first and swear I'd never tell a soul, which I thought was adorable until I found out the sect it came from, and then it stopped being adorable. He taught me the purple demon eye, which lets you see in the dark. He taught me the ghost shadow perplexing track, which is a movement technique for getting out of the way of things that want to hit you. He gave me every advantage his family had because I brought his house rice. That was it. That was the whole price. Elder Arthur sent a bag of rice to the Tang house every month because Feng Xiang drank the household budget, and I carried it. And one day, Feng Huai's eyes went red when he opened the door and saw me holding it. Not because of the rice, because he worked out that I'd walked all the way home first to get it. Anyway, the night before the ceremony, I lay in bed and did what I had done every single night for 6 years, which was talk to the ceiling like a lunatic. My dear golden finger, tomorrow is Martial Soul Day. If you don't come out soon, it's going to be too late. And the ceiling said, beep. Then it said, system loading complete. Myriad Heavens lottery system activated. I want to be very clear about my reaction. I did not weep with joy. I sat straight up in the dark and said out loud, 6 years. 6 years. I asked where it had been. It said nothing. I asked why now. It said its activation was governed by the highest regulation and then went quiet like a customer service line. It was worth the wait though, and I mean that the way you mean it about a war. The Myriad Heavens lottery system does not give you power directly. It watches your life, and when something happens to you, it issues a task. Complete the task, get a draw. The draws come in tiers: iron, bronze, silver, gold, and something called divine rank that I would not see twice for a very long time. And the prizes are not from this world, they're from all of them. Every story, every world, every book. If it exists in fiction anywhere, this thing can pull it out of the hat and staple it to me. First task, issued instantly. Attend the awakening ceremony. Reward, a starter pack. I completed it by walking through a door. The starter pack was 1 divine rank martial soul draw, divine rank. On this continent, there are exactly 2 divine rank martial souls in existence. One belongs to the spirit hall and one belongs to the god of the sea, and that is the whole list. And that's what was hanging out of my hand while a mid-level bureaucrat rubbed it between his thumb and forefinger looking for poison. It's called the Moyun Vine, Ink Cloud Vine. It's from a story about a galaxy that eats itself, and in that story it's honestly nothing special, which is the funniest part of my entire life. Its 2 innate traits are these. 1. Galactic life. At full growth, it can sit inside the surface of a star and not care. In its baby form, the form I had, hanging off my 6-year-old wrist like a limp shoelace, it is already harder than steel, and it has no size limit, none. Pour in enough spirit power, and it grows until you run out of spirit power. 2. Energy absorption. It eats ambient energy out of the air to keep itself alive, which means it costs me less to maintain than it should, and it grows stronger on what it eats. I stood in that circle of black stones with a martial soul that could theoretically survive the inside of the sun, and a man licked his finger and checked it for poison and told my grandfather I was trash. I didn't correct him. That was the first real decision I ever made in this world, and it wasn't humility. Every faction on this continent collects talent the way a rich man collects horses, and a 6-year-old with something they've never seen doesn't get recruited. He gets acquired. I had no strength, no backing, and a grandfather with a bad hip. So I let the man walk away thinking he'd seen a weed. Let them all think it. I had time. 3 months later, Elder Arthur got Feng Huai into Nuoding Academy, which took some doing, because Feng Xiang's first answer was no. You should have seen that conversation. Arthur walks into the smithy and offers the village's one and only work-study spot to the smartest kid in 100 miles, and Feng Xiang, hair like a bird's nest, robe held together by grease, hears the words, blue silver grass, and starts shaking. Actually shaking. He says the name to himself 3 or 4 times like a man reading a diagnosis, and then he says no. And when Arthur asks why, this man, who I personally know is one of the strongest human beings drawing breath on this planet, says, what's the use of being better than other people? All I know is if he leaves, there's nobody to cook for me. Arthur nearly went down right there. He got as far as the doorway before he turned around and fired the only shot he had. Feng Xiang, your life is going to end like this anyway. Little Huai is still young. Do you really want him to spend it as a blacksmith like you? Applications close in 3 months. I'll be waiting. 3 months later, Feng Xiang came to him, walked up the road himself, and knocked. I spent those 3 months doing 2 things, digesting and experimenting. The digesting was necessary because a divine rank martial soul does not gently integrate. Getting the Moyun Vine dumped into a 6-year-old body was like pouring a bucket into a shot glass, and for weeks my internal energy was a mess. My ghost shadow. Perplexing track got worse before it got better, which was humiliating, since I'd spent 2 years learning to be slippery, and suddenly I was tripping over doorsteps. The experimenting was better. I took our kitchen knife to my own martial soul. It took 4 passes. 4. I had to saw at it like a loaf of stale bread before it came apart, and this was a vine as thick as 2 fingers, held by a child, with a knife that cut chicken bone without complaining. On this continent, plant martial souls are a punchline for exactly one reason. Everything cuts them. That's the joke. That's the whole joke. I sat in the dirt behind the house holding the 2 halves and thought, well, nobody's laughing in 9 years. Then we walked to Duoding City, and a doorman gave me my first real lesson in what this world was. Half a day on foot, the 3 of us, and Elder Arthur had changed into his good clothes, which is a sentence that still gets me. The Academy Gate is a stone archway 20 meters high with the name carved in Dragon Phoenix script, and standing under it was a kid a few years older than us in a clean uniform, and he took one look at our shoes. A golden phoenix in a grass nest, he said. Can country bumpkins like you afford our academy? Arthur, God bless him, held out the awakening certificates like a man producing a birth record at a border. Chen Jianbo had stamped them himself. The doorman read them, and then he said they were forged. Notice what he actually did there. He knew they were real. The Spirit Hall's seal was right there on the paper, and there is no man alive stupid enough to forge that seal. He said it anyway, because he was a city boy who hadn't awakened anything, and the idea of 2 barefoot farm kids walking in with full spirit power was unbearable to him. It wasn't policy, it was jealousy with a job, and a bell went off in my head. Ding, system has detected a dragon set mocking the host. Task, slap them in the face. As a transmigrator, how can you call yourself a transmigrator if you get mocked and don't fight back? Reward. 1 iron tier draw. I want to note for the record that my system talks like a message board. We'll be dealing with that for the next several years, so I smiled at the doorman and said the single most dangerous sentence available to me. Fine. Let's walk down to the Duoding City branch of the Spirit Hall together and have them verify it. The color went out of his face like someone had pulled a plug. Because that's the thing. He hadn't accused 2 peasants of lying. He had just publicly accused the Spirit Hall of issuing a document its own deacon couldn't authenticate. Say that in front of the wrong ear on this continent, and you don't get fired, you get erased. He was on his knees before I finished the sentence. I made him apologize to my grandfather first. Properly, out loud, by name. And then I told him to stay down there and slap himself in the face 100 times, and to say I was wrong every single time, loud enough that I could hear it from the gate. The task said slap them in the face. It never specified whose hand. Arthur got soft about halfway through, because Arthur gets soft about everything, and started saying, that's enough now. I said no, he bullied you. You don't let that go. And Arthur looked at me for a second the way people would keep looking at me for the next 9 years, which is the look of a man rechecking the age of the child he's talking to. The doorman's face was a map of handprints by the end. You could hear it from 30 meters. Which is exactly how we ended up meeting the man who changed my life, because 30 meters away, there was a short, unimpressive person having a bad morning, and he came around the corner to see who was being murdered. Grandmaster, Duan Ling. If you've heard the name, you heard it as a joke, and we'll get to that. He walked up on a kneeling teenager beating himself unconscious and 2 farm children watching, and I looked him in the eye and lied instantly and smoothly. Big misunderstanding. We had a bet. He lost. Nobody's hurt. Grandmaster did not believe one word of that. I could see him not believing it. He let it go anyway, because he was already reading the certificates in Arthur's hand, and something on that paper had taken his whole attention. Ding, said my head. Host has encountered a key figure. Spirit Theory Grandmaster Duan Ling. Task, become his apprentice. Reward, 1 silver teardraw, and I thought, my dude, you are about 9 seconds behind me, because I already knew who he was, and I'd have crawled over broken glass for it. But also, watch what this man did next, because it is the single most impressive thing I have ever personally witnessed a human being do with a piece of paper. He read Feng Huai's certificate. Blue silver grass, innate full spirit power. And then he said, in the tone of a man reading a weather report, that Feng Huai must have twin martial souls. The 3rd case in 100 years. From the paper. Just the paper. Then he explained it, and I understood I was standing next to the smartest man on the continent. He had personally surveyed 647 people with blue-silver grass. 16 of them had any spirit power at all, under 3%, and not one had ever exceeded level 1. Level 10 was not an outlier. Level 10 was impossible. Therefore, the paper was measuring something the Deacon hadn't looked at. Then he turned to mine and said my martial soul had been tested wrong. He said the Spirit Hall only ever checks plant martial souls for poison, because poison is the only way a plant has ever been useful, and that this is a failure of imagination rather than a law of nature. A plant martial soul might not be poisonous, it might be unbreakable, it might heal, it might grow to the size of a house. I stood there with a vine in my sleeve that could sit inside a star, and I kept my mouth shut and my eyes wide, and I have never wanted to laugh so hard in my life. Both of us knelt right there in the road. full kowtow, forehead to the dirt. He panicked. He actually flapped his hands at us. You silly boys, get up. That ritual is for kings and parents. And Feng Huai, without looking up, said the line that ended the argument. A teacher for a day is a father for life. Grandmaster went quiet, and then he accepted, and I found out much later what he was thinking while he did it because he told me years afterward in a room with the door closed. He was thinking, I will spread my name across the Douluo Continent through my disciples. I will prove my theory, and I will prove myself. Hold on to that too. That one matters at the end. Registration was easy. The dean waived my tuition because Grandmaster asked him to, and then enrolled me as a work-study student anyway alongside Feng Huai so nobody upstairs could say we got special treatment. Fine by me, 10 bronze coins a day and a garden to sweep. Then we walked out of the office and heard the young teachers talking through the door, and Feng Huai stopped walking. Grandmaster, one of them said, he should be called a famous clown. Another one picked it up. Have you heard his newest theory? He says a plant-type martial soul can absorb a beast's spirit ring. That would just make the spirit master explode and die. They laughed, genuinely laughed, and the dean, to his credit, defended him, and even his defense was a knife. Nobody has proven his theory correct, but nobody has proven it wrong either. Feng Huai's ears were red. Mine weren't, because I was doing arithmetic. I already knew the theory was correct, obviously, since I was going to spend the next decade personally proving it. But standing in that hallway, I worked out something worse and more useful. That theory wasn't suppressed because it was stupid. It was suppressed because if ordinary spirit masters understood how rings actually work, the 4 or 5 organizations that own this continent would lose the only thing they actually sell. The clown wasn't wrong. The clown was inconvenient. Dormitory 7 was a room the size of a barn with 50 beds in it and 11 that had bedding, which tells you how many work-study students the academy actually keeps. And it had a boss, because rooms full of 11-year-olds always do. His name was Zhou Wei, martial soul, battle tiger. He opened with a crack about blue-silver grass and got the whole room laughing, and Feng Huai walked straight past him without a word, using the ghost shadow perplexing track, which from the outside just looks like a kid you can't quite get in front of. So Zhou Wei turned to me instead. Damn it, I thought. It's me again. Is being handsome a crime? He lit up his spirit power, went yellow around the edges, muscles swelling, and charged, and I did the only sensible thing, which was to refuse to be in the place he was arriving at. Ghost shadow, 3 meters of daylight, and then I let the vine out. He rolled. Credit where it's due, he rolled well. So I closed the distance instead of backing off, which he wasn't expecting from the scrawny one, and the Moyan vine went around him in a single wrap, and I picked him up off the floor and slammed him back into it. Nothing broken, everything learned. He got up, dusted himself off with as much dignity as the situation allowed, and formally handed me the dorm. I turned it down. Being boss of a room means everyone's problems become your problems, and nobody's rice becomes your rice. Terrible business. I shoved it onto Feng Huai, who has the temperament for it, and, more importantly, likes it. And that's when a girl walked in the door in pink with a braid down to her waist, and the entire trajectory of my life quietly forked. Yu Mei. Zhou Wei, who had been on the floor 40 seconds earlier, immediately leaned over to Feng Huai and advised him to go bully her, because in his professional experience, that's how you impress a girl. Zhou Wei, I said, you are destined to be single. Giving you a battle tiger was a waste. You should have gotten a husky. Now, the next part is the closest thing I have to a code, so I'm going to say it straight. I knew who she was, not just her name. I knew she was a 100,000-year spirit beast wearing a girl. I knew what happens to her, and I knew exactly how much she is worth to the man who ends up standing next to her. And I stepped back, partly because she genuinely isn't my type, and I'd like credit for knowing that at 6, mostly because of a bag of rice and a cultivation art. Feng Huai had no reason to teach me the mysterious heaven skill. He could have said no, and I'd have had nothing, and I'd still be swinging a scythe at a lawn somewhere. He didn't say no. So here's the line I drew, and I have never crossed it. I consider myself a human being first and a transmigrator second. You can lie to everybody in the world. You cannot lie to yourself about what you owe. They fought about 90 seconds after meeting, obviously. She's soft style, boneless. She goes around you like water going around a rock, and she got her legs around his neck and put him on the floor. Feng Huai could have broken the hold. He had the internal energy to do it, and I watched him decide not to, because breaking it would have hurt her. Congratulations, I thought. You've just lost a fight on purpose in front of 40 people, and you're going to marry her. She became boss of Dormitory 7. Call me Sister Yu Mei, she said. Sure, I said. Sister Yu Mei. It cost me nothing. She's 100,000 years old. Frankly, it was accurate. She had no bedding, so Feng Huai gave her his and moved into my bunk, on the grounds that he'd rather die than share with a girl. We're such good friends, I told him. Sleeping next to you is no trouble at all. But you are going to be single forever. Teacher Yoon gave us the South Garden. Sweep it every day, 10 bronze a day, slack off once, and you're gone. And on our second night in that dormitory, I finally opened the 2 draws I had banked. Iron tier first, it gave me Grandmaster level cooking. I sat on my bed in the dark and had a complete internal breakdown. My ambition is to become the strongest titled Douluo on this continent and eventually a god, and my golden finger, my one advantage over 800 million people, had just made me really good at braising. And then I actually thought about it for 10 seconds, because here is the state of the culinary arts on the Douluo Continent. There are 3 techniques: stir-fry, grill, stew. That's the list. That's what everyone eats, at every table, from the beggar to the emperor. Nobody has invented pan frying, nobody deep fries, nobody steams, nobody braises, nobody smokes, nobody boils anything on purpose. There is no mapo tofu on this planet, there is no dongpo pork, there is no kung pao chicken, and no Westlake fish. 800 million people, an entire continent of gold and spirit rings and titled monsters, and not one of them has ever eaten a decent dumpling. The skills description said every regional cuisine and every famous dish in each: Cantonese, Shandong, Sichuan. And my system, which I remind you is a mid-2000s message board with delusions of divinity, added, "Go, young man. Spread the glory of our great foodie nation to the world." Accepting it shoved somebody else's entire life into my skull. I lay there for 20 minutes with my brain feeling swollen while 30 years of a stranger's knife work unpacked itself behind my eyes. I want to flag something because it comes back. That joke skill is the reason I would eventually own a restaurant chain, and that restaurant chain is the reason I would eventually be able to buy an alchemy pavilion, and that alchemy pavilion is the reason 2 titled Douluo would end up calling me young master. Never mock a free lunch. Silver tier next, and this one I didn't have to be talked into. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. From a story on my old world about swordsmen and heartbreak, where it belonged to a monk in golden wheels. 13 levels. Each level adds 100 jin of raw physical strength, 1,000 at the top. Now, the legend around that art claims something about 9 dragons and 9 elephants, and that is pure marketing. 1,000 caddies at maximum is roughly 1 adult elephant. 1. You'd have to be a fool to believe the rest of it. But that's my old world's math, and I don't live there anymore. On this continent, most beast martial soul masters can't put out a raw 1,000 pounds with their bare hands, and everything here comes with percentage multipliers stacked on top from support types. A flat 1,000 jin isn't a nice number here. A flat 1,000 jin here is a foundation you can build a monster on. I accepted it, and a second stranger's lifetime rolled through my head, and I passed out somewhere around the 4th level. 2 nights in the academy, and I had a divine rank martial soul, a forgotten cultivation art, a body refining art from another dimension, and the ability to make a truly outstanding braised pork belly. Nobody in that room knew a thing. Then Grandmaster took us out to find our first spirit rings, and I learned that this world can kill you in about 4 seconds if it feels like it. But before the forest there was the lab, and the lab is where the joke about my martial soul stopped being funny for the first time. Grandmaster's room was on the teacher's floor with a separate entrance, and on his table sat a large silver box. He opened it in front of us like a man opening a coffin. Test tubes, beakers, tweezers, crucibles, an alcohol lamp. There is no chemistry on this continent, none. He'd built the whole set himself over decades because he needed to measure things, and nobody had ever bothered to invent a way to do it, and he kept it in a locked box because the men down the hall thought he was a clown. He laid out the 4 properties that determine what a plant martial soul is worth: toxicity, toughness, resistance, meaning fire, ice, and acid, and spirit power cost. Then he took out a knife and told me it was the sharpest ordinary blade on the mainland, which coming from him was a measurement rather than a boast, and he cut a length off my vine to test. The knife screamed. It made the sound metal makes on metal. He got through the outer skin and stopped dead, and inside, packed tight like cable, were dense golden fibers. He sawed back and forth 10 times, like a man trying to get through a bone with a butter knife to take one sample. He set the knife down very carefully. In my life, he said, I have never seen a plant-type martial soul this resilient. The poison strip came out next, made from the shed skin of a poisoned toad, turns black on contact, good for exactly 1 use. He touched it to the sample. It stayed white. Then the fire and the acid, and this is where his hands started shaking. Rule of nature on this continent. A severed piece of a martial soul dissipates in 2 to 3 minutes. Always. It's not attached to you anymore. It has no supply. It evaporates. Everyone knows this. It is as reliable as gravity. Half a minute, 1 minute, 2, 3.5, 5 minutes, and my sample was still lying on his table looking bored. The one in acid lasted over 7, and only began to fade after a third of it had been eaten away, and the one in the flame never dissipated at all. He left it there. It took half an hour to slowly char into a stick of carbon, and it was still, technically, sitting there. He turned around and looked at me, and I could see him about to lose his mind, so I gave it to him. I played dumb. Teacher, I said, could it be eating the fire? That man ran a control experiment on the spot. 3 pieces, 1 in open air, 1 sealed in a container, 1 in the flame. Sealed. 3 minutes. Normal. Exactly what the textbook says. Open air, 7 minutes. Flame, never. He sat back down. Then he said it, in a completely flat voice, which is how you know a scientist means something. Your martial soul may be the strongest plant-type martial soul currently on the Douluo Continent. A man had petted this thing 3 months earlier and told my grandfather it was garbage. Have you named it? Grandmaster asked. Mutated green vine is too cliché. Moyun vine, I said. Ink cloud. Because someday I'd like to use it to climb above the clouds. He wrote it down in his book. My name, the vine's name, the numbers, all of it, in the neat, cramped hand of a man who'd been keeping records for 20 years that nobody would read. That book, by the way, he offered to me 2 days later. We were shopping in Nuoding City for the trip, buying coagulant and realgar powder and dried meat and flatbread, and for reasons Feng Huai could not work out, 20 caddies of white radishes, and Grandmaster stopped in the street and said he had 2 gifts, 1 for each of us, and we could choose. The first was a storage belt, a top-grade spirit tool with jade panels, each holding a cubic meter of space, which he'd come across by luck 30 years ago and never sold even when he was hungry. On this continent, that belt is worth more than a house, more than a street of houses. The second was his book, every theory he had ever developed, in his own hand, annotated in the margins. The culmination of my knowledge, he said, and then, quieter, of commemorative significance. I took the book so fast, Feng Huai didn't get a chance to be polite about it. He knew what I'd done. I watched him work it out. He forges hidden weapons, and he needed the storage more than air, and I just handed him a fortune and taken a stack of paper, and he stood there in the road holding a belt worth a mansion, and couldn't say anything at all. And Grandmaster stood between his 2 disciples and smiled, and I don't think that man had smiled properly in years. For the record, I didn't do it to be nice, or not only. I'd read the book on my old world. I knew who Feng Huai becomes, but I also knew, standing in that street, that the theories in those pages were the only complete map of how martial souls actually work that existed anywhere, and that the man who wrote it had been laughed at through a door by children with worse martial souls than mine. A belt holds a cubic meter. That book held the next 9 years. The soul. Hunting Forest is 400 miles northeast of Nuoding City, an imperial preserve, day and a half in a carriage, and when we got there, it wasn't a forest, it was a market, stalls, guides shouting rates, temporary hunting teams standing on crates yelling for a 5th member, a healer, anyone with a defensive martial soul, half price today. Everything costs double what it cost in the city, which is how you know you've arrived at a place people are desperate to enter. Grandmaster looked at all of it with total contempt. A real soul hunting group, he said, has 5 roles: defense, attack, agility, food, healing. And it takes years to build the trust, because every one of them will at some point have to stand between the others and something with teeth. These, he said, nodding at the crates, are how children die. Past the market, there was an iron fence ringing the entire forest, patrolled by Imperial soldiers. Grandmaster showed the captain a token, and the man's whole posture changed, and he opened the gate himself. Inside, there was no undergrowth. Just enormous trees and permanent gloom and tall pale flowers that gave off their own light, and Grandmaster's face went serious rather than glad, which I noticed and filed away. Then he summoned his martial soul. It was about 1.5 meters long, roughly dog-shaped, extremely fat, light purple, with enormous drooping ears and huge blue eyes. It ran over and rubbed its head against his leg. Its name is Luo Huai Pao. I already knew what it was. I still wasn't ready for how he said the next part. Luo Huai Pao is a beast martial soul that cannot possess. That's the whole tragedy in one sentence, and if you don't know what that means, it means his martial soul mutated in the wrong direction, and a beast that can't merge with its master can't strengthen him. When it first awakened, he said, my spirit power was level 1/2, half, and he said it evenly, like a man reading his own file. Otherwise, how would I have ended up like this? No matter how hard I try, I will never break through level 30 in this lifetime. I will only ever be able to study martial souls in theory. Feng Huai apologized for asking. It's all right, said Grandmaster. I'm used to it. And he smiled a small, ugly smile, and then he changed the subject. I'm telling you this now, in the dark, in a forest, 400 miles from anywhere, so that you understand what it meant 9 years later when I put a card in that man's hand. That night, we camped without a fire, because fire scares some things off and calls other things in, and there's no way to know in advance which. Realgar powder in a ring around us. Feng Huai on watch with the purple demon eye while I sprinkled. Grandmaster gave us the rule of the wilderness, and it's the best sentence anyone has ever taught me. More rings, more bones, one wave of skill. Fewer rings, Fewer bones, run away. Then 6 nether wolves came out of the dark. Silver gray, about my height at the shoulder, green eyes floating in a line, 10-year cultivation, babies. Grandmaster actually sneered. A pack of level 10 wolf cubs daring to bother me, and then he fed his dog a white radish. That's what the 20 caddies were for. I'd known the whole time and hadn't been able to say a word about it for 2 days. Luo Huai Pao's belly inflated, genuinely inflated, like a bladder, with a rising hiss you could hear over the wolves. Grandmaster lit a tinderbox, tossed it out so we could see the show, and announced the ability by name, with pride, at volume. His farts are like thunder, deafening and earth-shattering. A yellow spirit ring spun up. The fat dog leapt, rotated in midair, and fired a compressed ball of yellow energy like an artillery piece. The entire wolf pack went into the trees. Not through them, into them. Then the shockwave rolled back over the camp. Grandmaster handed out 3 cloth masks without a single word of explanation. And I wanted on record that I had mine on first, from memory, before the smell arrived. Feng Huai did not. Feng Huai is a genius in every way except the ways that matter. And while we were all standing there in masks in a dark forest, Grandmaster said, mostly to himself, that he'd only wanted to teach some wolf cubs a lesson, and now the noise was going to bring something. Ding! Spirit beast with 398 years of cultivation, Datura snake, is approaching. Task: first blood. As a transmigrator, how can one grow without bloodshed? Kill or assist in killing. Reward: 1 silver tear draw. Thanks. Very helpful. Love the framing. We heard it before we saw it. Scales dragging over roots, and a smell that was sweet and fishy at the same time, and Feng Huai said poisonous in a voice that had gone flat. Purple demon eye on. A triangular head the size of a table, dark green, and 2 scarlet eyes floating in the black like grave lights. Feng Huai threw the tinderbox and the fire showed us 4 meters of snake. Grandmaster did the arithmetic out loud because he's a scholar and that's what he does under pressure. At night, in its territory, found by it first, with a level 1, a level 1, and a level 20-something who cannot possess his own martial soul. He said we had no chance. He said the plan was to run and then split up, so that maybe one more of us survives. And then he made a joke about how his life had never once gone smoothly, and I understood he had already decided which one of us wasn't going to be the survivor. I said no, out loud to my teacher at 6 years old in a forest while a 4-meter snake came at us. Here's why, and I said this too, fast because we had about 11 seconds. Humans do not outrun animals. Splitting up doesn't create survivors, it creates 1 death and 2 witnesses. But both Feng Huai and I have the purple demon eye, which means the dark is not the snake's advantage anymore, it's just dark, and Feng Huai's family makes hidden weapons, which means he can put something exactly where he wants it. So here's what we do instead. Luo Huai Pao fires to buy us the start. We run and we let it close because it's going to close anyway. When it opens its mouth, I put something into its eye. It rears. Feng Huai goes through the roof of its mouth into the brain. Grandmaster stared at me. The success rate, he said, is less than 1 in 1,000. Teacher, I said, please believe us. He told me later what that moment did to him. Not the plan. The fact that both of his disciples, 12 hours after becoming his disciples, had chosen to stand in a forest and die with him rather than take the survival he was offering. He said that even if we'd all been eaten, he'd have gone knowing his life amounted to something. Then the cannon fired and the snake went up and we ran. It covered 10 meters in a blink. It closed the whole gap in under 30 seconds and I could hear it in the leaves behind my heels. I stopped, turned, summoned every vine I had and braided them together into a cable as thick as my wrist. Moyen vine does not weigh what a plant weighs. It weighs what chain weighs. I had over 100 pounds of it hanging off a 6-year-old arm. Purple demon eye on. The world got very slow and very small until there was nothing left in it but a head and 1 scarlet vertical pupil the size of my fist. My whole face went red. I threw it. It whistled. It landed on the eye. The scream that came out of that thing went through my back teeth. The head went up, the mouth came open, and Feng Huai put a dagger through the soft palate into the brain, and the scream stopped in the middle of itself. Silence. Leaves settling. A very fat purple dog breathing hard somewhere behind us. Grandmaster walked over and looked at 4 meters of dead snake and said, in a voice I'd never heard him use, "You really killed the Datura snake?" He was ashamed because he hadn't protected us. He was proud because we hadn't needed him to. He talked himself down on the walk back, explaining that it was mostly luck, sparse trees, good moonlight. I let him have it. Privately, I was doing something else entirely, because that was the first time I had ever reached into the story I remembered and changed it on purpose. In the book, that night went differently. In the book, a lot of things went differently, and we walked out of it alive. The snake measured just under 4 meters, which put it around 400 years, and Grandmaster's stated ceiling for a first ring is 423. Feng Huai absorbed it and spent the night groaning while a yellow ring sank into him, and Grandmaster crouched beside him the entire time saying the same thing over and over. Hang on, stay awake, stay aware. That's how you get to use all of it later. By morning, the blue-silver grass had gone from half a finger thick to 3 fingers. Darker. Black patterns crawling up it. It split and spread across the clearing like several snakes writhing, and there was a faint smell of tea coming off it, which is the poison it had inherited. His first ability was binding. Several strands went out, wrapped a sapling as thick as my arm, and held when he hauled on it. The tree came down. The vine didn't. I fell asleep against a tree partway through the show and woke up to shouting. My turn took another day and a half. It did not involve a fight at all, and it taught me something about Grandmaster that you should have. My target was a blood-patterned black thorn vine. Black, thorned, patterned with what look like blood vessels, and it drinks blood, which means it lives in a smell because it kills faster than it drinks, and the leftovers rot around it. You don't track it by sight, you track it by stink. Luo Huaipao found the right stink at dusk near a pond, a huge clump with 4 main vines, which is 400 years. Ding, said my head. 430 years of cultivation. Task. First spirit ring. Reward. 1 gold tier draw. And that's the moment I finally understood what my system actually was. Because the tasks look random. Slap a doorman. Kill a snake. Attend a ceremony. But every single one of them is either something that benefits me or something that already matters to me, and the reward tier scales exactly with how hard it's going to be. It's not a slot machine bolted to my brain, it's something watching my life very closely and betting on me. I'd have found that comforting if I'd been a different person. Grandmaster didn't plan a battle, because you don't fight a plant, you find the weakness. He sent us to catch something living, and we came back with a spotted deer with a broken leg, and he filled a syringe with blood coagulant, the standard kit you carry against golden-striped vampire bats, and put the whole dose into the deer. Then he threw it next to the vine. The thing took it in one motion, tendrils out like snakes, and the blood started running down the thorns into the crimson patterns, and then the coagulant reached what it uses instead of veins, and then it reached the blood sac it uses instead of a heart. It has no mouth, so it thrashed in complete silence for a long time in front of a 6-year-old. I watched all of it. Let me be honest about what went through my head, because I could tell you I felt sorry for it, and you'd probably believe me. What I actually thought was this. This is a world where the strong eat the weak. If I want to hold my own life in my own hands, I'm going to be climbing over corpses to do it, and this one is not the first and will not be the last. I bound the main vines with my own to expose the sack and put the dagger in myself. 2 seconds of thrashing. Then nothing. And then Grandmaster crouched down, went quiet, and pointed at a 5th main vine coming up out of the base. 420 to 430 years, over the limit. He looked up at me and asked, very seriously, whether I still wanted it. I knew the exact number because a voice in my head had already told me, 430. Absorb it, I said. The ring shrank down onto my hand and the heat went through me like somebody had poured magma into my arm. Every instinct I had said stop. And in that half second I remembered what he'd shouted at Feng Huai all night. Overcome it, and it's yours. So instead of enduring it, I ran the mysterious heaven skill and the dragon elephant prajna skill at the same time. The ring's power came in, hit my internal energy, couldn't fuse with the martial soul yet because the ring wasn't seated, and got converted straight into chi and blood and dumped into my body, muscle, bone, over and over, in waves, and somewhere in there the pain stopped being pain and started being fuel. Then my consciousness dropped somewhere else. A sea of bright yellow flame with a dark purple vine at the center of it, thickening, growing thorns, blood-red patterns spreading across the surface like something being written on it. I came out of it hours later and my body was wrong, in a good way, heavier, denser. The dragon elephant prajna skill had gone from level 1 to level 2 on its own, which is 100 jin of strength I did not have that morning, and I was, at 6, stronger than a grown farmhand. And then I sat there in the dark and worked out what I'd just discovered, and I got so excited I nearly woke everyone up. Most spirit masters only absorb a fraction of what a ring puts out, the rest is wasted. That's why there's a limit, that's why 423 years is a wall. I had taken almost all of it, and the surplus hadn't gone into my martial soul, it had gone into my body, which means the wall isn't in the ring, the wall is in the body, which means as long as my body can hold it, I can absorb spirit rings of any age, past every theoretical limit anybody on this continent has ever written down. And every ring I eat makes the body art stronger, which lets me eat a bigger ring, which makes the body art stronger. I sat in the dirt at 6 years old next to a dead vine and a fat purple dog and understood that I had just found a loop with no exit. My first ability came up as Thorn Strangling. Mark a target, and the vine hunts it the way the beast used to hunt, wraps it, injects through the thorns, drinks. I tried it on a sapling as thick as my arm. It snapped, loud, like a shot. Grandmaster made a sound, because the original blood pattern blackthorn vine cannot do that. It has no crushing power at all. Its thorns inject a hallucinogen, so the prey feels pleasure instead of pain and lies down peacefully to be drained, and that's its entire method. That's the whole animal. My vine had taken the ability and thrown away the drug and kept the grip. My Moyun vine went from a finger and a half thick to 3 fingers, and I could make it thicker whenever I wanted to pay for it. We walked out of that forest 3 days after we walked in, and by the time we got back to the academy, Yu Mei had swept the entire South Garden alone every day without complaining once, which is the single most impressive thing anybody did that week. We found her in the classroom eating carrot buns. The male teacher made us introduce ourselves, and when I said we'd been out getting our first spirit rings, the room came apart because we were 6 and we'd left as ordinary students and come back as spirit masters. And then the teacher, who I think enjoyed his job more than was healthy, twisted it. Actually, he said, Yu Mei also has innate full spirit power. 3. In one intake. In a work-study dormitory, in a third-rate academy, in a nothing city. His lesson out of it was decent, actually. There will always be someone above you. Find a goal and stop wallowing. Then he asked for a demonstration, so I put the Moyun vine on a table leg. Thorns went into the wood and splinters came off it in a spray, and the children in the front row physically stood up and moved backward. Blood pattern blackthorn vine, the teacher said, delighted. Excellent choice of first ring. Feng Huai's blue silver grass demo got a much warmer reception. It's very pretty. It looks like something you'd put in a vase. I spent the rest of that term reading Grandmaster's book through every single lecture, cover to cover, twice, and then I went to the Nuoding City branch of the Spirit Hall for the annual measurement. The Spirit Hall building is 100 meters across under a dome, with gold leaf murals on the ceiling and white jade brick underfoot and crystal windows the size of doors. I stood in the entrance hall and thought about the royal palaces I'd seen on television in my last life and how none of them were this expensive and how this was a branch office in a small city. If the Spirit Hall isn't the #1 power on this continent, I thought, who exactly is? Then I put my hand on the measuring crystal and it said, level 16. The old man running the measurement made me do it twice. His name was Zhou Zihan. He was 81 years old. He had 3 crossed longswords on his badge, which means Battle Spirit Grandmaster, and he had the specific unhurried rudeness of a man who has been doing paperwork since before your grandfather was born. He looked at the crystal, and then at me, and then he said it out loud in a room full of people. How is that possible? You just absorbed your first ring. You should be level 11. How could you be level 16? Then he found out the ring had been 420 to 430 years old, and the color went out of him. Most spirit scholars who try to absorb a 400-year ring explode, he said. Not a metaphor. Explode. He said it was a miracle I was standing there. Chen Jianbo was in that building too, by the way, the deacon who petted my martial soul. He came through the hall while we were being tested and did not recognize me at all. 6 months earlier, I had been a barefoot village kid. Now I was a barefoot village kid with a badge. Also, he was extremely busy being oily at a young woman named Xia who had helped us find our way in. I want to note, for the record, that I got Xia's help by looking pitiful at her. I was 6, I have a face, and I have never in either of my lives met a woman who could refuse that particular expression. It's not a martial soul, but it has a higher success rate than one. Chen Jianbo trailed her the entire length of the hall. Do you really enjoy that, I thought? Doesn't anybody tell you a simp can't afford a house? Old Zhou Zihan made us call him Grandpa instead of anything official. Watched Feng Huai put blue silver grass on the floor and sighed like a man watching a sunset. I never expected a plant-type martial soul to absorb a beast's ring, he said, as expected of a grandmaster. And then he leaned in and gave us the warning that reorganized my entire understanding of my teacher. Never casually tell anyone in this building that you are Duan Ling students, because Grandmaster used to belong to the Spirit Hall, and they threw him out. He'd published a paper, 10 core competencies of a spirit master, the framework that his entire life's work sits on top of, and they expelled him for it. And inside those walls, he is not a scholar with an unpopular theory. He is a disgrace. There are people in that organization who go stiff at his name. I knew he came from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. I did not know about the Spirit Hall part. Standing in a marble hall under a gold ceiling at 6 years old, I revised my map of the world. The man the children down the hall called a clown had been thrown out of the most powerful organization on the continent for being right too loudly. Registration cost nothing, incidentally, and paid 1 gold coin a month, rising to 10 when you make Spirit Grandmaster. That is not a salary. That is a retainer, and it buys the right to say the Spirit Hall supports every Spirit Master everywhere, and every Spirit Master everywhere remembers who signs the paper. 1 gold coin a month sounds like a fortune to a farm kid. It wasn't going to cover my grocery bill. Because here's the problem the dragon elephant prajna skill created for me. It runs on meat. I'd figured out I could take internal energy from the mysterious heaven skill and convert it directly into chi and blood on demand, which accelerates the body art enormously, and the internal energy comes back bigger than it was, so it's not even a loss, it's a beautiful engine. It also made me hungry in a way I had not been hungry in either of my lifetimes. 10 bronze a day for sweeping a garden and 1 gold a month from the spirit hall was going to feed roughly 1/3 of me. Feng Huai went looking for a blacksmith to work for. I went looking for the most expensive restaurant in the city. I did not get there that week because Yu Mei came running in with news, and the news was that a 12-year-old had been throwing rocks at her. While we were in the forest, the student side of the academy, meaning the ones whose parents pay, had decided the work-study kids needed reminding of their position. Their leader was a boy named Yu Jingyi, son of the city lord of Nuoding, and he had people pelting Yu Mei on her way to dinner, and he had been saying, out loud, repeatedly, that he wanted to keep her as his pet rabbit. I'd like everyone to appreciate the accidental accuracy there. Yu Mei challenged him, not for herself. On behalf of every work-study student in the academy, with terms, because she is not a subtle person. Lose, and every work-study student becomes their servant. Win, and she becomes the boss of the entire school. She'd been holding the date open until we got back. Ding, said my head. Task, the mastermind. Defeat Yu Jingyi, take him as a subordinate, and become the true boss of Nuoding Academy. Reward, 1 bronze draw. Fighting inside the academy gets you expelled, so it happened on the back hill at night, and Yu Jingyi had spent days engineering the format. King of the hill, full teams, winner stays on, which is exactly right if you have 30 bodies and the other side has 2 spirit masters. Grind them down. Very sensible. Genuinely good planning for 12. And Yu Mei, whose brain is, and I say this with love, roughly the capacity of an actual rabbit, had handed him the choice of format out of pure swagger and then let herself be goaded into agreeing to it. I said I'd go first. Feng Huai objected on principle. You put your ace last, he said. That's the whole point of the format. Watch me put it all on, I said. I can take all of them by myself. Yu Jingyi sent a throwaway first to scout me. Some kid with a wooden shield, level 4, no rings. He introduced himself, so I introduced myself back, completely honestly, which turned out to be the most devastating thing I could possibly have done. Yi Fan, mutated green vine, level 16, 1 ring, control system. Then I summoned it, thorns and all, and let the yellow ring rise. Yellow means 100 years, on a 6-year-old. I watched Yu Jingyi's face while he tried to make that make sense, and I would pay money to have a recording. A century ring at 6. A green vine that obviously wasn't a green vine. Level 16 instead of the 11 the arithmetic demands, and the story his brain constructed to explain it was, I swear, better than the truth. He decided I was a hidden genius from an enormous clan. False certificate from the spirit hall, fake name, buried in a nowhere academy in a nowhere city to hide from assassins, minded by a grandfather who was obviously a retainer in disguise. His father, the city lord, had drilled a list into him since childhood of which families you never, ever offend, and I had just walked directly onto that list, he conceded, before the fight, out loud. In front of everybody. And then he got flustered because I refused the concession. You can admit defeat, I told him, but you still have to fight me, and when you lose, you're my subordinate. He lit up like a festival. He'd been trying to figure out how to attach himself to me for 4 minutes, and I just handed him the doorway. Yu Mei, meanwhile, raised the only objection she cared about. Hang on, if you beat him, is he your little brother, or mine? Don't worry, I said. He's still yours. I'm your little brother, so my little brother is still your little brother. She thought about it. She said. That makes sense. The fight lasted about 6 seconds. He possessed his martial soul, which is a wolf, white 10-year ring, level 11, and came in with Gale Claw. Both hands lit up, from above. I didn't dodge. Partly because a boss doesn't dodge, and I was in the process of becoming a boss. Mostly because I wanted to see the number. I put a bare palm up with the mysterious heaven skill in it, and level 2 of the dragon elephant behind that, and his claws stopped a few centimeters short like they'd hit glass. And I watched real panic go across his face in midair because he had never intended to hurt the person he was trying to flatter, and now he couldn't stop. I caught the paw and threw him 4 or 5 meters. Then thorn strangling came up out of the ground around his legs, and he got a very close look at a mass of thorns with old blood dried into them, and something in the pattern of it broke him completely. I give up, he said. I give up, it hurts so much. Then he got up and knelt again on purpose. Boss, he said. Yu Mei became the big sister of the entire academy, which she took to like a duck to water and has never once let anyone forget. Yu Jingyi bought dinner for all of us that night, on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria, the exact floor the rich kids had sneered down at us from a week earlier. He also quietly arranged for someone else to sweep our garden, which I did not ask him to do and did not stop him from doing. He charmed Feng Hui inside an hour and Yu Mei inside 10 minutes, mostly by ordering more food. That night, I opened the bronze drawer and got the poison dragon whip technique, 4 forms, out of some old wuxia book from my other life, 9 bends of the serpent. Poisonous dragon spitting fangs, double dragon emerging from the sea, whipping heaven and earth, beautiful names, and I say that as someone who has fought people whose ultimate move was called a fart, and that is why I sat up. My martial soul is a rope. My martial soul has always been a rope. And for 6 months I had been swinging it around like a man beating a carpet because nobody on this continent has ever needed a formal technique for hitting people with a vine. I now had one. It seems, I said out loud to the ceiling, that this lottery is actually paying attention to how I feel about things. The ceiling said nothing, which is how the ceiling says yes. The silver draw after that was a medicinal pill gift pack, 100 herb pills, marrow cleansing pills, fasting pills, essence pills, chi replenishing pills, 5 bottles of each, 24 pills to a bottle. My immediate reaction was not joy. My immediate reaction was, where in a room with 50 beds and 11 roommates do I hide 600 pills that would get me killed if the wrong person counted them? And the system, unbothered, informed me that it had a storage space attached to it in which time does not pass. I would like to formally note that it had never once mentioned this. Then the gold draw, and the gold draw gave me an egg. A green cotton bird egg converted, said the system, into a spirit beast identity in accordance with Douluo Continent regulations. I sat there holding a warm egg and had a very strange moment because I remembered that thing from being a small child in front of a television in a world with televisions. It's a blue puffball with cloud wings. It evolves into something called Altaria, which is a genuine dragon made of cloud, and critically, is big enough to ride. I had no idea what its moves would turn into under this world's rules. That was the first genuinely interesting question my life had produced in months. I named it Xiaobai because I have no imagination, and it slept in my sleeve until it hatched, and then I went and bought a restaurant. Well, I attempted to. It took longer than I expected, and involved a woman who would eventually become the closest thing I have to a sister. Yu Jingyi sent a carriage for me, which tells you what kind of subordinate he intended to be. It was vermilion, top-grade wood with a jade red grain, brocade curtains hung with jade and agate pieces that chimed against each other the whole ride. I got in and kept my face completely still and thought, this is the nicest object I have ever been inside of. Yu Jingyi watched me not react and became more convinced than ever that I came from money. Guiron Hall is the best restaurant in Nyoding City, and it is deliberately built outside the city in a villa in the suburbs because it does not want to be near anyone who might wander in. To eat there, you have to pass an asset check. That's the actual policy. You prove you're rich, and then you're allowed to buy dinner, and every noble in that city treats the right to sit down as a membership badge. Its gimmick was spirit beast meat, real carcasses out of the soul-hunting forests, in strictly limited supply, which is why most of the nobles at those tables had eaten a spirit beast without ever having seen one. The owner was a woman called Lady Eleanor, level 40-something, a spirit ancestor, formerly of a real soul-hunting group, which is the only reason she could get whole carcasses past an army that guards that forest with a fence and a garrison. Private room number 1 had an aquarium of 7 colored fish in it and stalks of gold teardrop water bamboo. Nothing on that menu cost less than a silver coin. The most expensive item was a soup, snow chicken with snow silkworm cordyceps, at 5 gold coins a bowl. I ordered widely. I ordered the soup. Then I watched Yu Jingyi's smile freeze on his face and enjoyed my afternoon. For the record, my reasoning was sound. A subordinate exists in order to take the fall, and if this bill turned out to be beyond my means, the boy's father runs the city. Then the food came, and I sent it back. All of it, in detail. The lotus leaf grilled fish had the leaf's bitterness cooked straight into the flesh because they'd wrapped it and left it. The grilled turkey's skin wasn't crisp and its fat had never rendered, so instead of the fat carrying the aroma, the grease had simply drowned it. And the 5 gold coin soup was oily, the meat was dry and mushy at the same time, which is a genuine achievement, and it was under-seasoned. And I said, snow pheasant is a yin ingredient, and snow silkworm cordyceps is a yin ingredient, so stewing them together makes a cold dish. Don't you know that yin runs cold? I would like you to picture the waitress's face. She got Sister Fen, who runs hospitality, has a scar across her face, and is not remotely afraid of the city lord's 12-year-old son. Sister Fen got Manager Zhang Yue. Manager Zhang Yue got Eleanor. And at every single rung of that ladder, I did exactly one thing, which was summon the Moyen Vine and let the century ring rise and watch the argument die. Sister Fen worked it out fastest, and I could see her work it out. The benefit of befriending a genius is much larger than the benefit of putting one in his place. Manager Zhang Yue tried to get ahead of me and made the only real mistake of the afternoon. Money, he said. Not a problem. Guiron Hall will sponsor your education all the way to an advanced academy. Just don't forget us. I was genuinely offended. I may be broke, I told him, but I still have a spine. I'm not here to ask you for money. I'm here to make money with you. And then I made the pitch. I don't want a loan and I don't want a salary. I want to put in cooking methods and recipes as capital and take equity. Bring out your head chef and I'll prove what they're worth. Zhang Yue, to his enormous credit, gave me an honest analysis instead of a brush-off. Guiron Hall had won the top of the market completely, he said, and that was the trap. Nuoding is a small city. There are only so many nobles in it, and having built its whole identity on exclusivity, it could never turn around and open its doors to ordinary people. They'd conquered a room with no more space in it. New methods, he said slowly, would give us somewhere to go. Then Lady Eleanor came in. Blonde, red dress, and a walk that arrives about a second before she does. Xiaofen, she said, is this cute little brother the 6-year-old genius? I bowed, and I thought, the sweetness is a costume. A woman who could not put that on would have been eaten alive by the nobles of this city years ago. I was right, and I found out 90 seconds later, because the instant she heard the actual proposal, the warmth switched off, not softened. Off, like a lamp, and what was underneath was as calm as ice. There she is, I thought. Hello. The head chef came up. Old Cheng, 30 years of experience, took one look at a boy barely taller than his own stove and laughed in my face. Don't underestimate him, Eleanor said. He's a spirit master of the same rank as you. Old Cheng's eyes came out of his head. They gave me a stove and an hour. 3 stoves in that kitchen, carts of ingredients, and almost no seasonings, and I want to explain why that mattered. The ingredients on this continent are, near enough, the ingredients of my old world. Same pigs, same fish, same everything, but the seasonings are not. There is no vinegar, there is no cumin, there is no Sichuan peppercorn. Fortunately, every regional cuisine I now had in my head covers sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty between them, and I only needed enough of the map to prove there was a map. 1 hour, 5 dishes, mapo tofu, dongpo pork, Westlake fish in vinegar, shredded pork with garlic sauce, sweet and sour ribs. And here's the thing that decided it, and it is not that I am a better cook than Old Cheng, because I am not. I just have 3 centuries of other people's work bolted into my skull. Every dish on the Douluo Continent has one flavor. 1, salty or sweet or fragrant. That is what food is here. Every dish I put on that counter had 2, wound around each other. Numbing and spicy, salty and sweet, sour and sweet. Eleanor ate the ribs and stopped being a negotiator. She offered me 35% of Guiron Hall's net profits for the methods and the recipes. I want to be fair to her because that number sounds like the sort of thing a child accepts because he can't count. It isn't. Her actual net is 50 or 60% of what comes through the door because she pays a soul hunting group for the carcasses and she pays the commander of the garrison to look the other way while they come through the fence. She handed me almost half of everything she actually keeps. To a 6-year-old, at a table, on the same afternoon she met him. That's who she is. It took me 2 years to understand it wasn't generosity. It was speed. Now I'm going to skip 6 years, and I'm going to do it in one go, and then I am never going to give you a list like this again, because I know exactly how annoying that is. A carriage came for me at noon and again in the afternoon every day. I taught the kitchen, and then I started teaching the business, and the business was where the real money was. Membership cards, tiered plans, ordinary things I remembered from a world with marketing, walked into a world that had never seen a loyalty program, and Guiron Hall stopped being a restaurant and became an institution. In 6 years I went from level 16 to level 35, Spirit Elder, and I opened somewhere over 30 draws. 3 of them were gold, and the gold tier is where my life stopped being a story about a farm kid. The first was a space ring holding 10,000 cubic meters, not a belt with jade panels, 10,000 cubic meters on my hand, invisible. The second was a nuclear bomb mushroom. I'm not going to explain the source. It does what the name says. The third was a card that makes me completely invincible for 3 minutes. I sat on my bed with those last 2 in my hands and worked out, very calmly, that between them I could kill any human being currently alive on this planet, any of them. Walk up to a top-tier titled Douluo, eat the card, set off the mushroom, walk out of the crater. Unless they have something extremely specific in their toolkit, that is simply the end of them. I was 12. I have never told a living soul about those 2 items, and I still haven't used either. The silver tier was where the actual work came from. The 13 Taibao Golden Bell Shield, which is a body defense art that runs on ointments you rub into your own skin and then beat with a stick. A gravity chamber, which does exactly what it sounds like and which is the reason I cried in private several times. An alchemy journal out of a world of medicine masters. And 2 things out of the Pokemon world, which I never stop finding funny. An ability called Poison Boost, which makes poison feed me instead of killing me, and a spirit ring move called Ultimate Absorption. The bronze tier was mostly video game equipment, and I want to single out one piece, the Tear of the Goddess. It looks like a blue teardrop on a cord, and I wear it around my neck at all times. It speeds up my spirit power recovery, which is nice, and it stores spirit power, which is not nice, which is the single most dangerous thing I own that doesn't have a mushroom cloud attached to it. By the time I turned 12, that teardrop held as much spirit power as my entire body did. Nobody knows. That's the point of it. There was a fairy amulet too, another 25% recovery, which I never wore because it looks like a woman's bracelet and I have my dignity. There was the Juke sword out of some old story about the first emperor. There was a sword technique to go with it and a skill that just made me better at fighting in general. And then there was the iron tier, which is where my system keeps its sense of humor, driving proficiency. On a continent where the only vehicle is a horse cart, snack gift packs, a phone, an actual phone, one seamless panel of crystal with no visible seams anywhere on the body, charged by sunlight, loaded with single-player games, with a camera that made Eleanor scream the first time I showed her her own face on it. No internet, obviously. There's no internet to have. It appears to have been manufactured several decades after I died. And the seasoning gift pack, which came with seeds. I planted them. If you have eaten anything on this continent in the last 4 years that had cumin on it, or Sichuan peppercorn, or black pepper, or scallion, or garlic, it came out of my back garden. That is a genuine thing I did to this planet's history with an iron tier lottery prize, and no one will ever know. 2 things came out of the collision of that alchemy journal with the cooking skill, and the second one built everything I own. Medicinal cuisine. Spirit herbs cooked into spirit beast meat, at exact timings, at exact heat, so that eating a meal actually raises a spirit master's cultivation. Nobody else on this continent can do it. Not because it's secret, because doing it requires a chef who is also an alchemist, and those 2 professions have never met. So I built Gorin Hall's whole tier system on top of it. Ordinary members eat ordinary food. Gold members get spirit beast dishes. Diamond members have to be both rich and a spirit master, and even they get exactly 1 medicinal meal a month, and I set that cap myself. Deliberately. On purpose, because otherwise I was going to spend my one and only second life standing at a stove. Our biggest customers became the Dean of Nuoding Academy and Yu Yuan, the city lord, and Eleanor, who does not pay, who comes in through the connecting gate every single morning like a cat that has smelled fish and eats half of whatever I cooked for myself. That's our whole routine. I get up at dawn and breathe purple key in the courtyard, and then I cook a mountain of food, and the instant it hits the table she materializes. Could you please stop appearing so mysteriously? You're not even grown, and you're already complaining about your older sister. Are you going to lock me out of the house when you're big? Then come earlier and help. And blacken your sister's skin with cooking smoke? What a heartless little brother. 6 years of that. She's dignified in public and a complete menace in my kitchen, and she has no family left anywhere in the world, which I found out by accident and never mentioned again. 2 years in, I moved out of the academy into a house on the edge of the city. I kept my student status through the dean, purely so I could keep entering the annual inter-academy tournament, which by then existed for me the way a slot machine exists for a man with a screwdriver. The other elementary academies hated it. There was nothing they could do. I technically qualified, and the city lord technically had no comment, and Yu Yuan was as convinced as his son that I was some great family's hidden child, because in his experience, no village boy partners with Eleanor and invents a new category of food. The bird, by the way, hatched. Xiaobai comes down out of the courtyard tree onto my shoulder every morning for breakfast, and breakfast is a 100 herb pill, which I now refine myself, having reverse engineered the recipe out of the bottle the system gave me. 6 years turned it into an Altaria, a cloud dragon, wings like weather, level 35, exactly my rank. There's a catch, because there's always a catch. Converted into a spirit beast under this world's rules, it only learns one of its old moves every 10 levels, which is agonizingly slow. In exchange, it got one thing the original never had. It can turn back into the fluff ball whenever it wants. So there is a small round cotton ball that rides on my shoulder and rubs its face on strangers, and it hits like a spirit elder, and nobody on this continent has ever once suspected it. I looked in the mirror the summer I turned 12. Silver hair, purple eyes, a boy's face sitting on top of a body 1.8 meters tall. I offered to move Feng Huai and Yumei out of the dormitory. My house, my money, all of it. Permanently. Feng Huai said no. He looks mild. He is not mild. That man is made of rebar under a very pleasant surface, and he will not take charity from anybody. And Yumei said no because he had. I didn't push. Everybody gets their own choices, and everybody eats the consequences of them. I just kept inviting them over and kept cooking, and they kept coming, and he ate medicinal meals at my table twice a week for 4 years and called it dinner instead of help, which is a distinction I let him keep. He never once asked me how I could afford any of it. Not once in 6 years. Not the house, not the ring, not the food, not the fact that his childhood friend from a rice village was now a shareholder in the most expensive restaurant in the province. He didn't ask because he had his own secrets, and he understood the exchange rate. Every day, for 6 years, the same shape. Morning in the gravity chamber, working the golden bell shield, which is a brutal art, much worse than the dragon elephant, because you have to mix ointments and grind them into your own skin, and then have the skin hurt for the rest of the day. The scoreboard after 6 years and 3 spirit rings tells you which one is harder. Dragon elephant, level 6, 500 extra Jin. Golden bell shield, level 3. Level 3 means an all won't go through my skin. A sword still will. I can plug that gap with internal energy, but only for a moment, and a moment is not a plan. By noon, I'd be soaked through with sweat, at 600 kilos of raw strength. Then an enormous meal built around spirit beast meat. Afternoons for the mysterious heaven skill and martial skills. Evenings mixing the next batch of ointment. Nights cultivating again. That's it. That's the whole 6 years. There is no montage. There was just a boy in a room getting hit by his own gravity every morning for 2,000 days. Then someone knocked on my door, and standing behind Grandmaster and Feng Huai was a middle-aged man in black-rimmed crystal glasses. Crowley, Dean of Shrek Academy, Grandmaster's oldest friend, and a spirit saint, which is a rank I could not have scratched at the time. They'd just come back from the Stardew Great Forest, where they'd got Feng Huai his 3rd ring. Crowley asked to see mine, so I summoned the Moyan Vine, and 3 rings came up. 1 yellow and 2 purple. 2,000-year rings. On a 12-year-old. Crowley's glasses came halfway off his face, and he leaned over to Grandmaster and said, "Not quietly enough, Ling. I thought Feng Huai was strange enough already, and then you produce an even stranger one." Then Grandmaster started bragging, and I have never enjoyed anything more. He led with the business. My disciple, he said, co-owns Giran Hall, which currently holds about 80% of the dining market in Nuoding City and is opening in other cities. Crowley's eyes lit up with such naked greed that Grandmaster had to preemptively put a hand up. "He can't interfere with the operations," he said. Then, softening, because he wanted this, but he could sponsor a few thousand gold, possibly tens of thousands. "A few thousand gold coins," said Crowley, "is a drop in the ocean." Grandmaster's second brag, "My disciple eats an entire spirit beast every day and spends no less than 100 gold coins doing it." The third one was the one that got him. "Medicinal cuisine, food that raises your cultivation speed." "No way," said Crowley. "There's a limit," said Grandmaster. "It only works below level 40. It's useless to a spirit saint like you." And Crowley said, and I quote, "It's enough if it works on spirit masters below level 40, and then turned and looked at me the way a man looks at a vein of ore. Then Grandmaster had to actually ask, out loud, his own student, for money, for his friend's school, and he went red to the ears and couldn't finish the sentence. "A few thousand gold coins is too little," I said. "Let's make it 30,000. I thought Crowley was going to weep. I know exactly what went through his head, because he said it to Grandmaster later, and Grandmaster told me, "This boy is extraordinarily rich, and I must stay attached to this golden thigh." Then I cooked all morning. Ginseng stewed with deer antler, snow silkworm and cordyceps chicken soup, lotus seed 8 treasure soup, every bowl on that table worth hundreds of gold coins in raw ingredients, and I watched a grown spirit saint's heart break as he did the arithmetic on what he was about to swallow. Then he tasted it, and it healed. An hour after lunch, he sat up and said his spirit power was moving faster. Understand what that means here. On this continent, there are things that do that. 1,000-year ginseng, 1,000-year snow lotus, treasures that show up at auction once a decade and get bought by sects. I did it with ordinary beast meat and herbs you can buy in a market, and a stove. "Yi Fan," he said, "you are a genuine genius." He left with his hand on both our shoulders. "You two are real little freaks," he said, "and I'm sure you'll bring some surprises to all the other little freaks." 3 days and 3 nights in a carriage to Swatuo City, granary of the Balak Kingdom, out on the Lima Plain. I was 1.8 meters by then, in a moon-white robe with purple cloud embroidery, silver hair loose, a blue teardrop at my throat, and a cotton ball asleep on my shoulder, and I attracted about as many stares as Yu Mei did, which she found unforgivable. Feng Huai is 1.7, plain, and permanently half-smiling. Yu Mei is Yu Mei. Yu Mei wanted to know why we were bothering. Several intermediate academies had offered all 3 of us unconditional admission, and we were going to a school with no rank at all. Feng Huai answered it properly. Crowley is a spirit saint. The deans of those intermediate academies are level 40 to 50. The weakest of them is about where Ye Fan is now. Who exactly is going to teach us? And I added the part that actually mattered to me. Past level 40, you cannot hunt the rings you need without powerful instructors standing behind you. The academy is a building. What we're buying is the faculty. Then we got to Swatuo City in registration week and discovered every hotel in it was full. Every one. except a 3-story building shaped like an enormous rose, painted rose red from the roof down, with potted roses along the wall and perfume drifting out of the doorway. Yu Mei made a delighted noise and went straight in. Feng Huai followed her. I worked out what kind of hotel it was in approximately 1 second, and I said nothing at all because I wanted very badly to watch those two, whose relationship at that point sat in the exact middle between siblings and something else, handle the situation on their own. The doorman bowed us in and then faltered, because a well-dressed young man walking into that establishment alone is a specific kind of sad. I explained that I was merely escorting the couple who had just gone past them, which was true, and which was going to become funnier in about 4 minutes. Inside was white and silver and rose red, and the lighting was doing a great deal of work. The waitresses began whispering about me before I reached the desk. There was 1 room left. "This room is perfect for 2 people, I said brightly. "You two take it. I'll find something." The girl behind the counter agreed with a look I will not describe. Feng Huai started backing out of it immediately, and I cut him off. "It's registration week," I said. "Give this room up and you may not find another one in the city. Personally, I can stay up all night without any trouble. But do you really want Yu Mei to stay up all night with you?" Then I patted him on the shoulder. "Take good care of Yu Mei." Whatever gratitude he'd been assembling died on the spot, and that's when a man walked in with a girl on each arm and said the room was his. He was around 1.8, broad, long blonde hair, hard, handsome features, 2 or 3 years older than me, twin girls, 17 or 18, in bright clothes, and his eyes had double pupils. I knew him before he opened his mouth. You do not forget double pupils. Evil eyes, white tiger, Shu Yang. He informed us that he had booked that room. I asked whether he had paid a deposit. He had not. He had told them he wanted it. "You didn't even leave a deposit," I said, "and the hotel is supposed to do what you say? Who do you think you are, the king of heaven? If everyone behaved like you, how would this place stay in business?" Yu Mei, faster than Feng Huai, added, "We want you to get out." And Shu Yang laughed. Genuinely, delightedly laughed, because I don't think anyone had spoken to him that way in his entire life. Then he made an offer, "All 3 of you at once. Beat me, and I'll leave." "Ding," said my head. "Task, the majesty of the strong." Shu Yang, a mere level 37 spirit elder, regards the host as a weakling. Show him what a true powerhouse is. Reward, 1 silver draw. "I'll go," I said. I really do like arrogant guys like that. Here's my rule, and I've never broken it. If someone treats me with respect, I give them more back. If someone offends me, and I can afford to offend them, I do not let it go. And if I can't afford it, I let it go for now and remember the name. Shu Yang I could afford. And frankly, if I was going to be spending years standing next to my future teammates, I saw no reason not to be introduced through the fists first. The manager came out begging us not to fight. Shu Yang waved him off and said he'd cover the damage. "Let's make it better," I said. "The loser covers everything. I hope you can afford it." "Don't worry," he said. "I could buy this hotel." Round 1, no martial souls. He threw a straight punch at my chest, and I want to point out that he chose the chest and not the head, because he was capable of that much restraint on a stranger, and that's the first thing I ever liked about him. I met it head on. The sound was extraordinary. I didn't move. He came off it 3 steps back with his fist shaking. "What is your martial soul?" he said. "Mutated green vine. Though I call it Moyun vine, and I believe that name is going to spread across this entire continent. Plant type? Impossible. Your strength is higher than mine." And I gave him the sentence I've been carrying since a man petted my martial soul in a village square. A martial soul is a martial soul, and a spirit master is a spirit master. There are no useless martial souls. There are only useless spirit masters. Then he possessed, bones cracking, hands doubling in size and going white and furred, 8-inch claws sliding out of his palms, his hair turning black and white in stripes, and the king mark, 3 horizontal strokes and 1 vertical, surfacing on his forehead like something rising through water. 3 rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple. Shu Yang, white tiger. Level 37, 3-ring battle spirit elder. I summoned the Moyun vine and let mine come up. 1 yellow, 2 purple. "How is this possible?" he said. "Your second ring is a 1,000-year ring? Nobody ever said the second ring has to be under 1,000 years old." And then I put the vine away, rings and all. "I summoned it to show you my strength," I said. "I don't actually want to fight you with it. I'm a control system spirit master, but I fight like a battle spirit master. I have never seen a man that insulted that quickly." Behind me, Feng Huai was quietly explaining me to Yu Mei, and his explanation is basically my character sheet. Spirit elder body, about 700 Jin raw, about 1,000 with internal energy behind it. He's practically a humanoid spirit beast. "How?" said Yu Mei. And Feng Huai gave her the cover story that he and Grandmaster had built together years earlier without ever asking me for the truth. The Moyun vine absorbs energy, so his body absorbs nutrients the same way. That's why he eats like that. It's a good lie. It's a good lie because it's 90% true. Claws against bare hands. His claws got through my internal energy and left 5 white marks across my forearm, and that number matters. On an ordinary man, the residual force alone would have opened 5 grooves down to the bone. He threw a white tiger light wave and blew a crater the size of a wash basin out of the hotel wall. It was a feint. The real strike came in from the side, white tiger heart-piercing strike, and I got one fist across it and put the other one, at close to 1,000 pounds, into his chest. The air made a tearing sound. His white tiger barrier saved his life and shattered when he landed. I found out later what he was thinking on the floor, because he told me over a drink years afterward. If I'm a genius, he thought, what does that make him? Then he played his last card. White Tiger Vajra Transformation, which is the 1,000-year ring, and which is a berserk state with no drawbacks whatsoever, doubling strength, defense, attack, and resistance for half an hour. 800 Jin became 1,600. Black stripes surfaced across his skin. His claws went silver white, and his hands became the size of palm leaf fans. And he told me straight out that he was no longer trying to win. He simply refused to lose to a man who wouldn't use his martial soul. What followed was 2 people over 1,000 pounds a punch, beating each other through a hotel lobby for several minutes, until we forgot where we were and what the furniture was for. Every guest ended up behind the counter. Both of us ended the fight in rags. Was Ye Fan always this crazy when he fights? Said Yume. Everyone has 2 sides, said Fenghuai. Here's the honest truth about that fight. I had spent 6 years punching rocks and trees and gravity, and I had never once felt the thing I felt in that lobby, which is a blow landing on something that hits back. It is the only romance available to a certain kind of man, and I had been starving for it for 6 years. He got me in the left ribs hard enough to bruise the muscle, and I laughed out loud. I ended it because going longer would have damaged a half-absorbed layer of golden bell ointment, and that stuff is expensive and takes a week. Heavenly net. Thorn strangling. Vines came up out of every direction, wove themselves into a net in midair, dropped on him, and cinched. Even a strength type, a full realm above me, would need a burst skill to get out of that, and getting out of it means dragging poison barbs through your own skin on the way. 1,600 Jin in Vajra form, and he could not move. I give up, he said, and then he laughed because he was delighted. He'd finally made me use the thing. He got up, bowed properly, and said the sentence that made us friends. I always thought I was a genius. Today I found out I was a frog at the bottom of a well. Thank you for waking me up. He paid for the lobby without blinking, told us registration was the next morning, said I hope you two don't embarrass your big brother here, and walked out into the street in rags with a girl under each arm and his chin up. And that is the origin of a joke that would follow me for years, which is that every single person we met from that day forward assumed I was the adult escorting 2 children. Yume found it enraging. I found it useful. Anyway, I'm the older brother, I said. I come out ahead. That night, alone in a rose-colored room I had eventually secured through the simple method of paying too much, I had my one honest moment of self-pity. I was a third wheel. That's the whole thought. 2 people who liked each other, and me, glowing quietly in the corner like a lemon. No girlfriend in either life. 0 for 2. 12 years old, looking 15 or 16, and I sat on that bed and thought, maybe it's time to do something about that. Then the system, which had been silent for 2 months, put a wall of text in my head. Achievement. King of Cuisine, not a task, an achievement with stages issued years ago and quietly ticking the whole time. Phase 1, a gear and hall branch in a low tier, an intermediate tier, and an advanced tier city of the Heaven Dew Empire. Phase 2, half the cities in the Heaven Dew Empire. Phase 3, half the cities in the Star Luo Empire. Every phase pays a gold draw, and full completion pays a divine rank draw. The same tier that gave me the Moyun Vine. I was 1/3 through Phase 1. Nuoding City is low tier. Suotuo City is intermediate. Heaven Do Imperial City is advanced. So the next morning, before registration, I went looking for a restaurant to buy, and I met a girl who was staring at my bird. The tulip restaurant was warm-colored with fresh tulips on every table and a crystal chandelier hanging over the middle of the room. There's no electricity on this continent. Certain spirit beasts leave behind crystals that glow when you feed them spirit power, and they're expensive enough that having one over your dining room is a statement. I looked at all of it and thought, good, I won't have to renovate. And there was a girl in a blue-green dress who was not looking at the chandelier, or at the tulips, or at me. She was looking at the cotton ball on my shoulder with her whole face, coffee-colored hair, center parted, with 2 thin braids pinning the bangs back, sapphire eyes and lashes you could hang a coat on, an oval face with a faint pink in it, classical, elegant. The exact thing I had told Eleanor years earlier, and entirely theoretically, was my type. I would like to report that Cupid put an arrow straight through my chest in a restaurant in a farming city at 8 in the morning. I could not think of a single opening line. 6 years of business negotiation, 30 years of a previous adult life, 2 languages, and my mind was a clean white sheet. Then I remembered that I have a spiritual contract with a bird. So I told Xiaobai to go. And Xiaobai, who I am convinced understands considerably more than it lets on, overperformed catastrophically. It landed on her table. It hopped onto her shoulder. It rubbed its ridiculous round face against her cheek, and then it climbed onto the top of her head and sat down until she shrieked. I arrived, belatedly, apologizing. Her name was Qin Yue. Why, I said, does that name sound familiar to me? Which was an honest question and one I could not follow up on because I only half remembered the roster of the group I'd read about in another life, and I mostly remembered the loud ones. She asked to buy the bird. Any price, she said, and she was not exaggerating, and I found that out later. Xiaobai is family, I said. I don't sell family. She apologized immediately, and she meant it, and I made her the counteroffer. You don't have to buy him to see him. We could just be friends. And that's when the whole thing turned over, because she looked down at the table and started tapping her fingertips together and said in a completely different voice, Yi Fan, are you really going to be my friend? I have never had a single friend in my whole life. Then, immediately after, in the tone of a person asking about a procedure they've read about but never seen, so how are friends supposed to act? How about exchanging gifts, I said, and I took the fairy amulet out of my ring, 25% spirit power recovery, permanently, worn on the wrist, the thing I'd been refusing to wear for 2 years because it looked like a woman's bracelet. She recognized what it was in about a second and a half, which told me a great deal about who she was, and she refused it flatly. So I took her hand and put it on her myself. She froze completely. Then she went red from the collarbone up. It was the first gift she had ever received from someone outside her own family, and she could feel it working while she stood there. She was the young miss of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the 3 greatest sects on this continent. I did not know that on that morning. She had run away from home with nothing but pocket money because she wanted to find out what it was like to be a person instead of a title. I critiqued the restaurant's food for her, obviously. The vegetable soup was bland and needed mushrooms. The grilled fish was scorched and unseasoned. The osmanthus cake was oversweet and over-fermented from badly kneaded dough. She hadn't touched any of it, so she had no idea what I was talking about, and she informed me that I was just a diner, and she was in fact a chef. I looked at her. Then I paid the restaurant 5 gold coins to rent one of their stoves for the morning. 5 gold coins is a full day of that establishment's revenue. The owner physically removed a man from a burner. Same 4 dishes. Better. Using the seasonings out of my own space ring. The soup she rated as only slightly improved, which was fair, since she isn't a professional and neither is the soup. Then she ate the fish and her eyes came open, because on this continent there is fragrant, spicy, salty, and sweet. There is no sour. It's so, she said, and stopped, and started again. It's so delicious. It has a very strange taste, sour, like eating a fruit before it's ripe. That's vinegar, I said. I invented it. I have never once felt bad about that lie. The grilled fish had cumin on it, and I gave her the whole sales pitch that it removes fishiness and cuts grease and refreshes the mind and dispels cold and damp and settles the stomach, all of which is true, and offered to send her bottles of both. Then I made the offer I actually cared about. If you want to eat my cooking again, come to me, anytime. Whenever it is, I'll cook for you. She almost said yes. Then she went pink again, because a girl going to a boy's house to be fed is a sentence with a shape to it in this world. It's an honor to cook for a beautiful girl, I said. And she thought and did not say, and I only learned much later. Why is he this good to me? Does he like me? Yes, obviously, openly, since the bird. But she had a problem she couldn't say out loud either, and it's a cruel one. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is a pure support sect. Its people amplify others and cannot fight. Which means the young miss of that school is required structurally as a matter of the sect's survival to end up beside someone with real combat power. She wanted to ask me how strong I was so badly that it hurt her, and she didn't ask because she'd run away specifically to stop being a young miss for a while, and because she was afraid of what the answer would do. I walked her home. How do I find you again? I said. Shrek Academy, she said. And I stood in the street thinking, hold on, is Qin Yue one of them too? That night's silver draw was another egg. Shadow-winged snake, said the system. And I had never heard of it in any world, and a silver tier pet ought to be weaker than a gold tier one, so I put it in the storage space unhatched and forgot about it for 3 months. Remember it anyway. Shrek Academy turned out to be a village. The map marks it with a direction and no route, which should have been the first warning. We asked our way out of the city and then south through farmland for a long time, and eventually arrived at about 100 households behind a wooden fence, smaller than Saint Spirit Village. The crowd at the gate wasn't villagers. It was applicants and their parents, and over a wooden archway there was a battered plaque with 5 characters on it, Shrek Academy. This place is so shabby, said Yume in a rising voice. It's worse than Nuoding Academy. Is this a scam? Teachers don't have that kind of sense of humor, I said, which turned out to be the single most incorrect statement I have ever made. The registration desk was a wooden table with a cash box on it and one lazy-looking old man sitting behind it, and he tested applicants by holding their hand. By touch, he felt bone age through the skin. Under 13 only, no exceptions. Fee is non-refundable, and it is paid before he tells you whether you passed. A father started arguing about the refund policy, and the old man didn't even look up. He called out toward a tree. "Yang, someone wants his registration fee back. Handle it." And Shu Yang dropped out of the branches, cracked his neck, and said, "Happy to refund it. Just beat me up first, and you can have all of it." Then he let 3 rings rise, and the third one was purple. The father took his son by the arm and left without another word. About a third of the queue left right then. Those were the ones who'd come hoping the age check could be talked around. The rest of them found out about the second rule when a boy of exactly 12 stepped up with a plain black vine and a century first ring, and got rejected. His father wanted to know how. His son was 12. His son had a real ring. His son had passed the only stated requirement. And the old man said the sentence that told me what kind of place I was standing in. "What we want is a genius. No, what we want is a monster. Your son is just an ordinary person." Then he got up out of his chair and explained the name to the whole yard because he was tired of saying it one family at a time. A Shrek is a monster, an extremely strange thing to find even among spirit beasts. Our academy is Monster Academy. We take monsters. We do not take ordinary people. If you are over 13 or your spirit power is not above level 21, do not waste our time. And then he got annoyed and let his aura off the leash. I felt it in my chest. Me, with 2 body refining arts and 600 kilos of raw strength, I braced. A red light came off him and turned into a long staff covered in fine engraved lines, and 6 spirit rings came up out of the ground. 6. A spirit emperor, sitting behind a wooden table with a cash box, in a village, checking children's wrists. 50 or 60 applicants ran. Actually ran. A dozen of us stayed. And Yume, who had been sulking about the plaque 4 minutes earlier, said with total delight, "Monster Academy? That sounds pretty good." Qin Yue turned up in that same queue, which I did not expect at all, and which improved my morning considerably. She explained Shrek to us while we waited, and the explanation is worth having. Shrek is not registered with the Spirit Hall, not as an elementary academy, not as intermediate, not as advanced. It has no rank at all. It takes students at intermediate ages, and its graduation requirement is higher than an advanced academy's. Level 30, to graduate, from a school in a village. Then she looked me up and down and told me, kindly, that I was obviously too old and would be cut without even being tested. "Yue," I said. "How old do you think I am?" "At least 14. At most 16. You guessed wrong. I turned 12 this year." She made a sound, an actual audible sound, in a queue, in public. "Body shape can lie," I said. "A face can lie. Bones can't." And then, while we were waiting, I got distracted by a girl. Black hair, very fair skin, a delicate face that managed to look innocent and completely uninterested in you at the same time, and a figure that stopped me mid-sentence. And Qinwei reached over and pinched my waist. I want to explain the technical achievement here. I have the 13 Taibao Golden Bell shield at level 3 and about 600 kilos of strength, and my midsection is essentially a wall of overlapping slabs. She found the one soft point between them at the first try and rotated a full 360 degrees. I yelped, out loud, in a queue. "I just noticed you were spacing out," she said sweetly, "and wanted to remind you." Her ears were bright red, and I stood there rubbing my side and thinking, with enormous satisfaction, that this was progress. Jealousy is not affection, but jealousy is where affection keeps its shoes. Feng Huai's registration went strangely. The old spirit emperor took his hand and his eyes snapped open, and he said sharply, "Hey, are you practicing some kind of soul combat technique?" Which is a much bigger question than it sounds. Spirit abilities that don't come from rings, the inherited techniques that belong to individual families, are so rare on this continent that most spirit masters don't know the category exists. The Clear Sky sect has one. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has one. And an old man in a village recognized the texture of one through a 12-year-old's palm. Then he had a second problem, which is that Feng Huai's muscle is so elastic he couldn't locate the bone through it. He had to test the shin bone instead. He had the identical problem with me 20 minutes later. Then Blue Silver Grass came out with 3 rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, and the old man came halfway out of his chair because a 12-year-old spirit elder had never happened in Shrek's history. Even with Blue Silver Grass, he said, you can still be called a monster, and this academy specializes in taking in monsters like you. The third rule surfaced. Immediately after Yume passed, and it thinned us again. Your first spirit ring has to be 100 years or older, not 30, not 10, 100, on a child. We went from a dozen to under 10. Then Qin Yue summoned a 7-story crystal pagoda that shimmered like something being remembered instead of seen, with 2 yellow rings under it, and the spirit emperor stood all the way up. "Are you sure," he said carefully, "that you want to join our Shrek Academy?" She had that answer ready. She'd had it ready for weeks. Doesn't Shrek say that education is for everyone, regardless of background? I meet the requirements. You have no reason to refuse me. He sat back down slowly. Then he tried to walk off, and I stopped him. "Teacher," I said, "I haven't been tested yet." He and Shuyang laughed at the same time, in the same way, the laugh of 2 men declining to embarrass a stranger. "You're over 13, son," and Shuyang, to his eternal credit, admitted through his teeth that we'd fought the previous night. He also admitted the result, but they were completely defeated by him. The old man was impressed. He still said no. Rules are rules. Yume snorted so loudly that people turned around. "I'm 12, I said, and held out my hand. He couldn't get through my hand either, so he did the shin, and then he sat there holding a 12-year-old's leg with an expression I have honestly never seen on another human face. "Your muscles are extremely well developed," he said. "Better than that boy Feng Huai, and your bone age really is only 12. Xu Yang went through about 4 emotions with no transitions between them and arrived at one word: "You monster." Then he vouched for me at volume without being asked. "Level 35, 3 rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple." The old man waved me through and stopped bothering to look surprised. The exam structure, as explained: 2nd round tests spirit potential, 3rd round is something else, 4th round is practical, and anyone already at level 25 or higher skips straight to round 4. That was Feng Huai and me automatically, since we're both past 30. Then Yume said 25 plus, then Qin Yue said 25 plus. Then the cold-faced girl said 25 plus, and Xu Yang had to go and get a crystal ball because nobody believed any of us. And the moment Xu Yang walked away, a short-bearded man in gray rolled a handcart up to the queue. "Sausage for sale. Felix brand sausage. Delicious and sweet, 5 copper a stick. Eating and Felix brand sausage guarantees you'll pass your entrance exam." Yume wanted one immediately. Feng Huai bought 2. I refused, and Qin Yue asked why, and I gave her the honest answer, which was 2/3 logic and 1/3 the memory of a book I read in another life. "Ask yourself why he only started selling after Xu Yang walked off," I said. "If the sausage were an ordinary sausage, he wouldn't need to wait for anyone to leave." Xu Yang came back at a dead sprint. "Don't eat it," he shouted. "That sausage is inedible." And then he made the man produce a fresh one on the spot, in front of everybody. Felix begged not to. "The junior students will hold a grudge against me," he said, which was possibly the most self-aware thing anybody said that morning, and Xu Yang's counter-argument was, genuinely, a warning. "There are people in this place more capable than me," he said. "Keep doing this, and you'll eventually offend one who isn't as easy to talk to." And he glanced at me while he said it. So Felix put out his hand and recited his incantation in what I can only describe as a lewd and defeated voice. "I have a big sausage." 2 yellow rings climbed his body, and a sausage condensed in his palm, and it was identical, in every visible respect, to the 2 that Feng Huai and Yume were holding. Yume screamed and threw hers into a hedge. "You pervert!" And Felix, wounded to his soul, gave the defense he would be giving for the next several years of his life. "This isn't my fault. A food system spirit's incantation is determined by the spirit, not by the person," which, unfortunately for everyone, is completely true. And he can't skip it. Without the incantation, he can still make a sausage, but it's just a sausage. Food. Nutritionally sound. Useless to a spirit master. He was also, it turned out, 14 years old. The beard was a lie. Feng Huai had been calling him senior for 10 minutes. The crystal ball came back with the numbers. Yume, 29, and it lit up like a diamond. Qin Yue, 26. And the cold-faced girl came in brighter than Yue. All of us through to round 4. Round 4 was a small training ground behind the village with a short, extremely thick, middle-aged man asleep in a chair. Teacher Guo. "Wake up." He counted 5 of us and refused to believe it. Then he looked at my height and refused to believe that. And then he heard my name, and something happened behind his eyes, because Crowley had told him about me. Specifically, Crowley had told him about the medicinal cuisine, and that this kid donated 30,000 gold coins to our academy, which explained apparently why Shrek had suddenly had money for several months and nobody had said why. Crowley's original plan, I learned later, had been to tell Xu Yang on the way home that 2 12-year-old spirit elders were coming. Then he decided it would land harder if Xu Yang found out in person. He was right. It landed like a dropped anvil. Xu Yang stood there in front of his own teacher and said it out loud. "I'm 15 and I'm a level 37 spirit elder. Feng Huai and Ye Fan are 12. I feel like a frog at the bottom of a well. I've wasted all my time." And then, about the fight, without being asked. At the start he wasn't even using his martial soul or his abilities, and we were even. If I hadn't used the Vajra transformation, I'd have been finished before I ever forced him to summon it. And then the line that made me decide I actually liked him. It's precisely because I lost that overwhelmingly that I can admire someone that much. I sized up the man in the chair while they talked. Here's the thing about this continent that nobody writes down. Beast spirit masters slowly grow toward their spirits. Bird masters and wolf masters go lean. Bear masters and tortoise masters go short and wide. Bear, I thought. My name is Gokong. Martial soul. Vigorous Vajra bear. Level 76, 7th ring spirit saint. I'll be your opponent. Bear. The test was supposed to be Shu Yang for the length of one incense stick, but 5 of us had made it through, and 2 of us were spirit elders, and Guo Kang simply changed the exam on his own authority. Shu Yang objected on the grounds of rules. What rules? Said Guo Kang. Crowley is away. Until he comes back, I am the rules. Then he said his handicap out loud, and remember it exactly, because everything after this was built on it. He would fight at spirit elder level cultivation only. He would use only the abilities of his first 3 spirit rings, and, he said, if you can force me to use the abilities from my later rings, you've passed. Shu Yang tried one last protest, and his protest was excellent. Even capped, he said, your body has been tempered by 7 spirit rings, and your martial soul is a vigorous Vajra bear. Your body alone is equivalent to a spirit king over level 50. Guo Kang lit an incense stick, stuck it in the dirt, sat back down, and went to sleep while we planned. Ding, said my head, show your talent. Defeat Guo Kang. Reward, 1 gold draw. Right. So, let's talk about what defeat means, because I sat down in the grass with 4 strangers and worked it out in about 90 seconds, and it goes like this. I cannot beat a spirit saint. Nobody in this circle can beat a spirit saint. That is not the assignment. It can't be the assignment, and if I chase it, we all lose. But he set a rule for himself in front of witnesses. So, the win condition isn't his body. It's his rule. I have exactly one thing capable of forcing that. The Moyan vine grows without limit as long as I feed it spirit power, and if I feed it all of my spirit power at once, I can make something enormous. Not big. Enormous. The problem is that a vine that size cannot be steered. Once it's moving, it's a falling building. 1 line of attack, no correction, no second attempt, and afterward, I am empty. If he simply steps aside, we lose, and the team loses its heaviest hitter for nothing. Shu Yang gave us intelligence, and it was good. Vigorous Vajra Bear is strength and defense. The Spirit Beast Fortress. Every ability Guo Kang owns is strength or defense, and like every bear, he's slow. His title is the Immovable Wisdom King, and Qin Yue went quiet when she heard it because she'd heard that name in stories at home. Then we introduced ourselves, which is when I found out who I'd be spending the next several years with. Me, Moyan Vine, tough as steel, poisonous, physical stats equal to a beast spirit master of my rank, control type on paper and battle type in practice. Feng Huai, blue silver grass. A weaker version of the same idea, controlling from the back. His actual sentence was that he excels at coordinating with me, which was modest and also true. Qin Yue. 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Everyone stopped talking. Because that is the heirloom martial soul of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, which is one of the upper 3 sects, which means there is exactly one organization on this continent above them, and it's the Spirit Hall. She can buff 30% speed and 30% strength to everyone for the duration of an incense stick, and the cold-faced girl said, Su Feng, Hell Civet. Agility attack. Plan A was survival. I tank, Yu Mei and Su Feng harass, Feng Huai controls from the back, Yue buffs from behind everybody, we run out the incense stick. I killed it myself. It's a perfect plan for us, I said. It requires his cooperation. If he decides to remove Yue first, and he will, because that is the ironclad rule of fighting a team, there is nothing any of us can do to stop him. Feng Huai said something under his breath at that point that I want to record, because it's the seed of everything that man eventually becomes. If I could make the top 10 hidden weapons out of the 100 solutions in my family's records, he said, nobody in this world could stand against them. I made a note. I made several notes about Feng Huai over the years. Then I gave them Plan B with the arithmetic attached, because you do not ask people to bet on you without showing your work. Moyan Vine grows infinitely with spirit power, and it weighs roughly half what steel weighs by volume. If I empty myself, I can build a vine over 2 meters in diameter. That's over 3,000 jin of falling weight. Guo Kang's raw strength is about 1,000 jin, possessed with 3 rings about 2,000, 3,000 beats 2,000, which means to survive it, he has to break his own limit, and breaking his own limit is the loss condition he announced himself. Then I lied to them. I told them that afterward I would have 0 spirit power and no ability to fight, that this was strictly do or die, 1 attempt, everything on it. That wasn't true. The tear of the goddess around my neck was full, and full means roughly a second body's worth of spirit power hanging on a cord at my throat. I lied for two reasons, and only one of them is defensible. The first is that it's my trump card, and you don't spend a trump card to impress strangers. The second is that if I'd told 4 people there was still a chance after failure, I could not be certain they would fight as though there wasn't. I have never told them. I'm telling you, every one of them picked Plan B. Su Feng broke the silence first, coldly. Which method is more highly regarded? Yu Mei picked it because it would make the stubborn bear look bad. Feng Huai picked it because, in his words, I prefer to rely on my own effort rather than on someone else's cooperation. And Qin Yue picked it while giving me a look that said, very clearly, we agreed to be friends, and you're standing there not believing I'll hold up my end. Yue opened. The 7 treasures transform into crystal, and the 7 treasures have names. First, power. Second, speed. A field-wide aura that she can aim, which means Guo Kong got exactly none of it, which he noticed immediately and shouted about with pure delight. He wasn't upset, he was thrilled. Shrek had combat types, Shrek had a food type, and now Shrek had a top-tier support type. This complete team, he yelled, is already 80% finished. I went in first and threw up walls of thorned vine as I came, not to hit him, to blind him, and that cost him, and he told me so while it was happening, because the man cannot stop teaching even mid-fight. I intended to kill the support first, he said. That's the ironclad rule. A lesson learned the hard way. And you've taken my line of sight. But kid, you're underestimating me. My title is the Immovable Wisdom King. His skin went from bronze to yellow, like actual metal. Su Feng appeared behind him, and I mean appeared, with cat-green pupils and claws out of all 10 fingers, and hit him with something called Hell Rush Stab, which punches through trees as thick as a bowl. It left a few white dots on him. He shrugged out a shockwave of raw spirit power and flung her away, and she rolled with it into the vine wall because she'd never intended to hurt him. She was bait. I hit him properly and knocked a spirit saint back several steps, and he laughed and said, "No wonder Shu Yang couldn't beat you without the Vajra transformation. Your body is more terrifying than mine was at level 30. Are you sure you're a control system spirit master?" Then he gave me a series of punches I had to eat on crossed forearms, each one of which would have shattered stone. Yu Mei dropped onto his back out of nowhere. "Big silly bear," she said. "What are you talking about?" Then she got her arms around his neck and fired waist bow, which is her whole body drawn like a bowstring, and released both heels into the small of his back. By itself, it would have done nothing. Combined with me driving into him from the front, it put a spirit saint on the ground, and Su Feng went for his face. That was the first time I saw the man genuinely alarmed, and it wasn't vanity. He said it out loud afterward, not disfigurement, the eyes and the nose, a claw in the wrong place there, and a spirit saint spends the rest of his life disabled. "Girl," he roared, "are you trying to disfigure me?" And then he stopped playing. Vigorous Vajra bear, martial soul possession, golden brown fur, bones cracking like a building settling, 1.5 meters becoming over 2, and 7 spirit rings rising around him, all of them dark. The roar alone threw all 3 of us off him. "A bunch of reckless brats," he said. "Do you think Teacher Guo wants to beat you to death?" And then he grinned and clapped his fists together and said, "Your strength really is quite impressive. It seems I'll have to play with you for a while." He lit up the first 3 rings only. Level 30, exactly as promised. And then he swatted at me with a paw the size of a palm leaf fan. I crossed my fists and blocked it and was driven back almost 2 meters, and I left 2 furrows in the ground behind my heels, 2 meters long and a finger joint deep. That palm, I thought, weighs at least 1,000 pounds. The honest math. Capped, he was fighting at about 500 jin. Possessed, over 1,000. I am about 700 raw and about 1,000 with spirit power layered in. There was no version of that where I win a strength contest. There was only a version where I make him break a promise. Yu Mei and Su Feng kept working him the whole time. Netherworld 100 Claws, which scratches steel, made a noise like a hammer on a bell and left nothing at all. Yu Mei's axe kicks landed on his shoulders, and he laughed and said it felt like a massage. Then he remembered the thing about his face and stopped being polite about the 2 girls. First ring, Immovable Wisdom, King Body. A golden storm came off him and threw Yu Mei and Su Feng 4 or 5 meters and took both of them out of the fight. Not unconscious, gray, breathing hard, finished. I was closest, and I ate all of it, and I did not go anywhere because I have spent 6 years standing under waterfalls and inside gravity for exactly this, and in that same second I read the cost of the ability off his body because it roots him. Immovable is not a boast, it's a mechanic. The moment that skill is up, Guo Kong cannot move his feet. I blew 5 meters backward on Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track and fired both rings. Heavenly Net. Thorn strangling. Vines came out of the ground and out of the air, wove into a net over him, dropped, and trussed a spirit saint like a dumpling, with thorns scraping long white lines across skin that had turned to metal. "Kid," he said, sounding genuinely entertained, "you timed that well, but it's useless. You can't hurt me." "I never intended to hurt you," I said. "Feng Huai, Earthnet. Close it. Feng Huai had been kneeling at the edge of the field with both palms flat on the ground since the fight began. Everyone had assumed he was staying out of it. He'd been casting for 2 full minutes. Earthnet is his third ring, off a 1,000-year Earth web spider, and it is almost useless in a duel because it takes forever. What it does, if you give it enough time and enough anchor points, is lift. The Academy's own diamond mammoth would not have been heavy enough. Blue-silver grass came flooding out of the dirt in every direction, anchored itself to trees and to the buildings, and hauled a 7th ring spirit saint straight up off the earth. "Teacher Guo," I called. "Experience what it's like to be strung up and whipped." He wasn't even alarmed. He just flexed to snap the strands. This is a man whose arm punches holes through finger-thick steel plate. "What?" he said. "It didn't break?" "No, and it wasn't going to." My martial soul is a life form that grows down into planetary cores, in a place where a steel plate tens of meters thick would be squeezed into nothing. A single strand of it holds 500 jin, braided, several thousand, up to nearly 10. And while he was hanging there testing it, 4 moyun vines had been growing quietly beside me, wrist thick, then arm thick, then like a wash basin, then like a water tank, then nearly a meter across each. My spirit power went out like a light going off, every drop of it, purple demon eye burning, the world crawling, everything narrowed down to one suspended golden bear. "Take this," I said. "I'll whip the heavens and pound the earth." 4 vines braided into one in midair, over 2 meters across. That's the 4th realm of the poison dragon whip technique, and I have never mastered the 4th realm. In 6 years, I got to the 2nd. I'm a sword person, honestly. But when a spirit master fires a finishing move, he isn't controlling his hands, he's controlling his own martial soul, and my martial soul weighs many, many times what the manual assumed. Several trucks, several tons each, enough to take the front off a 3-story building. "You bunch of bastards," screamed the immovable Wisdom King. "Are you trying to kill your grandpa Guo?" And then he threw every promise he had made straight in the bin. Martial soul true body, gravity enhancement, gravity compression, mighty Vajra palm, rings 7, 3, 5, and 2 all at once. A 2-meter bear turned into a giant golden light bulb. I found out his reasoning afterward, and it's very human. If he'd taken that honestly, he'd have spent months in bed, and everyone in the academy would have known why. The impact took both nets apart into a rain of fragments and drove him into the ground, and the dust ate the entire field. The instant I saw martial soul true body come up, my objective was complete, and every muscle I own let go at the same time. I nearly went down. Qin Yue caught me. I pulled spirit power out of the tear of the goddess to stay upright, which nobody noticed in the dust, and then I sat down and took a pill out of my ring. And that's how medicinal pills entered public knowledge on the Douluo Continent. Yue had never heard the word, not the concept, the word. This continent has medicines, it has potions and salves and powders. It does not have pills because pills are refined, and refining requires alchemy, and alchemy does not exist here. Xiaobai dive-bombed the bottle immediately, so I flicked a 100 herb pill into the air, and a cotton ball caught it in flight, which is a game we've played several hundred times. Yue wanted to know why the bird got one, so I explained, and the explanation surprised her more than the pill did. A converted spirit beast can't gain levels from fighting the way a real one does. 6 years of daily 100 herb pills had done for Xiaobai what 1,000 years of cultivation does for a normal beast. And it won't touch meat. It eats fruit with spirit energy in it, exclusively, and I'm fairly sure that's a leftover instinct from a world it doesn't remember. Then she watched a spirit master swallow one and stop being tired, and her whole face changed. "It restores spirit power and stamina," she said, at the same time. And then, being 12, and being me, I ended the conversation by putting a pill directly into her mouth mid-sentence and sitting down to meditate, and she was still standing there with her hands half raised when I closed my eyes. She distributed the rest herself. I noticed with some interest that she physically shoved Xu Yang out of the way in order to be the one supporting Su Feng. Guo Kang hauled himself out of a crater 3 or 4 meters deep like a radish being pulled out of a garden. He was caked to the eyebrows in dirt. His clothes were in ribbons from the thorns. His hair had become a nest. The girls started giggling and could not stop. Xu Yang openly mocked his own teacher. "I'll give you a good sparring session next time, teacher." And Guo Kang dusted himself off with tremendous dignity and said, "As agreed. I lost. You passed." Then he came over and looked down at me, specifically. "You're really cunning," he said. "You only showed your real skill at the very end. Everything before that was a smokescreen so that boy Feng Huai could finish setting his ability up. And then you ruthless little freak, launched the actual attack. He'd expected us to try to survive one incense stick. It hadn't occurred to him that anybody would go hunting for his rule instead of his body. Then he gave me the assessment I have carried around ever since. You have the control system of a spirit master, strength comparable to top-tier pure strength types of your own level, and a trump card that can threaten spirit masters several realms above you. Its power is not inferior to a top-tier martial soul fusion skill. You're a real monster. Crowley arrived at that precise moment, with Grandmaster beside him, which is the worst possible timing for a man standing in a crater covered in soil. "Crowley," said Gokang, "you old devil, did you come back specifically to watch me make a fool of myself? Do you think I can predict the future?" Then Crowley introduced Grandmaster to him as the Spirit Theory Grandmaster and as Shrek's newest teacher, and the two of them shook hands over a hole in the ground. Our dormitories were wooden cabins. Yu Mei had paid 20 gold coins in registration fees. She stood in the doorway of an actual log cabin and made a noise like a kettle. This is worse than Nuoding Academy, which is when Shu Yang explained why Shrek is poor, and it turned out to be the most interesting thing anyone said that week. Every other academy on this continent, he said, and especially every advanced academy, is bankrolled by a great power. That's why they're built like palaces. Shrek takes money from nobody. "Why not?" said Yume. "You're so naive." And then he laid it out. Investment means somebody hands you an enormous amount of money for free, but nobody hands anybody an enormous amount of money for free. There's a price. "What price?" said Yume. "Freedom," I said, before he could, because I'd worked it out on the walk-in. A strong spirit master on this continent can simply be a noble. Take the title, take the land, make money lying down for the rest of his life. And yet there are thousands of them out there in the wind and the rain with soul-hunting groups, sleeping on roots, eating jerky. They're buying the same thing. Shu Yang confirmed it. The teachers here all cherish their freedom and refuse to serve any power. That's why they're living in seclusion in a farming village with no money. Yume did the arithmetic on the Spirit Hall subsidies out loud. 1 gold a month at Spirit Master, 10 at Grandmaster, 100 at Elder, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, and concluded that our teachers should all be enormously rich, and got corrected, and the correction is one of the more elegant pieces of policy design I have run into here. The subsidy stops at Spirit Elder, 100 gold a month, and nothing above it, ever, no matter how strong you get. Otherwise the empire would go bankrupt inside a generation. "Which means," said Yume slowly, "that people who stay at Spirit Elder their whole lives are making a killing. They get paid forever for doing nothing." "Yes," said Shu Yang. "Yes, they are." Crowley suggested we pair up in the cabins to build relationships. I took one alone, because I keep a devil fruit, a nuclear weapon, and a phone in my luggage. Feng Huai immediately took one alone as well, and neither of us commented on the other's choice, which is the entire basis of our friendship. The 3 girls shared. Then we went to dinner, and dinner was a slightly larger hut where villagers ladled stew out of a cauldron. It was burnt and mushy at the same time. Qinyue complained first, which was fair because her previous worst meal in life had been served in an advanced city restaurant. "Qinyue," said Shu Yang flatly, "this is not your 7 treasure glazed tile school." Feng Huai ate his without a word. Feng Huai grew up hungry. I asked whether I could use the kitchen. Yume put her bowl down so fast it rang. Su Feng, who had me pegged as a rich man's son, asked whether I could actually cook, and Yume answered before I could, and her answer is the nicest thing she has ever said to me. Yi Fan isn't as good as my third brother at anything, but there's one thing I genuinely admire. He's a master chef. Thank you, Yume. Qinyue volunteered to work the fire, sweetly and instantly, on the entirely correct assumption that some of this was for her. I took meat and vegetables and my own seasonings out of the space ring, spun the knife once because I am not above showmanship, and had it all on the table in 10 minutes. The smell got into the rafters and stayed there. Yume and Sufeng sat down at that table like they'd been assigned to it, and I did the thing I had been planning since the queue. "Ask Yue," I said. "I made this for her. If she says yes, I don't mind at all." 2 objectives, 1 sentence. She went pink. Everybody watched me defer to her in public, and I got to be generous with food that was going to be eaten anyway. Shu Yang had already had dinner and had to sit through the whole meal in visible pain. He asked Feng Huai why he wasn't fighting for a plate. "I've eaten it many times," said Feng Huai. Then a very handsome young man in gray came through the door at a run, following his nose. Yume had no idea who he was. "Hey," he announced, striking a pose and tossing his hair. "I'm Felix. Sausage specializes in Oscars. Nobody could connect this person to the bearded uncle with the handcart." Shu Yang destroyed him with 1 sentence. Before, there were no girls at this academy, so he couldn't be bothered to take care of himself. Now 3 girls have arrived, and he's suddenly become very diligent. All 3 of them arrived at the same verdict simultaneously. After all that, he's still just a pervert, and Shu Yang, when I asked him about it later, admitted his reasoning without a shred of shame. 2 of the 3 girls were effectively spoken for, and the third one didn't like him, so eliminating Felix first improved his position. Felix then ate like a man who had been at sea and killed all 3 girls' appetites within 90 seconds, so it worked. That evening, Crowley threw a proper welcome dinner for Grandmaster, which was the first good meal ever served at Shrek Academy, and the last one not cooked by me. That night, in my cabin, I ran the routine. Ointment into the skin, half a day of striking it in, golden bell cultivation until the stuff is absorbed. Then a bath and the tub had gone cold, so I reheated the water with internal energy, which is a use of a legendary cultivation art that its founders did not anticipate. Then I opened the gold draw from Guo Kong, One Piece World Treasure, Devil Fruit, Other Dimensional Castle, the Castle Fruit, Purified Version. I sat on the edge of the tub and thought about this for a while. In the story I remembered, that fruit turns your body into a castle, which never made a shred of sense to me, because if a man's organs become architecture, what exactly is doing the living? This version apparently skips the anatomy and gives you a castle in a separate dimension instead. Then I checked the only thing that actually mattered, which is that purified means no seawater curse. Devil fruit users in that story drown in still water. I fully expect to go to sea in this life. I was not going to eat a rock that made the ocean lethal. Purified. Confirmed. Fine. I had heard the fruits taste like garbage. I was curious what that meant in practice. I would now like to report that it is somehow indescribable, disgusting, and completely tasteless at the same time, and that all three of those things are true at once, and that I nearly threw it back up onto my own floor, and then my soul connected to a castle floating in an endless dark. I tested it immediately with Xiaobai under my arm, and we both vanished out of a wooden cabin in a farming village and reappeared in a courtyard. It works. It carries passengers. I want to say the next part plainly because it is the single most important thing I own and nobody knows about it. On this continent, spatial power does not exist. Titled Douluo do not have it. The Spirit Hall does not have it. There is no ability anywhere in any faction's records that manipulates space. I have a doorway in my chest. That is not a good escape route. That is an absolute defense that literally no one alive can break, because breaking it would require a concept this world has never developed. Inside there's a kitchen, a bedroom, a hall, and a large courtyard. The air is breathable, and I have never located where it comes from. I can't build a real world in there, only repaint the sky like a stage curtain, so I set it to blue sky and white clouds with sunlight that gives light and no warmth at all, which is unsettling for about a week and then stops being. I moved my kitchen equipment in. And while I was standing in a private dimension arranging cookware, I made myself say the honest thing out loud, because it's easy to forget. I do not need Shrek Academy. I could get strong without it. Dragon Elephant and Golden Bell and my ability to eat spirit rings past every stated limit would eventually make me a titled Douluo with or without a school in a village. But eventually is the problem. Eventually is slow. Following Feng Huai's story generates tasks. Tasks are draws. Draws are decades. And next year there is a continent-wide tournament for advanced academies, and my read was that winning it would be worth at least a gold tier achievement and possibly more. You cannot win a team tournament alone. That's the whole reason I'm here. I came for the teammates. Both body arts broke through that night off the two big fights, Dragon Elephant to level 6, and the Golden Bell Shield finally to level 4, which is the Copper Realm, Copper Skin, and Iron Bones. A blade will still cut me. It has to work for it now. Over in the girls' cabin, I later learned Yu Mei was busy being envious of a bracelet. Su Feng was shocked that a spirit tool like that existed at all, since almost every tool on this continent is just storage, and Qin Yue said, with enormous casualness, "It was given to me by Ye Fan." Yu Mei was not remotely surprised, and her explanation is the funniest character assassination I have ever received. Ye Fan always has strange and wonderful things. He has candies he calls chocolate. He has a crystal board for playing games, but he's small-minded. He only gave me a little chocolate, and he won't let me touch the crystal board. Then Yu Mei produced her own treasure, which was a wrist guard, and it was full of hidden weapons, and Feng Huai had made all of them. Weapons that attack without spirit power, she explained, extremely pleased with herself. My hidden dart is the lowest grade there is. It can still take a spirit grandmaster's life if he isn't paying attention, and Qin Yue, who has a very particular kind of brain, saw the business immediately. Support-type spirit masters have no self-defense at all. None. Her entire sect is people who cannot fight. She asked Yu Mei to commission a batch. Money is no problem, she said, which for her was not a figure of speech. My morning settled into a shape after that, and the shape was a lie. Sunrise key in front of the cabin. Then I'd go out to gather firewood like a normal student. Then, out of sight, I'd step into the other dimensional castle, put herbs and spirit beast meat on to stew for lunch, step back out, and train. I was living a double life inside a shed. Roll call the next morning produced one more classmate sitting at the end with his head down like a man at a funeral. Mei Xiong. Red clothes, short hair, small eyes, profound misery. He and someone named Kuihua had broken up. Shu Yang laughed at him and Chunk came off the bench swinging. If I had a face like yours and little Ao's, I could date several girlfriends at once. Don't think I don't know you go on 3 dates a day with 3 different girls. Felix introduced him. Martial Soul, Evil Fire Phoenix, a mutated spirit, level 25+. Yue asked why it's called evil fire, and Felix said, with visible joy, it's hard to say. If I told you, Chunk would have a very difficult moment. You'll find out when the time comes. Then Crowley introduced the faculty of Shrek Academy, and the whole list is absurd, so here it is. Himself, Four-Eyed Owl, Level 78, Spirit Saint, Dean, Guo Kang, Vigorous Vajra Bear, 76, Vice Dean, Zhou Qi, the lazy old man with the cash box, Dragon Patterned Staff, 63, Spirit Emperor, Han Yue, Star Luo Chess, 66, Spirit Emperor, Jiang Lei, Martial Soul, Candy, Level 71, Spirit Saint, and Crowley's own words were, one of the 5 strongest food system spirit masters I have ever met. And Duan Ling, the Spirit Theory Grandmaster, who as of that morning ran our training, 2 Spirit Saints, 2 Spirit Emperors, and the smartest man on the continent, in a village, for 8 students. Grandmaster's opening address was short. 8 students, he said, is a weakness that is really an advantage because 8 people can become one team quickly. I hope that other than cooperating, I will not hear any dissenting opinions. No matter who you are, I will treat all of you the same. Then he numbered us by age, which is how we've referred to each other ever since. 1, Xu Yang. 2, Felix. 3, Feng Huai. 4, me. 5, Mei Xiong. 6, Yu Mei. 7, Qin Yue. 8, Su Feng. Then he told us to run to Suatuo City and back with no spirit power until we physically could not run anymore, 3 or 4 kilometers each way. He called me back before I'd taken a step. Your physical abilities are too strong, he said. If I made you run to exhaustion, we'd be here until evening. And Guokong dragged over a basket of rocks, 100 or 200 pounds of them. Zhu Yang tried to lift it out of curiosity and barely got it off the ground, and Guo Kang laughed at him and said, "What are you afraid of? It's not like you're carrying it." 6 round trips in and everyone was breaking. Feng Huai was going dizzy. Yue was pale. I was warm, slightly flushed. I train inside more than 600 pounds of gravity as a matter of routine, and a basket of rocks is a handbag. Shu Yang drove everyone forward through the middle of the day. Yue panted that she wanted to reach Suatuo City purely so she could buy a cold drink, and on the way back, she went down. I want to be fair about that because it would be easy to be unkind. Felix is also a support type, and Felix was still upright, but Felix is male and 14 and grew up rough. She is a pampered young miss who left home a month ago and has never carried anything heavier than an opinion, and getting 6 round trips in was genuinely impressive. "You guys go ahead," she said. "I can't hold on anymore." Everybody was going to. "It's a training exercise, you finish it." I said no. "It's too dangerous alone," I said, which was somewhat true. Then I gave her a 100 herb pill, sent the others off, and got her up. Her arm went over my shoulder around the basket of rocks, and my arm went around her waist, and we walked the rest of the way like that, pressed together in the middle of a road in the middle of the day. She told me a long time afterward what she remembered about it, and it wasn't the pill and it wasn't the road. It was that I was hot, that the heat coming off me was uncomfortable, and also, she said, comforting, and that she spent the whole walk looking at the side of my face with her heart going like a bird in a jar. She finished the last stretch on her own legs, and she did not need to. Then I put the basket back on my shoulder and went out again. Feng Huai and Xu Yang each got 1 more lap. I ran 5 and finished when the sun had gone all the way over. Warm salt water in a wooden tub, a meal, several handfuls of jerky, and then I went down like a dropped coat. I woke at dusk to Qin Yue sitting beside my bed playing with Xiaobai and laughing, and the laugh was the clearest sound in the world. Afternoon training had been sparring, apparently. Feng Huai had refused to hit Yu Mei and been scolded for it, and Grandmaster had let me sleep through the whole thing on purpose. "He knows your abilities very well," Yue said. "He says your own training methods work better for you than his do. That man never once made me sit through a lesson I didn't need. In 6 years, he never wasted an hour of my time. I have never adequately thanked him for it." I got up, and before going outside, I took out the crystal phone and used it as a mirror to fix my hair. I am a man. I am also not going to waste a face like this in the only life I've got left. The Suatuo Great Spirit Arena is a domed stadium more than 100 meters high with a central ring and 24 smaller ones around it, and it is busiest at night because that is when men with money have finished being respectable. Crowley briefed us on the way in, and there are 3 classes of soul battle. Friendly, where excessive force is forbidden. Life and death, for disputes that cannot be resolved any other way. And wager, where the arena holds the stakes and the winner takes whatever was put up. And 3 formats, 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battle, 7 to 10 aside, which Shrek Academy could field for the first time in its history, because for the first time in its history, Shrek Academy had 8 students. Registration was 10 gold coins and a form, name, age, birthplace, martial soul, then a spirit power test and an iron soul badge. I tested at 35. Shuyang wanted to know why we weren't registering a group team immediately, and Grandmaster answered instead of Crowley, and his answer was the first genuinely uncomfortable thing anyone had said to us. A Spirit Master team is not made by assembling random people, he said. You are not familiar with one another. There are prejudices between you. You do not even understand each other's abilities. Group battles are the next phase of training, not this one. One match per format per day, per person. I immediately tried to team with Qin Yue, which was tactically sound and also transparent. A support type cannot fight one-on-one at all. She physically has no attack. She has to be paired with somebody, permanently, and I said, out loud, that I was not comfortable letting other people team up with her. She could not, because the rules require partners to be the same rank and she was not yet a spirit elder. She apologized. She actually apologized quietly for being weak. It isn't about your strength, I said, and she went quiet for a while after that. She teamed with Yu Mei instead, who thumped herself on the chest and announced, at volume, I will protect Yue. They took one character from each of their martial souls and called themselves the Rainbow Rabbit combination. My mouth did something involuntary. Felix's face did considerably more than that and got him told off by both of them. Yu Mei's first opponent was a man called Hu Gang, a brown bear master on a 3-match winning streak, and he genuinely tried to talk her off the platform before it started because he did not want to hurt a little girl. She mocked him for it, so he looked her in the eye to say something stern and ate a charm, and then she bowed him off the stage. Xu Yang won with a barrier and a light wave feint. Su Feng won. Feng Huai won. Mei Xiong lost to an agile leopard cat master who simply refused to be where his fire was, which is going to be the story of Mei Xiong's life for several years. And then it was me, against a man called Brute Kratos. Mad Bull, level 37, 3-ring battle master. The crowd sorted itself by gender inside 4 seconds. Every woman in the building screamed for the pretty newcomer, and every man in it screamed a variation of, "Go on, Brute Kratos, beat that shameless bastard to a pulp." Brute Kratos' opener was reasonable, actually. Kid, with a face like that, why aren't you off finding some rich ladies? What are you doing here? To get stronger, I said. Same as you. With your strength, you'd make a lot more money in a soul hunting group. So you're not here for the money either. And he laughed. This enormous bull of a man, absolutely delighted. That's exactly right. As a spirit master, isn't the whole meaning of life to keep climbing? I liked him. I want that on the record before I describe what I did to him. Here's why I took that fight the way I took it. After Xu Yang and after Gokong, 3 separate things in my body were sitting right on the edge of a breakthrough at the same time. My spirit power, the dragon elephant, the golden bell shield. All 3 of them break through under stress. Specifically, all 3 break through when something enormous hits me. I did not go up there to win. I went up there to get hit. He possessed. 1.8 became over 2 meters. His muscle swelled up dark as granite, and 2 curved black horns came out of his skull, and 3 rings rose, 1 white and 2 yellow. Then Bull Demon Charge, which is a man with the mass of a farm animal accelerating across a stone platform. I didn't dodge. I dropped into the 1,000-pound drop, which is not a horse stance, whatever people tell you. It's a technique for putting your center of gravity into the floor so that an impact goes through you into the world instead of through you into a wall. And I caught him by both horns. Teeth bared, face red, every vein in both hands standing out, shoulders jammed up under a bull's chest. He drove me back a full meter. Then he stopped. Then I started to lift. Not good, said Brute Kratos in a small voice, 400 pounds off the ground. He fired War Trampling, which is a shockwave straight down through the platform, and it threw me clear across the ring, and the Golden Bell plus internal energy ate it. Then he used Bloodlust Berserk, 75% more strength for 10 minutes at the cost of his own mind. He came out of it belligerent and simple, a small giant with bull-red eyes and fists like sandbags, and he stopped having any interest in technique, and then we just punched each other. Bang, bang, bang. I was now the weaker man in that ring by a wide margin. I stood there and traded with him anyway, and the entire building lost its mind, both halves of it, because a slender boy in a white robe was going blow for blow with a berserk mad bull, and neither of them was stepping back. And somewhere in the middle of that, with a sound in my ears like something structural giving way, I broke through to level 36, and the gray-white cast of my skin turned bronze. 13 Tai Bao Golden Bell Shield, level 4, the Copper Realm. We can stop now, I said. Purple Demon Eye. The world went slow and thick. I slipped a haymaker that would have taken my head off my shoulders, put a whip kick into his waist, and while he was still turning, Thorn Strangling came up around him out of the stone. A pure strength type in a berserk state cannot react to that. He isn't slow, he simply isn't looking. Then a wrist-thick vine into my hand, and poison dragon fang, which is the second realm of the whip technique and the only one I'd actually mastered. It takes everything a whip can do and puts all of it into a single point. I put that point into his chest, and at the exact instant it landed, I detonated the vines holding his legs. He came off that platform spinning like a top, and he told me afterward that he woke up out of the berserk state in midair with one clear thought, which was, "Did I lose?" The crowd went off like a bomb. I know exactly why. And it isn't because I'm impressive. It's because for the previous dozen matches, everyone had watched two spirit masters circle each other, probe, dodge, execute their routines, and go home. Every single punch in that fight had landed. Strength is the romance of men, and that arena had been starved of it for a week. The Rainbow Rabbit combination went up against a duo who called themselves Cat and Dog, and I called the danger off the team name alone before the bell. The dog is an attack type, and he'll pin Yume. The cat is agility, and she'll go straight past her for Yue. I said out loud that I did not trust Yume's brain and did trust Yue's, and Yume heard me, and I stand by it. I was right. Yue buffed, then moved, keeping herself behind Yume at speed the whole match, which is a genuinely difficult thing to do, and which nobody taught her. Yume kicked the cat away, turned, and used charm on the dog. I want to describe charm accurately, because people underestimate it. It is not a stun, it is a compulsion. Even Feng Huai, who is the most disciplined person I know, has walked into it by accident. The dog went off the platform via wastebow, and the cat surrendered without being asked. The teachers all vanished from the arena partway through the evening without telling anybody why. A waiter passed on a message that they had business in Suotuo City. Yue wanted to go for late-night food. I refused because I had 3. Breakthroughs stacked up in my chest, and every hour I delayed was an hour wasted. And then Mei Xiong peeled off from the group with a lie so transparent it barely qualified as a sentence. Something about an errand for the dean, at a shop, at 11 at night. Xu Yang teased him about it and then hesitated, thinking about his twins, and Mei Xiong said encouragingly, "It's not like we haven't been there before." Yume asked where Chunk was going, and Xu Yang said, "Didn't the dean already explain why his martial soul is called the Evil Fire Phoenix?" Then he explained it properly, and it stopped being funny. It's a flaw built into the mutation. The evil fire accumulates in him, and it has to go somewhere. If he doesn't release it, he has 2 options. He can stop cultivating entirely, forever, or he can continue and eventually die of it. Yu Mei went red. Su Feng said with total flatness, "Men are all dirty." And Qin Yue, embarrassed, defended the exceptions. "I think Ye Fan and Feng Huai are pretty good." "My third brother never goes to places like that," said Yu Mei with enormous confidence. Then Xu Yang promised to keep Chunk in line, and Su Feng detonated. You're no different from him. You're both the same kind of person. You disgust me." And she walked away, and Xu Yang went after her, and I put a hand on his chest and stopped him, and then he made his mistake, which was saying the true thing out loud. "I've been putting up with her for a long time," he said. "If it weren't for the fact that I can sense her martial soul, and mine could form a martial soul fusion skill, I'd have given her a piece of my mind long ago. Here's the thing, I don't have a problem with womanizers. I genuinely don't. Everybody gets one life, and if a man wants to spend his going to 3 separate dates in a day, that is a use of a life, and it is not mine to grade. That is not what was happening in that street." "What are you talking about?" I said. "What exactly do you think I don't know? You're a womanizer." "Fine. Why are you afraid of anybody saying so? Or is it that you think you're some master of romance, that whoever you decide to pursue is obliged to say yes, and if she doesn't, she's disrespecting you? Who exactly do you think you are?" Because that's what it was. He wanted her for what her martial soul could do next to his. She noticed, and said so, and instead of correcting himself, he had decided that she was the one behaving badly. Does he think he's the sun, and the world is supposed to turn around him? I am polite to everyone. Almost everyone I have ever met would tell you I'm easy to talk to. When I'm actually angry, I don't leave anybody any face at all, and Mei Xiong may be afraid of Xu Yang, but I am not. He knew he was wrong. He was far too proud to say it. So he left, and I let him, and Su Feng came back over and thanked me. I refused the thanks and gave her something more useful. "I don't know what's between you two," I said, "but there is something. Sit down and actually talk about it." She watched me walk off with a look I did not understand at the time and understood much later. That night in the castle, I ate several kilograms of spirit beast jerky and then ran the dragon elephant. My blood digests meat almost instantly now, which sounds like a superpower and mostly means I am always eating. And it matters for a reason I only worked out that year. The dragon elephant prajna skill is not picky about where its fuel comes from. It will convert internal energy. It will convert spirit power. It will convert food, so I eat before I cultivate specifically to block its mouth so that it doesn't reach past the meat and start eating my internal energy instead. An hour later, level 7, just under 800 Jin a punch, essence pills before sleep. Then out cold. The next morning the villagers announced that they were no longer cooking. Teacher, you cooks now, they said. I worked out why in about 2 seconds, and it tells you exactly what that man is like. I had said once, in passing, at a table, that the food here filled a stomach and had no nutrition in it. Grandmaster is a perfectionist, and he had listened, and the idea of watching 8 growing spirit masters eat slop for 3 years had physically bothered him ever since. That's what he and Crowley had left the arena to arrange. The new canteen was an actual house. Fish, meat, vegetables, soup, and a large plate of Teacher Xiao's candy beans in the middle of the table, which is what you get when one of your faculty's martial soul is candy. Then Grandmaster took me aside and made an offer. 1 medicinal meal a week for the entire academy. Ingredients paid for by the school. 1,000 gold coins per dish. I refused the money, and he refused the refusal, and the way he did it embarrassed me. I knew you back in Nuoding City, he said. Your medicinal cuisine has never earned less than 3,000 gold a dish. We're already being unfair to you at 1,000. If you take nothing, both Dean Crowley and I are going to feel ashamed every time we sit down. Mei Xiong arrived from Sutuo City late, looking like a man who had not slept and squirmed under Grandmaster's stated rule about lateness, which is simply, since you're late, you bear the consequences. And then Felix came through the door, at a dead run, shouting that he had broken through to level 30, 14 years old, a food system spirit elder. You have not disappointed me, said Crowley, and there was something in his face I hadn't seen before, which meant the Stardew Great Forest. Tomorrow, for Felix's 3rd ring. But first there was the sausage lesson, and the sausage lesson is the moment I understood what kind of school Shrek actually is. Crowley assembled us for what he called special training, and then laid out an argument that was completely airtight and did not help even slightly. Have you ever seen a spirit master team that doesn't eat the food made by their own food system spirit master? Nobody had. You ate Teacher Xiao's candy beans, he said. If you can eat those, why can't you eat Felix's sausage? Because his spirit incantation is disgusting, muttered Yue from behind her hands, and Grandmaster said, Felix, summon your martial soul, create sausage right here in front of them, and make everyone eat it. Felix's face went through something I will not attempt to describe. Boss Shu, he said, walking up to Shu Yang, aren't you so great? And you still have to eat my big sausage. Then he chanted, I have a big sausage, I have a little sausage, I have a big sausage, over and over, until he had made 14 of them and was standing there panting. 2 each. Nobody moved. So Crowley gave the speech, and the first half of it was a straightforward argument. Felix has innate full spirit power and the best food system martial soul Crowley has ever seen. He is going to be beside you for years. If you cannot build a working synergy with him, you are wasting the most valuable support partner any of you will ever have. And then the second half of it went somewhere else. This is training for your mindset, he said. To survive, a person must be willing to resort to any means necessary. When your life is genuinely in danger, you will eat rats, you will eat cockroaches, you will eat earthworms. I want to note that my own face went pale at that point, and I have eaten a devil fruit. The girls came close to actually being sick. We at Shrek Academy cultivate monsters, said Crowley. In cultivation and in willpower. You are already monsters in cultivation. Now become monsters in willpower. We ate them. The teachers exchanged a look and nodded, and I understood the whole design at once. The sausage was never the point. The sausage was a catalyst, something small and stupid and disgusting, chosen precisely because it was small and stupid and disgusting, so that when they came to us later with something enormous, we would already have crossed a line once. The second time is always easier. That's the entire lesson. All right, said Crowley, very pleased. Very good. But that isn't enough. Felix, make 14 more. Ah, said Felix, 400 miles in a single day, which should be impossible and is not, if you have Qinyue's speed buff running and Felix producing sausages. Stardew Great Forest is nothing like the soul-hunting forest outside Nuoding. That place is a preserve, a farm with a fence and a garrison. Stardew is primeval and its beasts wander out of it, which is why by law and by common sense no town is built within 100 miles of the edge. I knew all this before Crowley said it because a man called Kageyama, Great Bear Rock Mountain, who led Eleanor's old soul hunting group and is as good as her brother, had taken me in there for my 3rd ring 2 years earlier and told me everything on the walk. We stayed in a small town that exists entirely to sell things to spirit masters who are about to go into that forest and to bury the ones who come back wrong. Crowley declined to pay for the students on the grounds that we are all spirit elders drawing 100 gold a month from the spirit hall, which is fair. The rule about tables was enforced anyway. Teachers eat at the teacher's table, students eat at the students'. I bought dinner for all 8 of us, and my real reason was less generous than it looked. I eat roughly a cow a day. Doing that on someone else's coin is awkward. Gearan Hall was in 5 cities by then, and earning me close to 1,000 gold a day. You may explain this to the table, rubbing her hands together like a small landlord. Yi Fan is very rich, assets of at least 1,000,000 gold coins. Don't worry about saving money for him, just consider it a splurge on a rich man. And then she said the thing that actually changed how those 7 people saw me, and she said it without meaning anything by it. Yi Fan is just like Feng Huai. He's not a nobleman, so he had to earn his own money. Qin Yue put her chopsticks down, because up to that moment, every single one of them had assumed I was a great family's hidden son. It's the only explanation that fits. Even a great family does not hand a 12-year-old that kind of money. And now the picture had to be redrawn, and the redrawn version was worse because the redrawn version was a boy from a rice village who had built all of it himself in 6 years. I watched Su Feng look at me differently. I watched Yue think with visible effort. Then where did the fairy amulet come from? She never asked. I appreciated that more than she knew. That was the same evening Kanghui Academy walked into the restaurant. 8 of them in moon-white robes with a blue circle on the left shoulder behind a slick man in his 40s with silver embroidery on his robe. The room went quiet. The owner physically groveled. Except at our table, where Mei Xiong was openly staring at their one female student and providing running commentary out loud into the silence. The Kanghui leader was too proud to deal with a fat teenager personally, so he signaled his students. Ding, said my head. And for once it was an ordinary iron tier task. Teach them a lesson. I took it anyway, on principle. My iron tier has given me a telephone, the entire seasoning industry of this continent, and the ability to operate a vehicle that does not exist here. There is no such thing as a junk reward when the prizes come from other worlds. Their play was a stage trip. One of them would carry a full tray past our table and go down at exactly the right angle, and 8 people's dinner would land on us. I sent a vine up through the floorboards and hooked his ankle sideways. He went face first into the floor for no visible reason whatsoever, and the tray landed flat and undamaged 3 feet away. Are you too weak? Said Mei Xiong into the silence. You can fall over walking on flat ground. All 8 of them charged. I stood up, used the Moyen vine as a whip, and put every one of them backward with the force calculated deliberately, because I wanted them to land in a specific place. They landed on and around the Kanghui table, on top of the meal that had just been served to it, and a spray of sauce went across their team leader's face at the exact moment he was reaching for his chopsticks. He slammed the table. A blue turtle martial soul came up, and the temperature in the room dropped hard enough to see, and then Crowley and Guo Kang stood up from the teacher's table. 4-eyed owl, vigorous Vajra bear, 7 rings each. The Kanghui leader's face went white, then gray, then a very deep red, and he folded so fast it was almost graceful. No, no, he said. I was just standing up to wipe the vegetable juice off my face. Look, it's clean now. Guo Kang snorted so hard he had to put his cup down. Crowley's briefing before we crossed the tree line was short, and it had one rule in it. In the soul-hunting forest, beasts avoid people. In Stardew Great Forest, they attack on sight. 100-year beasts are nothing here. 1,000-year beasts are everywhere. 10,000-year beasts are bad luck. And the 100,000-year beasts are said to live in the core, and nobody who has seen one has said so. He would be scouting from above with Heavenly Eye, which is the 4-eyed owl's special ability, a view of everything from overhead with no time limit, almost no cost, and no way for anything to detect it, which meant that while he was doing it he could not protect us, so nobody strays more than 20 meters from Guo Kang, especially not the 2 support types, Crowley front, Guo Kang rear, everybody else in the middle. Things went past us for the next 2 hours like a parade in a very expensive zoo. Crescent wolves. A fox the color of a fire, a rodent weasel, a pale purple phantom mantis, a jet black ant with mandibles the size of my fist, a butterfly with a rainbow on it that I photographed. Everybody was tense, except Yu Mei, who walked through the most dangerous forest on the continent the way you walk across your own kitchen at night. I noticed. I noted it. I said nothing. Then Crowley stopped us and pointed at something long and fast moving between the trunks, a snake with a blood-red, fleshy crest bigger than its own head, and a tail spread out like a fan, moving so quickly between branches that it looked less like slithering and more like flight. Phoenix tail coxcomb snake, said Grandmaster before anyone described it fully. Gentle temperament, he said. Easy for a spirit to absorb, and it will almost certainly give Felix a speed ability. He read the age off Crowley's description alone, which is a party trick I have never gotten tired of. Pale red wings means it has passed a 1,000-year evolution. 6 to 8 meters long puts it between 1,300 and 1,800 years, perfect for a 14-year-old's third ring. Feng Huai's binding missed. The snake simply wasn't there anymore, so I fired all 3 of mine at once. Heavenly Net, Thorn Strangling, Ultimate Absorption. The net came down and cinched, the thorns went in, and then the third ability began draining the snake's energy straight out of it until an 1,800-year-old spirit beast could do nothing but twitch its fantail and hiss at us. Yi Fan, said Guo Kang, staring at it. Your abilities are simply the perfect combination. He then explained what he meant, and the taxonomy is worth having. There are soul combat skills, which are techniques invented by masters and passed down in families, and there are spirit ring abilities, which come off the beasts you kill. Ring abilities split 2 ways. There are martial soul fusion skills, which require 2 compatible martial souls and a deep personal bond between the 2 people, and which let a pair punch far above their realm, and which are vanishingly rare. And then there are spirit combos, which are what happens when you deliberately choose rings whose abilities feed each other. Low barrier to entry, extremely difficult to actually do well because you have to be planning 3 rings ahead of where you are. Mine cuts off escape, then binds and crushes, then drains, which means it removes the enemy's stamina and refills my own spirit power in the same motion. I have been building that chain since I was 6 years old, and nobody has ever asked me why I chose those particular rings. Then 2 figures came down out of the trees and stood between us and the snake. An old woman in her 60s or 70s, white hair combed perfectly, a healthy red in her cheeks, holding a 3-meter cane carved into a snake's head. 6 spirit rings, Spirit Emperor. And behind her, a girl of 16 or 17 with short dark purple hair and brown eyes, holding a shorter cane with a 200-year ring on it. Her claim was that she had wounded the snake first, and she could prove it, and she did. She put the tip of her cane against 2 visible wounds on its abdomen and told us where to look under the wings for more. It got away from her. We finished it. My granddaughter has just reached level 30, she said. She desperately needs this spirit ring. Her aura came up hard when she landed and went out like a candle the moment she finished counting the rings on Crowley and on Guo Kang. 7 each. Crowley refused, smiling. We also have students here who have just reached level 30, he said, and who desperately need this spirit ring. Felix sneered at her granddaughter, which I thought was unnecessary, and Guo Kang asked for a name, coldly, which was the only sensible thing anybody said in that clearing. My name is Bai Ruoxi. Friends in the Spirit Master's world call me Serpent Auntie. My husband is Zhao Xuan, whom you may know as the Dragon Patriarch, the Peerless Dragon and Snake. Both sides bowed, properly, which on this continent is what people do immediately before deciding whether to kill each other. She asked a 3rd time, and this time she offered a debt of gratitude, which from a family like that is not a small currency. Crowley refused a 3rd time, and she saw the arithmetic exactly as clearly as everyone else did. 2 spirit saints. If this became a fight, she might get out. Her granddaughter would not. She took the girl and left, and the moment she had said her own name, my head had said, ding. Subdue the Peerless Dragon and Snake. Reward, 1 gold draw. Guo Kang's comment after she was out of earshot has stayed with me longer than most things anybody has ever said to me. Luckily she ran fast, he said, because if she had not dropped it, he and Crowley were going to kill her. Not defeat, kill. 2 spirit saints against a spirit emperor with a child to protect, over a snake. The Spirit Master's world doesn't care about politeness or courtesy, he said. The law of the jungle is the essence of this world. And then the second half, which is why they let her go instead of chasing. Dragon Patriarch was already a spirit saint when Guo Kang first heard the name, decades ago. He is very probably a spirit Douluo now. A blood feud with that man would be extremely bad news for a village academy with 8 students. Felix put a dagger through the snake's eye himself, which is the rule, and it thrashed for a while, and Yumei stood there shaking and could not look away. The purple ring came up and settled onto a sausage. He sat from noon until evening, 2 yellow, 1 purple. A 14-year-old food system spirit elder, which Crowley said flatly he had never heard of happening. Grandmaster asked what the 3rd ability was, and Felix started squirming about the incantation again. And Grandmaster said the kindest thing anybody has ever said to that boy. The spirit incantation is a facade. You are a food system spirit master. As long as the food you make is strong enough, nobody will laugh at you. So Felix stood up, put out his hand, and said, I have a mushroom sausage. The entire clearing collapsed. Even Grandmaster. I missed it completely, because I was standing under a tree still chewing on how a 12-year-old is supposed to subdue a spirit Douluo and a spirit emperor. Then Felix delivered the reveal in 3 beats, and I have to give him full credit because his timing was flawless. It makes you fly. Enormous reaction. For 1 minute, every face fell at once, at the speed of a phoenix tail coxcomb snake. And Crowley's frown came apart into a grin because that snake is among the fastest things alive on this continent, and a minute at that speed is hundreds of meters, which makes it a travel ability and a combat ability at the same time. Guo Kang demanded a demonstration immediately. Crowley didn't care. Crowley is an owl. Crowley has been flying since he was 19. But Guo Kang is a bear whose single weakness in this world is speed, and as he put it, what human being doesn't want the sky? 10 more mushroom sausages, and Felix was gray by the end of it and grinning like an idiot. We all ate them, and 6 transparent wings came out of every back in that clearing. I went up so fast that Xiaobai was physically blown off my shoulder and had to chase me. Even Guo Kang could not stop laughing, a 76-level spirit saint doing loops over a forest like a boy on a river rope. Crowley ended it after about 30 seconds, on the grounds that flying above the canopy of Stardew Great Forest with a 1-minute timer on your back is an invitation, and things in that forest accept invitations. We camped. Everybody cultivated, because Felix had made 30, and now it was a race. I sat apart from all of it working the gold tier task, and I could not find a door. Dragon Patriarch is a spirit saint at minimum and probably a spirit Douluo. Serpent Auntie is a spirit emperor. And the thing that made them famous is not either of those numbers, it's their martial soul fusion skill, which is the rare thing, the thing that lets a pair fight above their own realm. Direct force is not on the table. I could poison them and dictate terms. My whole toolkit is built for exactly that, but only if somebody crippled them first, and there is nobody. Crowley and Guo Kang together lose that fight. The only candidate I could construct was a powerful spirit beast, which is absurd, because spirit beasts do not take contracts. I did note, honestly, in my own head, that Yume is a 100,000-year spirit beast and almost certainly has friends of the same rank. And then I dismissed it, because she would never in her life send them to hunt human beings on my behalf, and because asking would tell her I knew. So I gave up and went to sleep hoping for a miracle, which is not a strategy, and which is exactly what I got. The ground was shaking at dawn. Crowley's heavenly eye found it, and I watched a spirit saint's lips start to tremble. Titan Giant Ape, the king of the Stardew Great Forest. 100,000-year beast that lives in the core and has never in recorded memory come to the rim. Guo Kang, he said, martial soul true body, hold it as long as you can. I'm taking the children. The retreat was organized by weakness, and I want to say that Crowley did it correctly under pressure with about 4 seconds to think. Mushroom sausages went to Felix Yue and Grandmaster first, because they were slowest, then Feng Huai's group. Su Feng last, because she is the fastest thing on 2 legs any of us had ever met. Behind us, Guo Kang went to full true body and stood in front of something between 10 and 20 meters tall. He held it for about a dozen seconds, then it swatted him somewhere none of us could see, and then it came after us, and it was covering dozens of meters a leap, through trees, and it was faster than 7 human beings flying at the speed of a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. It's over, said Crowley. I was the calm one, and my calm was purchased. I had a castle in my chest and a card in my ring that makes me invulnerable for 3 minutes. Whatever happened next, I personally was going to survive it, and there is a specific ugly clarity that comes with knowing that while everyone around you is running for their lives. So I used the clarity, and I reasoned it out on the run. The records say there is exactly one Titan Giant Ape in this forest, the 100,000-year king. It has every reason never to leave the core, because every titled Douluo on this continent wants its ring and its spirit bone. There is nothing in our party worth that risk. We are not even spirit emperors. It did not come here for us, and it did not kill Guo Kang. It had a 7th ring spirit saint in its hand and it put him aside. It isn't here to kill anyone. It's here for something specific. It landed in front of us and cut the argument short. An ape the size of a small hill, muscle like black rock laid in courses, arms that reached its own feet, and eyes the size of lanterns. Crowley possessed 7 rings and tried diplomacy, and I have to admire the man for trying. Your Majesty, King of the Forest. We have no intention of offending you. It didn't answer. It didn't even look at him. It reached past all of us for Yu Mei, and then everything we owned bounced off it. Feng Huai's blue-silver grass shattered on contact, not snapped, shattered. Yue buffed everybody 30% across the board, and it changed nothing measurable. I put Heavenly Net and Thorn Strangling and Ultimate Absorption on it, my full chain, the thing that had just taken an 1800-year snake apart, and it shrugged, and my martial soul came off it in pieces. Crowley, Xu Yang, and Su Feng were all thrown backward by the recoil of their own attacks landing, not by being hit, by hitting it. Mei Xiong's Phoenix Firewire came back into his own face, and Feng Huai's eyes went red. I have known that man since we were 4. He is the mildest person in any room he stands in. I watched him become something else entirely, and his hands blurred, and he emptied the 24 moonlit bridges into a 100,000-year spirit beast at a range where he could not miss. It did not notice. It took Yu Mei and it was gone in one leap. Feng Huai went down onto his knees in the dirt. And Crowley stood there thinking something he told me much later and hated himself for. For a spirit master team, losing one member to a thing like that is a good outcome. That's the professional assessment, and it is correct. But we weren't a team. We were an academy, and he was the dean, and losing a student would have broken him too. Feng Huai came to me, quietly, so nobody else would hear. I know Xiaobai can transform, he said. I stopped breathing for a second, because I have been extremely careful about that. Please lend me Xiaobai so I can find Yu Mei. Even if Yu Mei is dead, I have to find her body, or I will be tormented for the rest of my life. All right, I said, I'll help you, and I'm coming with you. The cotton ball on my shoulder made one sound and became a cloud dragon with a wingspan that put the clearing in shade. Nobody knew. Not Crowley, not Guo Kang, not Grandmaster, who has known me since I was 6. We were on its back and gone before anyone got a word out. Grandmaster sent Crowley after us immediately because only Crowley could possibly catch up and refused to be worried about himself on the grounds that Teacher Guo was still somewhere nearby, which was technically true and geographically hopeful. Altaria at level 35 knows exactly 3 moves: Protect, White Mist, Dragon Breath. That is the whole arsenal. 1 move every 10 levels is a brutal exchange rate, and I have never stopped resenting it. The White Mist is what got us there alive. It hit us from every beast between us and the core, and there were a great many of them. And we closed a half-hour head start because a thing that runs on the ground loses to a thing that flies, no matter how big it is. Yu Mei was alive. She was in its palm. She heard Feng Huai shout, and she knew Altaria by sight, which is not something I had time to think about at the time and thought about a great deal afterward. Xiaobai used Dragon Breath on the Titan giant ape's back. A dark blue beam the width of a wagon hit a 100,000-year spirit beast between the shoulders and detonated. It left scorch marks. That's it. That's the whole result. Scorch marks on the fur. And then it turned around, and it was genuinely enraged, and I understood why. Not because we'd heard it, because a spirit beast had taken the side of humans. Xiaobai, protect. And I threw the biggest Moyan vine I could build in the time available into the path of its hand. It ignored the vine completely. It didn't block it or break it. It passed through the space the vine occupied on the way to us. And Yu Mei screamed, "Don't." The thing pulled the blow. Not consciously, I think. Not fully. But it hurt her, and it took most of the force out of the swing on the way through, and I have thought about that a great deal since. What was left still shattered Protect, reverted a cloud dragon into a bleeding cotton ball, and threw all 3 of us several hundred meters through a forest. I want to note the reason Protect failed because it matters. Converted into this world's rules, it no longer blocks everything. It blocks attacks up to 3 times Altaria's own strength. 3 times a level 35 spirit beast is not a number that means anything to a 100,000-year king. I hit the ground, and it hurt more than anything has ever hurt me, and I got up because I have a body art and a defense art and 6 years of standing under waterfalls. I found Xiaobai first, under a leaf the size of a door, shaped like a giant orchid, both wings broken, cotton feathers stained through with blood, crying. That bird had never been hurt in its life. 6 years, and I had never once let anything reach it. I emptied 100 herb pills into it, and then put it inside the castle, where nothing on this continent could follow. Then I found Feng Huai, and Feng Huai was worse, and he was worse for a specific reason. He had put himself in front of me when it swung. Branches had opened him up on the way down, and one leg was pointing in a direction. Legs do not point. He woke up saying Yu Mei's name, and then he saw me, and said, "I'm sorry. I dragged you into this." And I lost my temper with him for the 2nd time in 9 years. What do you mean saving Yu Mei is only your responsibility? Then what am I doing here? Should I not have come? Do you think Grandmaster didn't want to save her? Do you think Dean Crowley didn't? That thing is too powerful, and everyone got hurt. I came with you because I didn't want you to spend the rest of your life in pain. If you think you're the only person in this forest who is sad about Yu Mei, then you're being selfish. Don't sit there wallowing. And then I gave him the thing that was actually keeping me upright because he needed it more than I did. It didn't hurt her, not once. It carried her. And Crowley says beasts at that level are as intelligent as people. So think about it properly. If Yu Mei survives this, and you die here, how do you think she's going to feel? He took the correction cleanly, which is the part of Feng Huai I respect the most. No sulking, no arguing. He simply said, "That's fair," and sat down and started fixing himself. I took the treetop and kept watch. An hour later, when he'd stabilized, I stood on the canopy of the most dangerous forest on this continent and took photographs with a crystal telephone from a world that no longer exists. And I thought, without any irony at all, that this place would be a paradise if it were on Earth. Then the spider came, 1.5 meters of glossy black carapace on 8 legs, every leg bristling with hairs like steel needles, and on its abdomen, a human face. Distorted, but unmistakably a face. Man-faced demon spider. 1,000 years, going by the carapace, which grows about 5 centimeters a century. The threat profile on that thing is genuinely bad. It's top tier for its age. It's fast. Its venom is potent. Its legs are sharp enough to work as spears, and a scratch from one poisons you. And 3 times a day, it can fire a web that a powerful spirit master struggles to break. I wasn't afraid of it, for one reason, and the reason came out of an iron tier draw. Poison boost. Any toxin that enters my body becomes a stimulant instead, sharply raising my combat power for a short time, on top of heavy resistance. That spider's venom would not have lasted 3 minutes inside me. What I was actually afraid of was Feng Huai, lying on the ground 40 meters away with a broken leg, which meant I had to take it far enough out that it never smelled him. And then I looked at it properly and noticed 2 things. It was already wounded, cracks across the carapace, and long slashes over the human face on its abdomen, which is exactly where the web sac sits, which means its webs were going to misfire, and those wounds were too well placed to be a beast fight. Somebody was hunting it, somebody who knew where to cut. I went in on a Moyun vine like an idiot in a story about jungles, hit it at under 20 meters with heavenly net and thorn strangling, and its venom did absolutely nothing to my martial soul, because my martial soul is not made of anything this world's chemistry recognizes. Then I dropped out of the air and drew the Juki sword. It's a great sword as wide as a door, forged by Uyezi for the king of Yue in a story from my other life, and it is famously heavy and famously blunt. It is not a fine weapon, it is a piece of architecture with a handle, and the only people who can lift it are people with the strength of legends. I have 800 jin. One stroke took a leg off with a sound like a tree coming down, and then I stopped, deliberately, and did not kill it. 2 reasons. Neither Feng Huai nor I could absorb a 1,000-year ring in the state we were in. And whoever had put those slashes in it was at minimum a spirit emperor and possibly a spirit saint, and killing another hunter's prey in Stardew Great Forest is how you start a fight over nothing. I wasn't afraid of that fight either. I had a mushroom in my ring and a card that makes me untouchable for 3 minutes and a door in my chest. But a single nuclear bomb mushroom could take down a group of crispy Titled Douluo. Spending it on a stranger over a spider would be an insult to the concept of value. And the castle is a secret I will tell my wife someday, and would rather not tell Feng Huai. Then 3 people landed in the clearing, an old man with silver hair and a staff carved as a dragon, and behind him, Bai Ruoxi and her granddaughter. I want to describe the sensation of watching the dragon patriarch walk into the exact clearing you are standing in with a wounded spider and a crippled friend 40 meters away. I played it as humble as I know how. I subdued it for you, I said. I want no reward, and Zhao Xuan was charmed, genuinely. You've saved us a lot of trouble, he said. Then came the questions, and the questions were the trap. Who are your teachers? Why aren't they with you? Do you understand this is the mixed zone, where 10,000-year beasts live? I dodged all 3, because I could not say the word Shrek. There is 1 academy on this continent with 8 students and 2 spirit saints, and it has a very distinctive name, and Serpent Auntie watched me dodge and put it together in about 4 seconds. So those 2 aren't here after all, she said. No wonder you were being so careful with your words. You were afraid we'd recognize you. She had been fully prepared to let the snake go. She had walked away from it, and then she found out that the 2 spirit saints were somewhere else, and her granddaughter shook her grandfather's arm and said, "They didn't give you any face at all. You have to teach them a lesson." Zhao Xuan's demand started out as an apology owed by Guo Kong and arrived somewhere else entirely. "Just agree to join our dragon snake family after you graduate," he said. "And if you perform well enough, it wouldn't be a problem for you to marry our Feng." Zhao Feng wanted to go through the floor of the forest, and I stood there doing the same arithmetic he was doing, which the situation makes very clear. If you want a horse to run, you feed it. Offer the boy something enormous, and once the boy has joined the family, what he was promised is entirely up to the family. I stalled. Zhao Xuan was not worried about the stalling, and told me why, pleasantly. Even if Guo Kang comes, can a spirit saint take someone away from a spirit Douluo? Zhao Feng put her cane through the spider's skull and sat down to absorb it. And I began, very casually, to drift toward the tree line where Feng Huai was lying with one leg pointing the wrong way. "Little one," said the dragon patriarch without looking up. "Where do you think you're going?" And then the ground started shaking again. The Titan giant ape came down into that clearing about 20 meters from where I was standing. The old couple could not run. That's the part that decided everything. Their granddaughter was sitting cross-legged in the middle of a 2,000-year absorption at the most dangerous point of it, and if they moved, she died. So they fought. They went up together and fused in midair, and their 2 staves became one enormous golden staff wound around with dragon and serpent patterns, and I watched the martial soul fusion skill that made the peerless dragon and snake famous across 2 empires. The dragon-snake combination is said to be worth a single strike from a Titled Douluo. It popped like a soap bubble. 1 punch. Both of them were caught by it, turned into two streaks of light going in different directions, and blown off into the forest, and two explosions came back from a long way away. The ape beat its chest twice and left, and I stood in the wreckage of a clearing, alone, with a plan I had abandoned 12 hours earlier, and I said out loud, to nobody, "Is this Titan giant ape here to help me?" Then Yume walked out of the trees, alive, on her own feet, not a scratch on her. She'd escaped, by herself, from 100,000-year spirit beast that was carrying her deliberately. And I looked at her, and looked at the direction the ape had gone, and I did not say a single word about any of it, and I have never said a word about it since. Feng Huai heard her voice and came limping through the brush on a leg he had set himself an hour earlier, and the two of them collided in the middle of a broken clearing and stayed there for a while. Her report, once she could give one, she'd got loose, run, and blundered into a 1,000-year lightning rabbit that had been knocked senseless by the ape's rampage, so she'd killed it and taken the ring. She'd been kidnapped by the king of the forest and came home a spirit elder. Then Zhao Feng started cracking open. I mean that literally. Her skin split along lines, and blood came through her clothes until the fabric was soaked dark, and she was still sitting there because you cannot stop an absorption once it has begun. I couldn't understand it. A 1,000-year ring should not do that to a level 30 spirit elder. It's a normal third ring. It's exactly what she should be taking. And Feng Huai corrected me, and it was a genuine correction, the kind that stings. Past 1,000 years, he said, you don't date a man-faced demon spider by its body length. You date it by its legs. Those legs were nearly 3 meters. That was a 2,000-year spirit ring, and the safe ceiling for a normal third. Ring is about 1,700. Yume asked me to help. Feng Huai said the correct thing, which was that absorbing a ring is the master's own business, and an outsider cannot interfere. I said the honest thing, which is that a pill would be worse than useless. Her body was a ball already inflated past its limit. Putting more energy into it is not medicine. But there was one option, and I laid the risk out exactly because I was not going to do it on a guess. Ultimate absorption, draining the surplus out of her before it kills her. It is precisely like sticking a needle into an overinflated ball, I said. It might let the air out, or the ball might explode. And Yume, who had been kidnapped that morning by a mountain with hands, settled it with a shrug. Will she die like this? Definitely. Then we might as well take the chance. Even she would agree. So I sat down behind a girl I had met the previous evening as an enemy, wrapped her in thin vines, put my palm flat on her back, and fired ultimate absorption spread across her whole body at once, because a single point of contact would have blown her apart like a dropped melon. The surplus came out of her and into me, and the dragon elephant ate all of it without being asked, and the splits in her skin knitted closed while I watched, and somewhere in the middle of that, something else came up the vine. I felt it very clearly, and I have never been able to describe it well. Some kind of power, moving the wrong direction, from her into me. It went into my chest and split into 8 separate things, and each one of them settled against a rib. There was a tingling everywhere for about 2 seconds, and then it was gone so completely that I would have written the whole thing off as imagination, except that I could still feel something foreign sitting on 8 of my ribs. Remember that. It comes back within the day, and it changes the shape of my entire life. She came round half aware of what had happened, found me sitting behind her, and asked directly, "Did you save me?" "Yes," I said. "It was indeed me who saved you." She was ashamed of how she'd behaved in the clearing and promised she'd have her grandfather let me off. I want to be completely honest about the next 15 minutes because it's the part of this story people either understand immediately or never forgive. Kindness was part of it. It was genuinely part of it. She was 16 and dying badly, and I could stop it. But the main reason I saved that girl is that I had a gold tier task that said subdue the peerless dragon and snake. 100,000-year spirit beast had just handed me the only opening that would ever exist, and I needed those 2 old people to have something left to lose. I pointed Zhao Feng toward where her grandparents had landed. They were lying in a clearing 400 meters away, both of them, covered in blood, motionless. A fusion skill worth a Titled Douluo's strike is nothing at all to a thing that lives above Titled Douluo. She went to shake them, and I stopped her, because shaking a person with that many broken bones is how you finish the job. And then I made her ask me, and when she asked, I asked back, why would I do that? What benefit would I get? Can't you, she said, and her voice cracked. Can't you just be a good person? A good person? I saved you? Doesn't that make me a good person? Or do I have to satisfy every demand you make before I qualify? Then I gave her the terms, flat, without dressing them up, because dressing them up would have been worse. I know the Spirit Master's world is a place where the strong eat the weak, and whoever has the bigger fist is right, I said. Yesterday your grandparents were stronger than me, so I accepted it and I walked away. That was the rule, and I followed it. Now I am holding their lives in my hands. The price is that the Dragon Snake family submits to me, and since neither of them can speak, you decide. I never expected you to be this kind of person, she said. You were aggressive yesterday because your grandparents were stronger than us. Now I'm the stronger one. Is it wrong for me to do what benefits me? Which rule are we using? Pick one and we'll both follow it. And then I told her the part that was not a threat. I'm 12 years old today. I'm a level 36 spirit elder. I am going to become a titled Douluo. You will only ever be glad you made this decision. Yes or no? If it's no, I walk away and nothing that happens next is mine. She asked one question, and it was not about her family. Are you really only 12? Then she agreed on her grandparents' behalf, with both fists closed in her skirt. Now here's the part I've never told her. Before I healed a single bone, I sent my thickest vines out over those two unconscious bodies and drove the thorns in and walked the venom, slowly, deliberately, through them until it reached both hearts. And there it went to sleep. Here's the mechanic. Since nobody outside a poison lineage knows it, a martial soul's poison does not have to act. It can lie dormant indefinitely and trigger at the master's will, at any distance, at any time. Conscious, with spirit power up, neither of them would have let it within a meter of the heart. A spirit Douluo is not poisoned by a spirit elder. It is not physically possible. Unconscious, they had no vote. Then I healed them. Properly and expensively. A bone-strengthening pill, a chi-replenishing pill, an essence pill, and 100 herb pill into each mouth, plus black jade bone healing ointment on the worst of it, plus my own internal energy fed in to help two very old bodies metabolize a fortune in medicine. I have never been able to decide whether that makes it better or worse. Serpent Auntie woke first, and her first question was not about herself or her husband. It was about whether her granddaughter had gotten the ring. Zhao Feng explained. Bai Ruoxi didn't believe it until I gave her the leg-length correction, and then she believed it very fast. And then Zhao Xuan went quiet and grim and said, "Kid, what did you do to us?" He could feel it. Every time he pushed his spirit power toward his own chest, something in there told him that forcing this out would stop his heart. "It's simple," I said. "I injected poison into your hearts. Consider it the price of surviving." And then I gave him the whole bill, item by item, because I wanted him angry at the situation instead of at me. That ape's full-strength blow shattered almost every bone you own. 3 days minimum before you can stand. This is the mixed zone. 10,000-year beasts live here. You were unconscious in the open with nobody guarding you, and you would have stayed unconscious for hours. And your granddaughter was dying of a 2,000-year ring while you were both face down in the leaves. 3 lives, not 1. You're taking advantage of my misfortune. This is a fair trade, I said. Or is it that it's acceptable for you to coerce other people and unacceptable for me to coerce you? Yesterday you told a 12-year-old to join your family or find out what happens. Don't be hypocritical. And then I let him see it in my face. He told me much later exactly what he read there, and he was correct. This kid really dares to kill. Zhao Feng begged them to accept, and her argument was better than mine. We're under someone else's roof, and a 12-year-old spirit elder is going to be a spirit Douluo one day. There is no shame in submitting to that. "Kid," said the dragon patriarch, "into the dirt. I admit defeat. We surrender." "Ding," said my head. "Mission complete. Gold-level lottery chance awarded." Crowley arrived about an hour later and found all of us alive, which he had not expected, and found Yumei at level 30 with 3 rings, which he could not process at all. "Your luck is too good," he said. "That Titan giant ape came here to give you a gift." Then he spotted the peerless dragon and Snake sitting against a tree with their bones in pieces, and his whole face changed because we had all been at each other's throats over a snake the previous afternoon. So I lied to a spirit saint. "Yumei lured the ape here," I said. The granddaughter was mid-absorption and couldn't be moved. These 2 seniors used their fusion skill to drive it off. Feng Huai, who had heard the impact and not seen it, believed every word and backed me up, which is why it worked. Crowley's suspicions died, and he told me long afterward what he actually thought, which is that he could not construct a single reason why I would speak up for people who had been enemies the day before, decided I was not an ignorant child, and chose to stop looking. Then the thing happened that no amount of lying could paper over. Zhao Xuan, a spirit Douluo, bowed to a 12-year-old and called me, "Ye Fan young master." Crowley's face did something I wish I'd photographed. I'll tell you why it worked, because the mechanics matter more than the drama. They were unconscious when the poison went in, which made it a completed fact rather than a threat. And a completed fact is a completed fact even to a spirit Douluo. And it was stacked on top of a life debt and a rescued granddaughter. Coercion and enticement at the same time from the same person, which means submitting felt like an exit rather than a humiliation. People will accept almost anything if you leave them a door. Guokong, who had walked out of the forest under his own power with most of his ribs in the wrong configuration, took one look at 2 crippled elders and said, "They look quite badly injured. How about we take this opportunity to eliminate them completely?" I want to be fair about Guokong, and being fair about him is uncomfortable. 10 years of teaching children has not erased what the name Immovable Wisdom King meant before he had students. The Spirit Master's world has never been warm. Killing, robbing, and removing every threat are the main themes of it, and they are the main themes for a reason. Spirit medicine is scarce, rings are scarce, spirit bones are scarce past the point of absurdity, and almost every one of them that exists came out of somebody's corpse. Crowley refused. Yi Fan has reached some kind of agreement with them, he said, and killing is never the best way to solve a problem. And Grandmaster said, I trust Yi Fan. He has always been opinionated and resourceful. I have thought about that sentence more than he will ever know. Over on the other side of the camp, a different war was starting. Yu Mei was a spirit elder now, which meant the rainbow rabbit combination was dead because partners have to be the same rank, and Qin Yue was quietly devastated about it. Yu Mei's fix was practical: pair with Feng, train hard, and once you make spirit elder you can team up with Ye Fan. And then she leaned in and delivered the warning, with her eyes on Zhao Feng across the clearing. A few hours ago that girl had a problem absorbing a spirit ring. Yi Fan saved her. Do you understand? A hero saves the damsel in distress, and she's several years older than us, and her figure is better than ours. I've heard men like women like that. Qin Yue's famous reserve lasted about 2 seconds. Okay, she said. I understand. Zhao Feng was nervous walking back through a camp full of people who had been enemies the previous day, and I found that funnier than I should have. Don't worry, I said. I won't let them hurt you. You belong to me now after all. Who's on your side, she said, and went scarlet, and did not move away. I should say plainly that I did not like that girl the day before. She had shaken her grandfather's arm and told him to teach us a lesson, over a snake, while looking directly at Felix. But she'd conducted herself decently since, and I have a policy about that. When someone corrects their behavior, I forgive it, and I don't bring it up again. Zhao Xuan corrected his own wife within the hour for calling me that little guy. Now that we have submitted, he said, we follow the rules of the Spirit Master's world, and we call him Young Master. And I learned later what he was actually thinking, and it reframed the entire shakedown for me. His son is mediocre. He and his wife are both past 80. Without a strong successor, the dragon snake family declines and disappears within 2 generations, and everything 4 generations built goes with it. Pledging to a 12-year-old with numbers like mine might be the ladder his family needs. I coerced a man into doing something he had already been looking for a reason to do. That is not the same as forcing him. It is not entirely different either. At the edge of the forest, he asked Crowley to admit Zhao Feng to Shrek, 15 years old, level 31. Crowley refused instantly. Shrek only accepts monsters, and under 13, and Zhao Xuan's counter was the good one. Rules can be broken. If you intend to enter next year's continental tournament, you will need substitutes. I watched Crowley waver, and I watched exactly where it hurt him because he said it out loud. If a student who isn't a monster enters Shrek, is Shrek still Shrek? That man's entire life is a village academy with no rank and 8 students and a creed, and he was being asked to trade the creed for the dream, and he had never had 7 students before, let alone 8. Grandmaster closed it instead, with 2 conditions. 1. You never interfere with our teaching, no matter how harsh it gets. 2. The Dragon Snake family funds Shrek Academy. Zhao Xuan agreed on the spot, 1 million gold coins, and Crowley's displeasure evaporated so completely that I could see gold coins in both lenses of his glasses. How shameless, said Qin Yue, watching the girl she already feared get enrolled. Okay, said Yu Mei, insufferably. I was right. Grandmaster came to me that night, and his suspicion was precise, which is what makes him dangerous. Zhao Feng would have to drop out of the Balak Royal Advanced Academy to come here, he said. That cost the Dragon Snake family face publicly. I think the reason for that is definitely you. So I told all 3 of them everything. The ape knocked the couple unconscious. I fed my toxin into their hearts while they were out. I saved the granddaughter from a 2,000-year ring. I woke them with pills. Then I coerced them. Grandmaster wasn't even surprised. He'd assembled most of it already, and none of the 3 of them blamed me. The Spirit Master's world is inherently cruel, Grandmaster said. Yi Fan's willingness to subdue them instead of exterminating them is already merciful. A grudge that would eventually have come back for us had been converted into 1 million gold coins and a vassal family, and that was the whole conversation. Back in the cabin, I cleaned the blood off Xiaobai with a warm towel, put black jade bone healing ointment on both wings, and wrapped the whole bird in white cloth, at which point a fist-sized cotton ball became a fist-sized turkey. It sat on the edge of the water basin looking at its own reflection and croaking, and I am convinced the croak meant, am I that fat bird? Pills, and then the nest I'd built for it 2 years earlier and never expected to need, and then I remembered my ribs. 8 of them, thicker than the others under my fingers, and stronger, and definitely not mine. My guess was spirit bone, and my guess made no sense, because spirit bones come out of 10,000-year beasts and condense separately from the ring. They do not ride along inside one. That is not how any of this works, so I pushed internal energy into them. There was a sharp pain in my chest, and a sound of cloth tearing behind me, and 8 dark purple spider legs came out of my back. They were the man-faced demon spider's legs, unmistakably, and they were visibly venomous, and the pain went away and left something like relief. And a name surfaced in my head without being told to me. 8 spider lances. And with the name, the memory, in the way that only badly remembered things arrive. In the story I read in another life, that external spirit bone belonged to Feng Huai. I want to be straight with you about how much I actually remember, because I've been implying more certainty than I have. I watched the show in middle school. I have not reviewed it in over a decade. I remember the opening extremely well. I remember the general shape of the plot, and the entire middle of it is fog. Which is how I managed to accidentally take my best friend's defining treasure out of a spider I had deliberately chosen not to kill, and I had no intention of giving it back. I'm not that saintly. I couldn't retract them at first, which was alarming. I went into the castle and spent an evening working out what they do, over a meter long each, spring-loaded, and they can replace my legs completely, which means I can move on 8 points of contact instead of 2, faster than I can run and far more agile, over broken rock that a human being would have to climb. I hid them on principle. There is no version of walking around this continent visibly wearing an external spirit bone that ends well for me. It took half an hour to learn to extend and retract them at will, and it hurt every single time for the first month. I always bathe before opening a draw. I know that boys who love bathing are lucky as nonsense, and I have never once skipped it on something important. Gold tier, from the Peerless Dragon and Snake, the 9 Yin Manual. In the canon of my old world, it is neither the most famous nor the strongest thing of its kind. What it is, and this is why it matters more to me than something stronger would have, is the most comprehensive. An internal art, a mind cultivation method, and an entire library of martial arts in one book. And here is why I needed it, and it's a problem I had been sitting on for 6 years without saying anything. Everything Feng Huai taught me was designed for a hidden weapons user. The purple demon eye is fine. Eye techniques are universally useful, but the ghost shadow perplexing track tears my muscles. It is not a combat movement art, it's a repositioning technique for a Tang sect disciple setting up a throw, and I cannot use it continuously, and I swore, on my knees at 4 years old, never to teach any of the 3 to another living soul. I now had a vassal family. If you want a horse to run, you feed it, and I had nothing I was permitted to give them. The 9 Yin Manual is mine, and I can hand it to anybody I like. The contents alone are a life's work. 9 Yin Divine Claws. Spiral 9 Shadows, which is movement. A soul transfer technique. Healing methods, acupressure, sealing and unsealing acupoints, QI sealing, bone shrinking, flying catkin strength, heart-shattering palm, great demon subduing fist, ghost prison, yin wind roar, a snake staff art, and the tendon-changing bone forging chapter, which is the actual prize, because it does not raise your numbers, it raises your aptitude, it moves the ceiling. So I abandoned the mysterious heaven skill. 6 years of that art, the thing I befriended Feng Huai to get, the thing I swore an oath over, and I converted every drop of it out of my body and into something else in one evening. I could do it because both are gentle Taoist arts with no extreme attributes, so the transition is smooth rather than lethal. It still took me half a day to transmute all of it, and I could not stand up afterward. I have never told him. There was no version of that conversation that went well. Spiral 9 Shadows has 9 realms, 1 per afterimage, and past the 9th it stops being movement and becomes teleportation in 9 directions at once. I reached the 4th realm in an evening, which put me level with a dedicated speed type of my own rank. The Great Demon Subduing Fist channels internal energy along specific paths rather than through the whole limb, and it took my punch from 900 Jin to 1400. I think I can double that with practice. The Ghost Prison Yin Wind Roar is a sound attack, and the Soul Transfer technique is mental, and both are far too unorthodox to be seen using in front of people who have known me for years, so I put them away. And I saved the tendon-changing bone forging chapter for the castle, because a technique that remakes your body from the inside should be practiced somewhere nobody can walk in. At breakfast the next morning, Xin Yue, who has always been reserved and has always sat where she happened to sit, deliberately sat down next to me and put a chicken leg on my plate. "Ye fan," she said. "I like Grandmaster's chicken drumsticks the most. You should have some too." I nodded and said thank you and had absolutely no idea what had just happened. Grandmaster's doctrine of the team came the same week, and it is the most useful thing I have ever been taught by anybody. Every spirit master has strengths and weaknesses, he said. There is no perfect spirit master in this world, but there is a perfect team. A well-coordinated team eliminates each individual's weaknesses and amplifies each individual's strengths. This is why there are no individual spirit master competitions anywhere on this continent. Only team competitions. Your first task is not to get stronger, it is to know each other. Then he made every one of us fight Xu Yang in sequence while he narrated what we were doing wrong. Feng Huai drew with him, which nobody expected, and Grandmaster's lesson off it was the definition I've used ever since. The key word for control system is control, not damage, not restraint. Control the battle, control the enemy, control the rhythm, and create opportunities for your teammates. Feng Huai would lose a straight fight to Xu Yang in about 40 seconds. He instead kept him at exactly arm's length for the entire match and was never once in danger. And then Grandmaster revealed the design he'd been building quietly for 2 months. Feng Huai holds the back. He protects the support line and lands the decisive control when it matters, because Yefan already covers the front. Then he named my role, and it is the first time anyone had ever described what I actually do. Charged Disruption Control, a control type with a Battlemaster's body who dives into the enemy formation and destroys its rhythm from the inside. Yi Fan can hold off 2 or 3 opponents by himself. Felix and Mei Xiong tried to be clever. Both of them ate flying mushroom sausages and attacked Xu Yang from above simultaneously, and Xu Yang just waited. Old ginger is spicier, he said, and took Mei Xiong out of the air at the precise second the 1-minute timer expired. Grandmaster's dressing down for that was the harshest thing he said all day. In a real life and death battle, your actions would not only have cost you your life, they would have endangered your friends. And then he turned on Felix, who had not done anything wrong and who was about to find out that this was the problem. You are the food system spirit master. You don't need to fight. But are you just going to stand there and watch the show? Why didn't you time the mushroom sausage for him? I have watched Felix count seconds in his head in every fight since. Then it was me, and Grandmaster forbade me from using my martial soul or any ability. Spiral 9 shadows. 4 after images, 10 meters crossed in under a second. Even Grandmaster made a noise. Xu Yang had no time to dodge and no time to think, so he stacked everything at once. White Tiger Barrier and Vajra Transformation together. And the Great Demon Subduing Fist broke the barrier in one punch. After that, he simply could not touch me. He couldn't track me, and I was hitting like a low-tier power-type spirit ancestor while being a spirit elder. How can Ye Fan be so fast, said Yumei, in genuine distress, and Feng Huai, who was watching more carefully than anyone, said nothing at all out loud and thought something very specific, which is that it was not the Ghost Shadow Perplexing track. He knows what that looks like. He taught it to me. A self-created soul technique, he decided. Grandmaster called the fight before it turned into a humiliation. Xu Yang got up with a complicated expression and said, "You've gotten stronger again." "Fortunately," I said, "the luck is good." Grandmaster's assessment afterward, still only a spirit elder, but overall strength comparable to a weak spirit ancestor. One piece of economics explains why Shrek Academy was eating candy beans for lunch, and it pays off later, so bear with me. There are fewer than 100 known species of spirit beast, whose meat actually strengthens a spirit master. Scaled crocodile builds tendon and muscle. White feather pigeon strengthens internal organs. Those are the 2 famous ones, and both are nearly impossible to catch, which is why both are ruinously expensive. Everything else is either nutritionally useless or actively poisonous. You do not eat datura snake. You very much do not eat man-faced demon spider, and here's my edge, and it is the entire reason medicinal cuisine makes money instead of just being impressive. With the right herbs, I can make inedible spirit beast meat edible. That's it. That's the trick. Everyone else is limited to 100 species. I am limited by what I can catch. In the meantime, Shrek ran on Teacher Xiao's candy beans. 1 candy is an ordinary person's daily energy requirement. We ate about a dozen each. The weighted run came next, and the weighted run is the single best piece of teaching I have ever been on the receiving end of. 6 round trips, Shrek to Swatuo City, weighted, no spirit power, over 20 kilometers. Yue protested that she was a support type. "You want to give up before you've even started?" said Grandmaster. "You're a team, you share the hardships. The baskets were labeled by name, and the numbers are the whole story if you know how to read them. Me, over 300 Jin, Xu Yang, 40, Feng Huai, 30, everyone else, 20, Qin Yue, 10. And she failed first anyway, on the 3rd lap, legs gone, throat raw enough that she couldn't speak properly. So I walked over and moved most of her stones into my basket. Yumei panicked. "We'll be disqualified," she said. "You can't do that." And I gave them the answer, which I had worked out somewhere in the 2nd lap. If the only purpose of this were weight training, 6 round trips would be completely unreasonable. Not hard. Unreasonable. Not one of you could finish it. Grandmaster does not set exercises that cannot be completed. That isn't his style. The training this morning was to help us know each other. This afternoon is supposed to be weight training. It is actually relationship training. What he wants to see is us sharing the load. Xu Yang stopped the group in the middle of the road and we redistributed everything properly. Felix lightened, Chunk lightened, the 3 of us heavier, and the team went faster. By the last lap, I was carrying Qin Yue. Xu Yang was carrying Mei Xiong. Feng Huai was holding Felix upright with an arm around his ribs. Yu Mei was holding up Su Feng, who would rather have died than ask. All 8 of us finished. Grandmaster confirmed the whole design afterward without a shred of embarrassment. The weights had been set deliberately so that the 3 strongest were comfortably under their limits and everyone else was over theirs. There was no other possible outcome. The reason I trained you this way, he said, was to turn you into a qualified team. You must understand each other, you must trust each other, and you must take responsibility for each other. And then he made a rule that changed how all 8 of us think, permanently. From now on, he would never explain the full purpose of a task in advance. We would have to work out what he actually wanted, ourselves, every time, which trains reasoning. And because working out what somebody actually wants requires imagining being them, it trains the other thing too. Quietly, and I never told him this, the weights did nothing for me, not a thing. Ordinary loading builds muscle, and my muscle stopped being the bottleneck years ago. It was gravity chamber work that strengthened my internal organs, and there is no basket of rocks that reaches those. I ran all 6 laps anyway. The 1,000,000 gold coins arrived by cart with the whole academy watching, and Crowley applauded like a man at a wedding. Zhao Feng arrived behind it, took one look at Shrek Academy after 4 years at the Balak Royal Advanced Academy, and visibly deflated. My comfort was thin and honest. It's quiet, I said. Nobody bothers you. You'll learn to accept it. Qin Yue refused to room with her before she'd finished saying hello. This person, she informed the other girls, is obviously here to steal her man. Zhao Feng had no interest in bunking with 3 little girls either, and started picking out a cabin of her own. At which point Yu Mei whispered 4 words into Qin Yue's ear, and Yue reversed her entire position inside a second because a cabin of her own means privacy, and privacy is worse. Her cover story was flawlessly polite. Zhao Feng laughed out loud because she is 3 years older and read every word of it. I found out Zhao Feng's actual strategy from Mei Xiong, who found it out by listening at a wall, which is a thing he does. Her plan was to provoke Yue constantly until Yue acted jealous in public, on the theory that no man likes a woman who behaves like that, and that I would eventually tire of it. I want to see how such a young girl could compete with me, she said. Mei Xiong's assessment of the whole situation was, unfortunately, the sharpest analysis anybody produced. Is this girl after Ye Fan? This is going to be interesting. And then, more seriously, the dragon snake family is using their granddaughter as bait. If things go wrong, you might have to work for them for the rest of your life. Felix's contribution was to announce, with real alarm, that he intended to preserve his innocence for his future wife. Mei Xiong stared at him for a long time. What innocence does a man even have? He said eventually. Can you verify it? Half an hour later, all 4 girls came out of that cabin suddenly and inexplicably close, and I have never found out what happened in there, and I have stopped asking. Zhao Feng caught me alone that evening and put the whole thing on the table. Do you know that I came here for you? She said. And then, because she is not a subtle person either, how can a man not be tempted when a beautiful woman throws herself at him? And I gave her the honest answer, which was not the one she'd prepared for. I said no, not to her, to the arrangement. Here's what I actually said, and I've thought about it a great deal since. Your grandparents' lives are in my hands. Your family's future is in my hands. And now they're offering me you, which means that whatever you tell me tonight, neither of us will ever be able to know whether you meant it. I've held a lot of things by force in the last 6 months. I'm not going to add a person to the list. She stood there with an expression I could not read, and then she laughed, and it was not a nice laugh, and then she told me why. Because for us spirit masters, family is everything. She had been prepared for a marriage alliance since she was a child. That was not a scandal in her house. It was a category she had been sorted into at 7. Half her classmates at the Royal Academy were being handed to spirit masters older than their own fathers, for their family's sake, and had been told they were fortunate. If I got to be attached to someone younger than me, she said, a lot of them would envy me. And that is the moment the Douluo Continent stopped being an adventure to me. This place has never upheld anything about truth or goodness or beauty. It runs on survival of the fittest, the supremacy of strength, and the exchange of interests, and it does not pretend otherwise. The subsidy every spirit master collects every month comes out of the pockets of people who farm. Qin Yue is doted on and left alone because the 7-treasure glazed tile school is thriving and her father is only 50 and has time. Zhao Feng was a bargaining chip from the age of 7 because Zhao Xuan and Bai Ruoxi are past 80 with perhaps a decade left, and there is nobody behind them. The difference between those 2 girls is not character, it is actuarial. So I told Zhao Feng that the Dragon Snake family's future was going to be decided by what the Dragon Snake family was worth to me, and not by anything she did, and that this was the best offer she was ever going to get from anyone on this continent. She thought about it for a while. Then she said, all right, and she meant it, and from that evening, we have been something I don't have a word for. She trains beside me. She takes my orders. She argues with me in front of her own grandfather. She is one of the 4 or 5 people alive whose loyalty I would bet my life on, and I have never once had to buy it. And that night I sat in the castle with the lamp off and made myself finish the thought properly. Without absolute power, a person cannot even choose his own destiny, and I absolutely do not want my fate held by somebody else. To wield absolute freedom through absolute power. That is the whole ambition, and it has not changed since. And then the self-criticism, which is the part that stings. The nuclear bomb mushroom and the invincibility card are not power. They are one-time, uncontrollable, unrepeatable events that happen to be in my pocket. What I want is power that is under my control. I asked Zhao Xuan for help opening a Guiran Hall branch in the Bala Kingdom, and specifically for local muscle, because Suatuo City has its own predators and I was not going to be there to look after it. His instinct was to hand me money instead. If the young master needs gold coins, our family can provide them. You don't need to open any more restaurants. I refused, and the refusal is the only thing I said to that man in the first year that made him actually look at me. I prefer to use my own money, I said. Besides, if I don't have my own businesses, am I going to need the Dragon Snake family's help to build my own power later? I am not that shameless. I subdued you by despicable means. I know that. I'm not going to spend the next 20 years using it as a lever. I would rather we cooperate and both come out ahead. And then because I cannot help myself, a small restaurant may seem insignificant. Believe me. The restaurant I open will surprise even a senior like you. He assigned his own son to run the groundwork, described by his own father as good for nothing, which I thought was harsh until I met him, and he refused the reward I'd promised for the help and tied his family's fate to mine out loud instead. If the young master can become a titled Douluo and build a power like the upper 3 sects, then the Dragon Snake family rises with him. So I gave the gift to Feng afterward instead, which he could not refuse on her behalf, and he knew exactly what I'd done and said nothing. The girls' Cold War ran for about a month. You soured when Zhao Feng and I walked in together. She soured worse when I ended up half-carrying Zhao Feng through the weighted run, which I did because Zhao Feng had been at a royal academy where nobody carries rocks. But her upbringing would not let her be angry at me, so she was miserable at the other 2 instead, and Su Feng eventually got tired of it and gave her the coldest good advice I have ever overheard. Is Ye Fan only ever going to interact with you? What happens when the next girl gets close? You sulk or you stop speaking to him. Who does that benefit? Not you. Polygamy is not forbidden anywhere on this continent, and most outstanding men think that way as a matter of course. What you should be doing is making him like you more, not trying to stop other women from getting close. That will not work, and it may make him dislike you. And Yume, who is not clever but is extremely observant, caught the crack in it immediately. Feng, she said, you seem completely indifferent about men being unfaithful, so why do you despise Xu Yang so much? I'll tell you about that later, said Su Feng. Remember that too. The truth about Yue, which she admitted to the other 2 and not to me, is that all of her uncles and all of her aunts have multiple wives, every single one. Her father Qin Zheng is the only man in that entire sect who doesn't, and that is the marriage she has decided she wants, because it is the only one she has ever seen up close. The 4 of them made peace properly once somebody finally explained that the Dragon Snake family are my servants, which suddenly made Zhao Feng's presence a great deal less mysterious and a great deal less threatening. Then Grandmaster handed me a spirit pouch and told me to cook. I opened it and had to sit down. Scaled crocodile for tendons, white feather pigeon for organs, red-tailed ox for endurance, green armored turtle for bones. Every single carcass in that pouch was worth over 10,000 gold coins, and he had bought them with the Dragon Snake million without asking anybody's permission. I cooked all morning while the rest of them speculated about what secret errand I'd been sent on, and then they walked into the canteen and found me standing behind a table. Isn't that a pleasant surprise? Said Grandmaster, and there was an actual smile on that stiff face. A whole table of spirit beast meat prepared properly for 8 teenagers. Xu Yang cried. So did Felix. So did Mei Xiong. Those 3 grew up in ways I still don't fully know about, and Xu Yang said it out loud with his mouth full. Compared to this, the way we used to live was simply not human. The effects landed while we were still at the table. You could watch spirit power accelerate. Su Feng broke through to 28 on the bench. Qin Yue hit 27. What kind of medicine is this Ye Fan? Said Mei Xiong to the ceiling. Once a week only, and I want the reason on record because people always assume I was rationing on purpose. All medicine carries some toxicity. Undigested medicinal properties accumulate, and accumulated medicinal properties eventually do damage. Also, 1,000,000 gold coins does not cover this daily. It doesn't come close. Grandmaster raised everybody's running weights by 5 kilos on the strength of it that same afternoon, which is the most Grandmaster thing that has ever happened. Then Han Yue took a class, and Han Yue is my favorite of the teachers, and I say that knowing exactly what he did to us. Level 66, Spirit Emperor. His martial soul is a chessboard and its pieces. My chessboard unfolds into an illusion, he said, and the chess pieces are the soldiers within it. The battlefields are places he has personally been. The enemies are beasts he has personally met. Star Luo illusionary realm, come out. His fourth ring lit up and white light swallowed the playground and 8 of us were standing in a forest. Survive a spirit beast tide for 1 hour, 3 minutes to prepare. And what happened over the next hour is the entire payoff of everything Grandmaster had been doing to us since the day we arrived. We built a formation without arguing about it. I took the point and grew a wall of strangling vines across the approach. Xu Yang and Yu Mei on my flanks, killing whatever came through. Su Feng and Zhao Feng in the middle, intercepting the speed types that got past all of that. Feng Huai as the last line in front of the support. Yu buffing everybody. Felix producing healing sausages on a rotation, and Mei Xiong in the air on a flying mushroom sausage, pouring Phoenix Firewire down onto the horde before it even arrived. Wave 1 came in and died on the wall. Wind baboons, nether wolves, ironclaw eagles, fang wolves, swift shadow ocelots. Half of that entire tide died on my vines alone, strangled or poisoned, without any of the others having to swing. So Han Yue rebalanced the exercise against me personally, which I did not know at the time, and which I found deeply flattering afterward. Wave 2 brought iron-armed demon apes, flame lions, lightning leopards, man-faced demon spiders, and datura snakes, plus 2 3,000-year beasts. A 3-meter silver-backed iron-armed demon ape, built specifically to occupy me, and a lightning leopard, built specifically to find out whether the team could protect its own backline without me in it. The leopard went through my wall like a thrown stone through a window, and what happened next is the best 30 seconds of teamwork any of us had ever produced. Feng Huai's blue-silver grass held it off, not stopped, held. We enough for Felix to make 2 flying mushroom sausages, and then the 2 crispiest people on the field simply took off. A 3,000-year lightning leopard stood in a clearing looking up at a support type and a food type hovering 10 meters above its head. It was like a big fish getting into a fishing net, except the fishermen were not interested in the bait anymore. Feng Huai walled off its escape routes one at a time until it had none left, and Yu Mei, Su Feng, and Zhao Feng killed it between them. I did not touch it. I was busy. My own fight was less elegant. The iron-armed demon ape was stronger than me, and being a monkey, far too fast for thorn strangling, which needs its target to be somewhere for slightly longer than an ape is anywhere. So I stopped trying to catch it and started herding it, and I herded it into a mass of iron-armed demon bulls, where there was no room to use speed at all. Then I netted it, climbed onto its shoulder, and hit it in the head. Its skull turned out to be exactly as hard as its arms, which I discovered the expensive way. I hadn't drawn the Juke sword, because I was not going to show that thing to 7 people I'd known for 2 months. So I put the great demon's subduing fist through its eye instead. Wave 3 brought 3 separate 3,000-year beasts at once, and by then Han Yue had stopped teaching and started competing. An ironback rhinoceros, which is a defense type that charges blindly. My vines can absorb an impact like that. My body cannot. A flame lion king, which is fire, which counters both plant martial souls on the field simultaneously, except that Mei Xiong's fire counters it right back, which nobody but Grandmaster had considered. And a man-faced demon spider that spits web. Our solution took about 40 seconds to assemble, and I am still proud of it. Wall off the tide so nothing new arrives. Everyone eats a flying mushroom sausage and goes up. Kill the Flame Lion King first because it's the only one that threatens the whole team. Then bait the rhinoceros into rampaging through the horde so that it and the spider destroy each other while we watch from 10 meters up. When Han Yue dropped the illusion, he nearly fainted. A level 66 Spirit Emperor. A whole morning of animating chess pieces empties even him, and he had been doing it to us 4 times a week. 3 months of that. Everybody gained at least a level. Mei Xiong's spare tire vanished, which he mourned publicly. The girls all got taller. Su Feng hit 29, Yue hit 28, and immediately begged her not to reach 30 first, because a second spirit elder means the rainbow rabbit dies a second time. And Mei Xiong was the only boy still in the 20s at 28, and he told us why without being asked, which is the most honest thing he ever did. Because of that evil fire, he said, I've had significantly less time to cultivate than the rest of you. 3 months of Han Yue had been keeping him too exhausted to have a problem. Now that training was over, the problem came back. Then Grandmaster gave us a week off, and I announced that Guiran Hall was opening in Swatuo City the next morning. I had bought a 3-story building in the busiest district for a little over 1 million gold coins, using the dragon snake money as though it were mine, which it was. The plan was to use Swatuo City as the beachhead for the entire Balak kingdom. And I told them about the opening ceremony, and nobody understood what I was talking about. There is no such thing as an opening ceremony on this continent. You buy a building, you open the door, and people either come in or they don't. An opening ceremony, I explained, is a demonstration of strength and backing. I had paid for the city lord of Swatuo City to attend. I had paid for the master of the local spirit hall branch to attend, and the dragon patriarch was coming for free. Yume said it was a waste of money. And Qin Yue, who has never in her life had to think about money and who nevertheless understood immediately, said, "If nobody knows the restaurant exists, nobody will eat there." Red ribbons the length of the building, lanterns, streamers, a stage. Mei Xiong, who is genuinely poor and who has never once pretended otherwise, stood in the street and stared. "Damn," said Felix. "Yay, fan, I'm gonna come and work as your chef after graduation." "Done," I said. He was joking. I accepted anyway, and I want to explain why, because it's the least romantic thing in this entire story and one of the truest. Food system spirit masters have no combat power, none. Which means every single one of them eventually gets bought by a great power, and the price is always the same. We will hunt your spirit rings for you, and in exchange, you belong to us. Felix was going to be somebody's property before he turned 20. I decided it might as well be a job instead. Zhang Yue met me at the door. Eleanor wasn't there, because Eleanor had just advanced to Spirit Ancestor and was in the Star Dao Great Forest, hunting her ring with Captain Da Shan, which is the kind of sentence that makes me realize what my sister actually does for a living. The ceremony was, from the perspective of anybody on this continent, incomprehensible. Musicians on a stage. Zhang Yue in a tailored jacket telling the story of Guiron Hall to a crowd that had not asked for it. Then the announcements, tiered set menus, a top-up card that grants a permanent discount, and 50% off everything, all day, today only. Then a famous dance troupe performed, and I was the only person in that street who was not impressed. Their costumes were tacky, their formation was 4 people wide, and there was no music behind them because it has not occurred to anybody here that dance and music belong together. I stood there watching a city lord applaud and thought, someday I am going to put 14 girls on a stage in proper costumes with a band behind them, and this continent is going to lose its mind. Then the dignitaries cut the ribbon, and the entire city understood that this restaurant had the city lord, the spirit hall, and a Titled Douluo standing behind it. We lost money that day, enormously, on purpose. A new restaurant does not need profit, it needs a reputation, and a reputation was exactly what I bought. Afterward, everybody scattered for the week. Zhao Feng went to her father. Feng Huai and Yu Mei went to the blacksmith ostensibly. Mei Xiong and Xu Yang went where they always go, and I took Qin Yue shopping for herbs and spirit beast meat for ointment and jerky, which she found more interesting than the dance troupe, which tells you something about her. Then Feng Huai delivered 100 sets of hidden weapons, half hidden darts, half Zhuge repeating crossbows. 3 days of solid work. Yue had already paid tens of thousands in deposit. The deal was clean on both sides, and Feng Huai made a fortune on it, which he needed. Suotuo City to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is tens of thousands of miles, 3 days and nights by carriage, 1 day on an Altaria in a straight line, because a cloud dragon does not use roads. Xiaobai came out of its bandages fully healed and 5 meters long, and the first order I gave was white mist, because an unconcealed spirit beast flying over the middle of an empire causes a diplomatic incident, and I dislike trouble. Yue got bored of white fog within about 2 hours, so I gave her the phone. I want to describe her face when a piece of black crystal lit up in her hands. There is no equivalent experience available to me. The closest I can get is that she made the sound people make when they fall through ice. I put 4 things on the front: a block-pushing puzzle, a snake game, a game about a plumber, and a game about catching monsters. She demanded the plumber immediately, learned the controls in 90 seconds, died approximately 400 times in the first hour, and got so genuinely angry that I downgraded her to an endless runner. She then played that endless runner for 11 consecutive hours without blinking. I confiscated the phone at midnight so she would sleep, and she called me small-minded, which is a family trait apparently, and fell asleep against my shoulder halfway through the argument, which is how I flew the last 4 hours of that journey without moving my left arm. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School sits in mountains 300 kilometers north of Heaven Dao Imperial City, and the first thing you see is a white jade plaza with a golden palace at the end of it, and behind the palace, the pagoda, 7 stories, 100 meters, blue stone and jade brick under glazed tiles, with pillars carved into golden phoenixes and dragons, and it shimmered exactly the way her martial soul does, which is when I understood that the martial soul came first and they built the building to match. Qinzheng was out walking in the gardens with his 2 Titled Douluo, Qi Huo, called Bone Douluo. Doting, hot-tempered, and at that moment, sulking loudly because his young miss had been gone for months and had not written. Qinzheng suggested that Shrek must be disciplining her strictly, and Bone Douluo said that Shrek Academy actually dares to discipline Yue strictly, and Qinzheng said wearily, and I heard this part because we were already overhead. It's because of you and Uncle Wang that Yue has developed such a fearless personality, like a little witch. The other one is Wang Lei, Sword Douluo, and Sword Douluo does not talk. Qi Huo spotted a strange cloud coming in and offered to shoot it down. Then he heard a voice out of it going, Grandpa Stone, and stood there wondering whether his hearing had finally gone, and Sword Douluo, who says nothing, pointed. We landed, and Yue went straight into her father's arms. And then, before I could open my mouth to introduce myself properly, she turned around, pointed at me, and said, Dad, his name is Ye Fan, he's my friend. And she said the word friend, the way people say the word mine. 3 faces changed at the same time. I have been in a number of dangerous situations on this continent, and I want to state that standing in a garden between 2 titled Douluo while a 12-year-old girl claims you in front of her father is comfortably in the top 5. I'm just looking at you with a critical eye, said Qinzheng, smiling in a way that did not reach anything. She hadn't even gotten close to a man yet, said Bone Douluo to nobody, bitterly, and all that pampering was probably for nothing. So I played my card, which was to have a fist-sized cotton ball on my shoulder turn into a cloud dragon in front of 2 titled Douluo. I never imagined such a wondrous spirit beast existed in the world, said Qinzheng. And after that he took me seriously, which was the entire objective. Then he laid out his terms, and his terms were the best offer anybody has ever made me. I don't mind Yue having a friend, he said. However, Yue's approval of you does not mean that we approve of you. If you want to stand where you are standing, you must pass our test, and then the prize, and he did not undersell it. If you pass, you become a son-in-law of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I will bestow on you the 7 Treasure Token. From this day, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will be your support. You may act in our name, and as long as you are in the right, we will never allow you to suffer a loss. I'm willing, I said before he finished. He told me later that the speed was itself part of the score. The credentials that had gotten me that far were already doing work. 12 years old, level 38, and 1 yellow, 2 purple. Qinzheng has read Grandmaster's own theory. He knows the second ring should cap around 700 years. Impossible, he said out loud. To my rings. Bone Douluo tried to read my body and could not get through the muscle, exactly like the old man at Shrek's registration desk and exactly like Chen Jianbo before him, and had to check my shin bone like everybody else. Unlike a spirit elder, he said, more like a power-type spirit ancestor. And Qinzheng did the arithmetic he had been doing since the moment I landed, which he admitted to me years afterward. His 2 titled Douluo are old. The sect rests entirely on them. A daughter attached to a future titled Douluo secures both the daughter and the sect at once. Ding, said my head. Pass the test. 10 minutes of spirit power pressure from Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Reward, 1 gold draw. Sword Douluo summoned the 7 kill sword. 7 feet of it. If the clear sky hammer is famous for weight, that thing is famous for edge. And it is famous for edge the way fire is famous for heat, and he is the only living person who wields one. A gentle old man's face turned into something else entirely. 9 rings. Yellow, purple, black, 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 black. And he lit only the first 3. Which means he applied spirit elder level pressure using titled Douluo quality spirit power, and I want to explain the difference, because it is the difference between being hit by a bag of sand and being hit by a bag of sand thrown by a god. It felt like 1,000 pounds distributed evenly across every square inch of my skin. I didn't bend, so he raised it to Spirit Ancestor, and my back bowed. At the 5-minute mark, he raised it to Spirit King, and it stopped being weight and became geology. Every art I own was running simultaneously. My sweat was evaporating off my skin before it could form a drop, so I was standing in a garden wrapped in my own steam. The metaphor that occurred to me while it was happening, and which I stand by, is that I was a block of steel and he was a hammer, and under fire and steel and hammer, 3 months of accumulated medicinal cuisine that had been sitting undigested in my body finally burned off. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, level 8. 13. Tai Bao Golden Bell Shield, level 5. And I straightened my bent back out loud with a shout while every bone I own went off like a string of firecrackers. A powerful body, said Qinzheng quietly, an indomitable will, and then, to his daughter, Dad thinks you have a good eye for people now. She was far too tense to hear him. 3 minutes left, so Bone Douluo joined in. His martial soul is a bone dragon, an entire dragon of bare bone, pale, with green phosphorescent fire burning in the eye sockets, and it radiates cold and death the way a stove radiates heat. 9 more rings. 2 titled Douluo at once is much worse than twice 1, and here's why. At that level, a master has comprehended the meaning of his own martial soul. Wang Lei has sword intent. Qi Huo has the meaning of death, so it stopped being pressure of spirit power and became pressure of will. I answered the only way I could, which was to summon the Moyan Vine and turn on ultimate absorption, and start drinking the dissipating spirit power straight out of the air around me, which lightened the load and refueled me at the same time. Can a control system spirit master really have a body like that? Said Douluo, staring at a boy standing inside a writhing cocoon of blood-patterned thorns, drinking a Titled Douluo's overflow. Douluo noticed the absorption within seconds, and the two old friends escalated together, past Spirit King toward Spirit Emperor, and I went down onto one knee, so I played the last card I had. My bones creaked. Something moved under my chest. My shirt tore, and the 8 spider lances came out of my back and drove into the ground and held me up. External spirit bone, said Qinzheng. And then, he told me afterward, he stopped being surprised at anything because the sentence he arrived at was 12 years old, level 38, a superhuman body, a millennium second ring, and now an external spirit bone. At this point, isn't that quite normal? His original test had been 1 Douluo at spirit ancestor pressure. It took both of them, escalating to nearly Spirit Saint, to find the bottom of a 12-year-old. His verdict, which he gave in front of everyone, Yi Fan will not merely be capable of Titled Douluo, Yi Fan will definitely achieve Titled Douluo, and go further, and become one of the legendary Super Douluo. Then the 10 minutes ended. The pressure came off all at once. I retracted the lances by reflex before I'd thought about it, lost my footing entirely, and Qin Yue caught me on the way down. I woke up that night in a bed made of something worth more than my first house. Yue had, apparently, spent the afternoon telling her father off for torturing the boy who had flown her home, which is the only time in recorded history that anyone has scolded the master of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school in his own hall. And then she'd immediately turned around and monetized me. Dad, she said, give Yi Fan all that 1,000-year ginseng and 10,000-year snow lotus you've been collecting. Yi Fan is an alchemist. Then she handed out 100 herb pills to 2 Titled Douluo like they were sweets. Douluo swallowed his suspiciously, and then he stopped moving for about 10 seconds. Vital energy poured into his arms and legs, he said afterward, and it felt as if his lifespan had been extended. Here's the mechanic, and it is the single cruelest thing about this world's power system. Past Titled Douluo, every level adds close to a century of lifespan. A level 99 being lives something like 1,000 years, but only if you got there young. Breaking through slows your decline. It does not reverse it. Whatever your body already is when you arrive, that is what you have for the next several hundred years. Wang Lei and Qi Huo were nobodies until they met Qinzheng. They only rose afterward, and both of them reached Titled Douluo at around 60, which means that despite being level 93 and level 95, neither of them is likely to see 200. If I had enough of these, said Douluo, staring at his own hand, I feel I could restore my body to the state of a man in his 30s. We do have a chance, said Douluo, who does not talk, to return to our peak, and Qinzheng sat very still in his chair. He built the second most powerful sect on this continent on the backs of those 2 men, and the thing he is quietly afraid of, every single day, is watching them get old. No matter the cost, he said, our 7 treasure-glazed tile school will buy them all. And then he framed his own gift as a proverb, which is how that man says thank you. A fine sword is given to a hero. I have no fine sword, only this precious medicine. So I'll give it to Yi Fan. The hidden weapon demonstration went almost as well. Yue put on a hidden dart, which looks like a plain wristband and nothing else, and fired it at a chair. It drove a finger-length steel spike, a finger deep, into red sandalwood. Qinzheng actually gasped, and then explained the gasp, which I appreciated. To the throat, the heart, or the head, that is simply lethal, and it is indistinguishable from jewelry. This, he said, is definitively the best self-defense weapon for a support system spirit master. I want to lay the 2 things side by side, because that afternoon was the most productive of my life to that point. My pills secured the sect's future. Feng Huai's hidden weapons raised the sect's foundation. Every support-type spirit master on this continent has the same standing problem, which is that they cannot fight at all, and in one afternoon, in one hall, it got half solved. Prices were 10 gold for a dart, 30 for a repeating crossbow, and Yue had bought 100 sets for 4,000. Qinzheng's counter-order was 1,000,000 gold as deposit against 10,000 sets, plus first refusal on anything new. Let's see if you still call me a useless little witch now, said Yue to Douluo. Then Qinzheng took his daughter aside and gave her a lesson, and I heard the whole thing through a door I had no business being behind. He asked about my backing first, and got the truth. No backing at all. A village boy who built Guiron Hall out of nothing, and who had subdued the peerless dragon and snake in the Stardao Great Forest and taken their family as servants. He was surprised by the first half and not at all by the second. With Yi Fan's potential, he said, I believe Zhao Xuan can see it too. Then Yue complained about Zhao Feng, and Douluo instantly volunteered to go and teach Zhao Xuan a lesson about it, which is the entire personality of that man in one sentence. And Qinzheng said no, and then said the thing I've thought about most. Yue, caring about someone doesn't mean you have to possess them, but you and mother only have each other. That is indeed the case. But an exceptional man will encounter a great many people in his life, and it is extremely rare for anyone to stay the same person throughout it. A child as outstanding as Ye Fan is one of the most exceptional I have ever seen. You shouldn't treat all of them as enemies, otherwise you will have far too many enemies. And then the actual instruction, which is coldly practical and which she followed to the letter for the next several years. Don't spend your effort keeping other people away from him. That will not work, and it may make him tired of you. Spend it on being the person he cannot do without. And where other people do end up beside him, learn to get along with them and take the lead among them. Don't be jealous in front of him. Nobody likes it, and even affection that was once deep can wear away under it. Then he gave her the political reading of Zhao Feng, which is the sharpest single piece of analysis anybody produced about my life that year. The peerless dragon and snake can exist without the dragon-snake family, he said. The dragon-snake family cannot exist without the peerless dragon and snake. They invested in Ye Fan on potential because they have no other move, and the granddaughter is the insurance policy on the investment. If Ye Fan intends to build his own power, then the dragon-snake family is the prototype of that power, which means Ye Fan will not abandon them for you. And if you do not want to abandon Ye Fan, you must learn to accept them. Zhao Feng is the link. Handle her well. And Yue said something that I did not expect from a 12-year-old and have never forgotten. I'm actually already friends with her, she said, but sometimes I still can't stand it. As long as Ye Fan has me in his heart and keeps caring about me, it doesn't matter who else is around him. But if he only has me and doesn't care about me at all, then what's the point of any of it? Oh dear, said Bone Douluo from somewhere down the hall. My little witch has grown up. And Qin Zheng admitted something to me himself much later, over a table, which took a kind of courage. He had considered kidnapping me and extracting the pill formula. He had thought it through properly, the way he thinks everything through, and he rejected it, and his reasoning was not moral. Killing a genius might yield nothing at all, sacrificing something might yield all of it. And his daughter genuinely cared about the boy, and he was not going to be the man who did that to her. I woke up feeling better than I have ever felt in either life. The image that keeps coming back is a forge. Fire, hammer, impurities driven out. No longer ordinary steel, 100 times folded iron. My internal energy was approaching level 39. Qin Yue had fallen asleep across the foot of my bed and woke up mortified, asking whether she'd rolled onto me. No, I said, I'm actually very glad you were here. She was still furious on my behalf about the test. I refused the sympathy and went and thanked both Titled Douluo instead, and then drew the general lesson out of it, which changed my training permanently. Weight training only builds muscle. Spirit power pressure works the entire body at once, including the organs, and burns off accumulated medicinal residue as a side effect, which meant that when I got back, I was going to ask Guo Kang to put all 8 of us under his gravity ability instead. Dinner was in a hall paneled in red sandalwood and purple pear and jade birch under a crystal chandelier, and that is where I met Princess Han Feng. Pink hair, Qin Yue's exact face 20 years further on. She opened with, "Is this my son-in-law?" and did not appear to be joking. Qin Zheng put his forehead in his hand and said, "They are 12 years old," and she said something that made me put my cup down, because it contained information. My brother had my nephew when he was 15. You, said Qin Zheng quickly, is a special case. A country cannot be without an heir for a single day. What I hate most, said the princess, is your lecturing. And I sat there and did arithmetic in public. You, the surname Shui, and a sect whose entire political function is to stand behind the Heaven Dou royal family. Could your aunt, I said carefully, be the sister of the current emperor, Qinzhou? Qin Zheng changed the subject so fast the table rocked, which is how I found out, over soup, that Qin Yue is a princess of the Heaven Dou Empire and has never once mentioned it, presumably because it is the least interesting thing about her. The food came out 5 minutes after the order was given, which tells you as much about that household as anything else. Jade white soup of top-grade white fungus and lotus seed. Snow pheasant and cordyceps soup. Roast goose made from wild mallard. Those were the ordinary dishes. Then grilled scaled crocodile, white feather pigeon soup. Sashimi of a sea swordfish, which meant somebody had brought a fish inland from an ocean and it was still worth eating. Several beast dishes I could not identify, and I have identified a great many. And fruit and pastry made by a food system spirit master on permanent staff. You cannot afford to keep a food system spirit master. Nobody can. You can only afford to have status enormous enough that one attaches himself to you. 2 places on this continent are that rich, and the other one is the Spirit Hall. Yue spent the meal cheerfully slandering Shrek Academy to her parents. It's practically a rundown village, she said. You have to fetch your own water. And then, in the same breath, if I hadn't gone, I wouldn't have met Ye Fan. Then Qin Zheng made the ask. He wanted every 100 herb pill I owned. I had fewer than 50 bottles. I offered 30 and refused payment, and named my actual price instead. Supply me the herbs, and find me spirit masters with fire or wood attributes so that I can teach them alchemy. And then, without being asked, I told him what I intended. I plan to establish a power dedicated to refining medicinal pills. I haven't even thought of a name for it yet. He was not surprised in the slightest. Ambitious people, he said, all think this way. Then he handed me a token, the 7 treasure token. With that in my sleeve, if Guiran Hall opened in Heaven-Do Imperial City itself, essentially nobody would dare to cause trouble. I gave Princess Han Feng a bottle of 100 herb pills on the way out and mentioned, in passing, the effect on the complexion. It disappeared into her sleeve before I finished the sentence. Qin Zheng forced 1,000,000 gold on me anyway, on top of everything, plus a spirit tool packed with 1,000-year and near 1,000-year spirit medicines. Enough that with the right main ingredient, I could start attempting formulas that on this continent are legends rather than recipes. The Spirit Ascension Pill. The Barrier Breaking Pill. He gave me a tour of the sect, and every building in it is richer than the Spirit Hall branch that awed me at 6. And then he showed me the thing that actually stopped me. The simulated cultivation grounds. Enclosed spaces containing forests, lakes, snow-capped mountains, small volcanoes. Built. By people. Indoors. Nobody on this continent can do that now, which means somebody could, once, and that there was a civilization here that had soul-guided technology and lost it. I have been quietly turning that over ever since. And you, said Yue, at the door of my room. I'm definitely sleeping in a different room, she said, going red. How could I possibly sleep in yours? I blamed instinct. She gave me an out, kindly, said I was just a little scared and it was very safe here, and hopped off down the corridor. Then I bathed, because I always bathe, and opened the gold draw, the heaven and earth changing strike technique, out of a story from my old world about twin brothers and a dying dynasty. And it is not a physical art at all. It is a mental art in 10 levels. The first 3 sharpen the 5 senses, and once you clear them, you can use spiritual power as a thing in itself. At the 7th level, you can trap an enemy in an illusion with a glance. And at great perfection, you shatter the void and leave. I sat with that description for a long time, because here is where I actually stood. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. I could max out before I even made Titled Douluo. The Golden Bell Shield is only a question of time and ointment. Both of those arts have a ceiling, and I can see it from here. This one has a ceiling comparable to a level 100 being, and it is going to walk with me all the way to the end. I started it that night. Back at Shrek, Qin Jing's standing order for 10,000 sets of hidden weapons landed on Feng Huai, who refused to promise a deadline, and Yue eventually settled for 100 every few months, which is the only negotiation I have ever seen her lose. And Grandmaster announced Phase 2, the Swatuo Great Spirit Arena, and the requirement is a Silver Spirit rank badge, each of you. No schedule, no supervision, no teachers watching, and you pay your own board. Mei Xiong, the poorest of us, on a Spirit Grandmaster's 10 gold a month, immediately asked whether meals at Guiran Hall were free. They were. They always were. Then the Shrek team was formed properly. 7 fighters and substitutes, because the Continental Tournament fields, 7. 3 rules. 1. Never show your face and never give your name. You fight under a code name. 2. Nobody uses hidden weapons, not even Feng Huai. Yi Fan's pills are permitted. 3. Win or lose. Every one of you fights at least twice a day. Most of the code names came straight off their martial souls. 7 treasure glazed tile. Hell. Civet, sausage specialty store, which Felix chose himself and which I refused to discuss. Evil Fire Phoenix. Evil Eyes White Tiger. Grandmaster invented 4 on the spot. Yu Mei became Soft Bones Demon Rabbit. Zhao Feng became Ink Jade Spirit Snake. Feng Huai became Thousand Hands Asura, and Grandmaster's reason was, when you unleash hidden weapons, you kill without a trace. And then he looked at me for a while and said, it's not easy to come up with 4 characters for you. You don't have to be the same as them. Moyun. Just that. Just the name of the thing that a man once petted looking for poison. 9 black masks. And out we went. The ranks go iron, then bronze at 100 points, then silver at 1,000, then gold at 10,000. Pairings shuffled. I ended up with Zhao Feng because she was only 32 and would have lost constantly on her own, and she asked me directly rather than arranging it through anybody, and I said yes. I am not a heartless person. I braced for a week of cold weather from Qin Yue. Instead, Qin Yue congratulated Zhao Feng warmly, sincerely, at length in front of everybody. Every single person at that table stopped eating. I could only conclude that Qin Yue had changed her personality, and it took me an embarrassingly long time to work out that she had simply been given better advice than I had. Our first team opponent cost me 1 gold coin, because that is what a dossier costs in an arena where everybody sells everything. The Fierce Beast Team, 7 beast spirits led by Xanthus called Mad Lion, level 38, a vice captain called Chuan Sheng on an iron claw eagle who flies, a rock turtle for defense, a leopard cat, a silverback ape, a wind baboon, and a control type called Mei Yin on a 3-tailed fox. A beast spirit that controls, said Grandmaster, when we brought him the sheet and made us work out why before he told us. The 3-tailed fox carries 9-tailed fox bloodline. Its charm is a form of control. Then he handed the dossier over for good. I won't be collecting information on your opponents anymore, he said. You'll have to do it yourselves. Ding, said my head. First victory. Reward, 1 bronze draw. Fierce Beast had attack, defense, and control, and no support and no food type at all, which means no endurance whatsoever. We had both. So we sat Felix because there was nothing to outlast, and went in with 7. Hey kids, said Mad Lion across the platform. This is a dangerous battle of spirits, not child's play. Just watch the game. Don't insist on participating. We got almost no applause walking out. We were small and unimpressive, and the only people clapping were the 5 people from our own academy. Then the rings came up. Almost every one of us with yellow and purple in the perfect configuration, and me with 1 yellow and 2 purple. These are all the most perfect spirit ring configurations, said somebody in the Fierce Beast lineup, out loud, and there's even a second person with a Millennium ring. How is that possible? Their conclusion was that we were some great family's children out for experience, which is what everybody's conclusion always was. The fight was the thesis of my entire build, executed in public for the first time. I charged their formation instead of holding ours. I grew vine walls that cut the platform into sections so that 7 people became 3 separate fights that could not help each other, and then I held their captain and both of their agility attackers by myself. Mad Lion fired Blood Lion's Fury, which doubles his stats and leaves him wrecked afterward, and I simply refused to trade with him. Spiral 9. Shadows to reposition, over and over, dragging him toward the 2 speed types until all 3 of them were stuck to me and none of them could leave. Their flyer couldn't reach our backline through Feng Huai's grass. Yu Mei went and helped Xu Yang instead, and Mei Yin's charm failed on me completely, which surprised her more than anything else that happened that day. The heaven and earth changing strike technique had been running in my skull for 2 weeks. My mental force was already past the point where a 3-tailed fox could get a grip on it. Mei Xiong put a phoenix firewire into the eagle, Feng Huai bounded on the way down, and Zhao Feng knocked it off the platform with the butt of her staff. Mad Lion surrendered, and the crowd that had ignored us walking in came apart at the seams. Viewers watch spirit battles for a simple reason. They support whoever provides them with visual enjoyment. They have no position on anything. I say that without bitterness. I have made a great deal of money off exactly that fact. Grandmaster's debrief afterward is the reason none of us liked him for the first 6 months. This is the kids' first battle, said Crowley, and they won. Don't be so serious. Give them a little praise. No, said Grandmaster. A mission is a mission, and feelings are feelings. The two should not be confused, and every single note he gave was correct. Mei Xiong is too slow on the ground and must always be paired with Felix's flying sausage. Xu Yang should have tied up their protector so that Yu Mei could teleport into the back line instead of walking there. That night, Crowley, who was the stingiest man alive, treated all of us to roadside stall food, standing up, at midnight. I opened the bronze draw with very low expectations, and the bronze draw handed me the most dangerous thing I have ever swallowed. NZT. Perfect edition. I knew the family. There's a drug in a story from my old world that gives you perfect recall of everything you have ever learned, plus the ability to recombine all of it into conclusions, plus, allegedly, an improved personality. The real version costs you headaches, vomiting, dead nerve endings, and eventually, your memory. This one had all the benefits and none of the costs, plus permanent brain development and photographic memory as a residue. And what I actually wanted from it was not the genius. The Douluo Continent is not Earth. No matter how clever you are, you cannot do anything here without power. Being smarter would have been a nice ornament. What I wanted was to remember. Taking it feels like a buzz, and then like the world slowing down. My pupils dilated hard enough that Yue asked if I was ill, and then everything came back. High school physics, chemistry I hadn't thought about in 20 years, farming knowledge I absorbed by accident from a video game about a farm, and then, all of it at once, everything I had ever known about Douluo Dalu, not the fog, the whole thing, including the later series I half-watched and forum arguments I skimmed on a phone in a break room. Names surfaced and I filed every one of them. Vicious Beast, Emperor Heaven, Sun Moon Continent, the Extreme North Land, the Three Kings of the North. It also unlocked the parts of the heaven and earth changing strike technique that I had been staring at without understanding, and I broke through 3 levels of it in under an hour. The duration is only about 3 hours, which is a quarter of what the original does. And coming down is exactly like a machine that had many processors and suddenly has one. Everything still works. Everything is slower, and you can feel the difference, and it is genuinely unpleasant. 2 things I learned in those 3 hours changed how I behaved afterward. The first is that in the original story, Qin Yue ends up with Felix, and I want to state my position on that clearly and without any embarrassment whatsoever. I stepped aside from Yu Mei because I owed Feng Huai a debt I could not repay any other way. I do not owe Felix anything. The second is the answer to Su Feng's secret, the one Yu Mei asked about and got told about later. Xu Yang is the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire. He is hiding at Shrek from a succession system that kills the losers, and Su Feng is betrothed to him. That is why she came here. That is the entire reason she is at that academy. I said nothing to anyone for a very long time. A month of the arena, 27 solo battles and 27 duo battles, all won. Shrek team, 27 team battles, all won, which is the point at which the entire arena started paying attention to 8 children in black masks. Feng Huai and Yu Mei went 27-0. Yue and Su Feng went 25-2. Xu Yang and Felix went 17-10, because in a 2-on-2, the only thing Felix contributes is the flying sausage, and everybody eventually works out how to wait it out. Zhao Feng stopped entering solo matches entirely, and I did not blame her. All of us cleared the silver threshold on points. But points only settle at the end of the month, so on paper, every one of us was still iron, which is where Grandmaster started cheating. He arranged an early promotion to silver so we could fight in the main arena, because a silver-ranked team of all spirit elders, hired by Suotuo City's nobles, had been cleaning the house out for 3 days, and the arena badly wanted its money back. He also had our solo and duo matches handed to us by default so we could spend the days preparing. The rules of the Suotuo Great Spirit Arena, he said, are set by the Suotuo Great Spirit Arena, and every one of us noticed the same thing at the same time, which is that Grandmaster wanted this, not approved of it, wanted it. He was pacing. I worked out why much later, and I will tell you when it matters. It has to do with the name of the sect he was born into. The Huangdou Battle Team. 7 silver-ranked fighters, every single one at level 35 or above, every single one with the perfect 2 yellow 1 purple. Captain, Wei Jin, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, 39. Vice Captain, Leng Yue, Jade Phosphor Serpent, 38. A control type who controls with poison. Qi Yun and a boy everyone calls different character, Twin Black Tortoise Defenders, 38 and 37. Wei Qi, Wind Chime Bird, 36 Flying. Vance, Ghost Leopard, 36 Agility. And Ye Hui, 9 Heart Begonia, 35 Support. Our average was 4 levels lower than theirs. Ding, said my head. Defeat the Huangdou battle team. Reward, 1 gold draw. We did the scouting ourselves for the first time, and the scouting was educational. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is the heirloom martial soul of an upper 3 sect, and it is generally considered the strongest attack-type beast spirit on this continent. Lightning that paralyzes and then detonates. And Dragonization, which starts at level 30 and converts 1 body part every 10 levels afterward. The Black Tortoise descends from the divine beast Xuanwu. Extreme defense is standard, and with earth or ice rings attached, it becomes terrifying control. Qin Yue recognized Leng Yue by the surname and the martial soul together, and told us cheerfully that she was almost certainly the granddaughter of poisoned Douluo Leng Yue, and then added with the confidence of a girl with 2 titled Douluo at home. So you don't need to worry about hurting Leng Yue. And then we got to the one that frightened us, 9 Heart Begonia. It does not matter which spirit ring you attach to it. Whatever the beast was, whatever the ability should have been, the ability that comes out is always the same one. Healing. Area of effect. Scaled by will and spirit power. A spirit master with a 9 Heart Begonia, Grandmaster said, is not easy to kill even if she wants to be. And then he told us the curse on it, because he tells you the whole thing or nothing. Single line inheritance. There is only ever 1 successor per generation. At most 2 of them alive at the same time. Yue said wistfully that if they weren't so rare, the top support sect on this continent probably wouldn't be hers. I filed that, all of it, every word. Zhao Feng benched herself before anybody asked her to. Her snake staff carries snake elements, and against a true dragon's bloodline pressure, a snake martial soul is suppressed on principle. Send Felix instead, she said. The flying sausage might turn the game. And then Su Feng benched herself as well, for Yu Mei, who was 4 levels higher and synchronized with Feng Huai, which I noted, silently, with everything else I was not saying, because in the story, I now remembered perfectly, Su Feng can perform a martial soul fusion skill with Xu Yang called the Hell White Tiger, and I had absolutely no idea whether I had already broken it. I found out afterward what was said on the other side of that door, and it changes the whole match. Huangdo's coach is a young man barely into his 20s called Han Wei, and he threw our dossier on the table and gave 3 warnings, all of which were correct and all of which were ignored. 1. Their iron rank is a bookkeeping artifact. Do not read it as a rank. 2. The girl in her 20s carries a 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda and will buff their entire team by 30%. 3. And he said this about the 2 of us with the joke martial souls. The term useless spirit is ultimately just a definition we have made. Martial souls can mutate, martial souls can evolve, and then, specifically, pay attention to the one called Ye Fan. He is a control system spirit master, and his combat style is attack system. He forces his way into the enemy formation and holds back 2 or 3 people by himself. And then he gave an order that had nothing to do with tactics, and it is the reason I remember his name. No matter how this battle ends, none of you are permitted to kill or even to cripple your opponent. Yanzi, especially you. If your opponent is poisoned, you detoxify them immediately afterward, Leng Yue objected. He had spent 2 years teaching them. There are no fathers and sons on a battlefield. This time is different, he said. I can't tell you why yet. I'll tell you the answer after this battle is over. The main arena has no open stands. Sealed boxes behind one-way gold glass, spotlights, and a host with wings called Fei Fei, who floats above the platform with a megaphone spirit tool. Wei Jin's possession is unlike anybody else's, and I have never seen it since. Nothing happened to his body at all. A blue lightning mark surfaced between his eyebrows, and then his right arm alone swelled a 1/6 longer, burned the sleeve off itself, and armored over in blue-purple scales with lightning crawling between them like something alive under the plates. And his 3 spirit rings orbited the arm, not his body, the arm. That's dragonization, an incomplete martial soul true body, arriving 40 levels before it's supposed to. Then my rings came up, and the arena found out that a second ring can be 1,000 years old, which overturned something that everybody in that building had believed their entire lives. Wei Jin felt no fear at all, only appetite, and one small thing enraged him, which he told me afterward over a drink. I never looked at him, not once. Xu Yang looked at him. I was busy counting the other 6. Yue buffed. Felix started mass-producing sausages and passing flying ones up to Mei Xiong. Xu Yang took the captain. Feng Huai flooded the platform with grass. Their agility type nearly died in the first 10 seconds, and it was beautiful. Grass in front of him, and Yu Mei's waist bow arriving from behind, kicking him forward into the net rather than away from it. He only lived because their flyer snatched him out of the air, and after that their flyer was babysitting instead of fighting, which is one enemy removed for the price of nothing. Then I hit the one thing on this continent I had no answer for. 2 defensive tortoises. Every time I got near their support line, one of them said gravity suppression, and I slowed to a walk and got body checked aside by a shell the size of a door. And with 2 of them alternating, the cooldown never opened. Not once. In 4 minutes, I punched one of the shells, and the man inside detonated it. Tortoise explosion, which should hurt the tortoise as much as the target, and did, except that Leng Yue's blue phosphorus poison had killed his pain, and Ye Hui healed the damage as fast as he took it, so they could spend their own health as ammunition, for free, indefinitely. Damn, I said out loud, on a public stage? That's disgusting. I worked out the rest of it by watching the tortoises inhale her mist on purpose, which is not a thing a poisoned man does. Leng Yue is nominally a control type and is actually a second support. Her red poison grants 20% speed and attack. Her blue poison removes pain and grants 30% defense. Their entire doctrine is, charge recklessly because the healer will fix it and the poisoner will make sure you can't feel it. So I shouted the only threat I had at their backline. 9-heart begonia can heal injuries. I don't believe it can restore spirit power. I had the tear of the goddess around my neck. They had a clock. And then I realized what had actually gone wrong, and it was me. 27 straight wins in 1 month had made my thinking rigid. I always attack the back line. It always works. It works because most teams protect their support with positioning, and I go through positioning like water through a fence. Against 2 dedicated defenders, it is precisely the wrong instinct, and I had been repeating it for 4 minutes like a man pulling a door that says push. So I stopped chasing the girls and netted the tortoises instead. They tried tortoise explosion inside a Moyen vine net. The net did not care. And once they were bound properly, they could not even use their third ability, because their third ability requires them to move. Leng Yue started dragging Ye Hui toward the only protection left on the field, and Wei Jin burned everything he had to save her. Dragon's Wrath, Thunderous Might, Thunderous Dragon Claw, 3 abilities at once, at level 39. Xu Yang came off the ground and out of the fight, mouth bleeding, most of his clothes gone, burns down one side, and Wei Jin's own dragon arm tore open along the scale lines and bled freely. And Ye Hui healed it to smooth in about 1 second. Mei Xiong flew over and forced 2 big recovery sausages and 100 herb pill into Xu Yang's mouth. I had handed every member of that team 2 pills before we walked out as life insurance and told nobody why. So, main attacker down. Plan dead. 2 defenders bound at my feet. I walked over to the 2 tortoise brothers and said the sentence that they both told me years later still wakes them up. You two. I hope you can hold up a bit. The net around them sprouted a braided chain of vine, and I picked up the end of it, and only then did they understand what they had become. What are you trying to do? Weren't you two very hard just now? Well then, let me see exactly how hard you really are. They said afterward that my expression at that moment belonged on a devil. Move. Mysterious heaven, dragon elephant, golden bell, all at once, skin going copper, and I charged the captain of the Huangdo battle team dragging 2 grown men along the stone floor behind me, and then I swung them at the sky. Take this, flying turtle meteor hammer. Let me justify the arithmetic because people think I'm exaggerating. Those brothers weigh over 100 kilos each, together over 200 kilos, which is over 400 jin on the end of a chain. To use 2 people as a flail, you have to be a strength type in order to swing it, and you have to be a control type in order to have a chain at all. That combination is not supposed to exist, which is why nobody in that arena had a counter for it, including me, until about 11 seconds before I did it. Guangdou has used those twins as shields since the day the team was assembled. Nobody in the history of this continent has ever used them as a weapon. Holy crap, screamed their flyer from 30 feet up. What the hell is that? The first swing missed and put a crater in the stage. The twins shelled up in midair and survived it with what a doctor would call blood shock and what I would call a very bad afternoon. So I threw Heavenly Net across most of the airspace and hammered the remaining lanes until something connected. Their flyer, Wei Qi, put his own body in front of Ye Hui and got blasted off the stage for it and threw her back onto the platform on his way out, which is the single most decent thing anybody did in that fight. So Wei Jin punched straight through Mei Xiong's Phoenix Firewire to get to her. I was closer, and I used the Meteor Hammer chain as a whip. Poison Dragon Spit's Fang, Second Realm, all the force in the line concentrated into one point so that the vine bent violently in the middle and flicked her off the platform like a man flicking an insect off a table. She was not hurt. She was not poisoned. I held back very carefully. I did not hold back for Wei Qi, and I want that on the record too. Then everything came apart for them at once. Dragon's Wrath is a half-hour timer with a cost at the end of it. And with their healer gone, the after effects of Leng Yue's own poison started eating Wei Jin from the inside because their entire doctrine assumes the healer is standing there. Leng Yue could no longer dose her own teammates without actually poisoning them, and the lightning that makes the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon the strongest attack martial soul on this continent. Every bolt of it recharged me. Energy absorption does not care what kind of energy it is. Then, Leng Yue broke her teacher's direct order and hit me in the back with her third ability, which is the one he had specifically forbidden, Azure Phosphorus Poison, and I felt poison boost trigger like a struck match. How come you're alright? Poison? To me, poison is a tonic. And then, while she was standing there, I deliberately took another lungful with a look of enjoyment on my face that I had been saving up for a year. Boosted, my great demon subduing fist landed at over 2,000 jin, and it went into Wei Jin's chest and knocked him clean out of possession and off the stage. We surrender. We didn't lose to Shrek, he said to Leng Yue on the floor. We lost to you. Maybe, I said, but I think I could have won more decisively. I meant it about myself. If I had netted the tortoises 3 minutes earlier, Xu Yang would still have been standing. Leng Yue's parting shot was a promise, and it is the reason for everything that happens in the next 3 months. You managed to ignore my poison. I don't believe you can ignore all poisons. One day I will poison you and wash away this shame. I'll wait, I said, and I meant that too, for a reason she could not possibly have guessed. With my resistance, one exposure to a poison makes me immune to it forever, and a stronger poison, delivered by someone who genuinely wants to hurt me, is a free White Tiger Vajra transformation that costs me no spirit power at all. Please, by all means, take your time. Bring the strongest thing you have. Then I did something that made my own team stare at me. Hui, I said, treat their injuries. And Ye Hui, who had been flicked off a stage by my martial soul 90 seconds earlier, came back up and healed Xu Yang without a word, and gave me exactly one curious look on the way out. Why? Said Yu Mei. You'll find out soon enough, I said. Han Wei's debrief of his own losing team was the mirror image of Grandmasters, and I have quoted it since. Your lineup is perfect, he told them. But you have won too many times with it, and you have forgotten how to adapt. 2 tortoises are unbreakable until a control type catches them, at which point a good control type becomes a fortress. You are standing inside, and Wei Jin went so deep that he lost contact with his own backline. Failure is not terrible. What is terrible is failing to learn from it. This failure did not cause you irreparable harm, it merely knocked you off balance. If this setback had come later, you might have paid the ultimate price. Shrek defeated you, but they also woke you up. And then he came and knocked on our door. Dean Crowley, Vice Dean Guo Kang, Disciple Han Wei pays his respects. The coach of the Huangdo battle team is a Shrek graduate. Everybody was surprised except me because I had recall now and had known since the moment I heard his name. He bought dinner for all of us at my own restaurant, which I allowed, and found out his juniors were 12 and 13 and sighed into his cup. If you weren't part of Shrek, he said, I would have tried every possible way to get you into the Royal Academy. And Grandmaster, arriving late, sat down and detonated the entire arc. Even if they are from Shrek, he said, it's not as though you can't bring them to the Royal Academy. Crowley was on his feet. Are you deliberately trying to sabotage me? And Grandmaster said the thing he had been holding for months, flatly, without softening a syllable. Although I hate to say it, we really can't. Never mind a simulated cultivation arena. Shrek Academy does not even have the qualification to enter next year's all-continent elite tournament. Even if these children can win it, how exactly do we enter without a place? Nobody said anything for a long time. The proposal, when he made it, was carefully small and then stopped being small. Heaven Do Royal Academy holds 2 places in the tournament. Let the students enroll as exchange students for 1 year. Han Wei raised the honest objection, which is to his credit since he works there. His academy had produced almost nothing for years, and its leadership was desperate for geniuses. I'm afraid they'll use every connection and every method to persuade them to stay, he said. Wouldn't that be poaching from Shrek? So Grandmaster went further and said the unsayable. Actually, it's not that they can't join your Heaven Do Royal Academy. Ling, said Crowley, standing. And Grandmaster made his argument, and it is the most ruthless act of friendship I have ever watched. I know Shrek Academy is your life's work, but we finally have the chance and the ability to enter the tournament. If you are still stubborn, do you really want to miss it? Think back to the ideal you described to me. You said you wanted to cultivate geniuses in the Spirit Master world and make the whole world stand in awe of them. The path I have chosen for them is the one that lets them travel as smoothly as possible, and then the condition that made it survivable. Heaven Do hires every one of Shrek's teachers, and those teachers teach these children themselves, with zero interference. They can bring honor to Heaven Do. The education stays ours. And when we want to leave, Heaven Do has no right to stop us. Crowley drank an entire glass of ale, wiped his mouth, and the anger was simply gone. Ling is right, he said. I shouldn't only think about my own pride. Everything should be for the good of the children. And then the quiet part, which he said mostly to the table. Heaven Do Royale is the one sanctuary for spirit masters that the Spirit Hall does not interfere with. The children will not lose anything there, and the current teachers of Shrek will also have a place to retire. We're all getting old. It's time to find somewhere for everyone to settle down. Then he went outside to be alone, and the person who fixed him was Mei Xiong. Felix could not believe it either, and made him repeat it. I just said that Heaven Do gives us the tournament place and the simulated training ground, and we bring them honor. Isn't that just a trade? We're still part of Shrek Academy. This is only leveraging resources. There's nothing to be sad about. Chunk, said Felix. I never knew you had such a sharp mind. Get lost, said Mei Xiong. You think anyone could get as fat as me without being smart? Grandmaster's private reason for pushing so hard, which he gave me alone. This year, Shrek had 9 students all approaching level 30. They graduate at 40, and once they were gone, nobody knew whether that academy would ever field a team again. It took 3 days to close it. The site went back to Shrek Village, which had lent it in the first place. The teachers who had lived there 20 years packed in silence, and the 9 of us shrugged at a battered plaque and got in a carriage because we were children, and it was just a sign. The gold draw for beating Huangdo gave me the Calamity Poison scripture, the poison manual compiled by the little fairy doctor in a story from my old world about a boy and a ring. I read it twice on the road and said nothing. On the way to the capital, in the Kingdom of Sylves, Grandmaster arranged a cross-tier soul battle for us against something called the Fierce God Team. Silver rank, every member a spirit ancestor, which is above every one of us except me, and we killed all 7 of them. Feng Huai's hidden weapons did most of it, and I want to be very clear that this was not a mistake and not an accident. It was the assignment. Grandmaster arranged it on purpose so that we would bleed. The world of the Spirit Master is never peaceful, he said afterward. Killing and plunder are its main themes, and in Heaven Do Imperial City, full of nobles and spirit masters, the intrigue is no less lethal than a sword fight. I would rather you learn what this feels like on my schedule than on someone else's. We also made a great deal of money off the corpses, which he arranged too. My own reaction to killing a human being for the first time was to be sick behind a wall. I had killed spirit beasts. I had killed chickens, ducks, and fish since I was 6. I have watched films full of The Walking Dead while eating dinner. Both of my lives were the lives of ordinary people. I recovered faster than anybody else in that group, and the reason is so stupid that I have never told them. NZT had made me perfectly rewatch, in high definition, every zombie film and every gory series I ever saw in a world with televisions. Turns out, that counts as desensitization. Nobody knew where Heaven Do Royal Academy actually was. Not one of the teachers. Not Crowley. Qinyue raised her hand. It's outside the city, she said, on the first dean's advice, to keep land costs down and to keep the students away from the temptations of the capital. Crowley crowed that his own judgment had been vindicated across 20 years, and Grandmaster demolished him in one sentence. They're not like you. You put your academy outside the city because you were short of money. The scale of the place is the part that I still find obscene. The mountain is the academy. The forest behind it is the academy. The great lake to the left is the academy. A marble archway, a marble plaza. Dragon Phoenix script. And a pack of extremely well-dressed young nobles standing in front of the gate waiting for us. I recognized the one in front before he opened his mouth, because I had perfect recall now and a very long memory of a story I read on a phone. Xuebeng, fourth prince of the Heaven Do Empire, and I knew immediately that this was not a chance encounter. It was staged. And it was not aimed at us. It was aimed at the crown prince, whose faction had recruited our teachers in order to stop that rival from gaining any more of the emperor's favor. I want to say something about Xuebeng, because I have strong opinions, and this is my story. In the version I remember, that man is eventually redeemed. It turns out the vileness was a disguise he wore for years so that the spirit hall would not consider him worth assassinating, and he becomes a wise monarch. I do not dispute the fact, and I reject the excuse entirely. Even if a person acts evil in order to do good later, once it is done, it is done. The people he did it to do not get their years back. Xuebeng's evil was genuinely evil, and if the whole point was to look unthreatening, could he not have played a lazy good-for-nothing instead of a vicious one? Why did the disguise require this specific set of choices? And why did it require running with Prince Han Wei, a man who buys human beings at auction? Snakes and rats come out of the same nest. The detail that disgusts me most is that in the story I remember, Feng Huai eventually takes that man as a disciple. If it were up to me, I would have slapped him to death and put somebody else on the throne, and there is no shortage of candidates. This is a world with supernatural power in it. Why does an heir have to be a son at all? Any of the princesses would do, provided she had absolute strength behind her. Cultivating an empress would not be a bad idea. And while I'm standing on this box, let me tell you the thing that actually made me angry that morning, which was not the prince. Every spirit master on this continent receives a monthly subsidy from the spirit hall. 1 gold coin at the bottom of the ladder, rising to 100 at spirit elder. That money does not come from the spirit hall. It comes from the empire, which means it comes from taxes, which means it comes from villages, exactly like the one I grew up in. My grandfather earned less than 1 silver coin a month. The lowest ranked spirit master on this continent collects 1 gold coin a month for existing. A villager earns in a year what a nearly useless spirit master is handed every 30 days for nothing. That is not a subsidy. That is robbing one man to pay another, at scale, forever, and I do not believe it can hold. I think this continent is about to start producing people who ask out loud whether kings and nobles are born with special privileges. I intend to be standing somewhere useful when it does. Win the continental tournament, get ennobled with a fief by Emperor Qinzhou, and then advance the technology tree on my own land where nobody can stop me. Anyway, the prince. Shh, said one of his people. You country bumpkins, I bet you're beggars from somewhere. Get lost, or we'll have to take action, which is transparently staged, because any instructor at any Spirit Master Academy is at minimum a spirit ancestor, and threatening one of those is not something a rich teenager does by accident. So I summoned the Moyen vine and whipped the entire group of them into a marble pillar. The vine was deliberately thornless. I am not stupid. And then I put 1 deliberate extra lash across Xuebeng's face and swelled up half of it. Yeah, fan, said Mei Xiong. Well done. The whole of Shrek cheered, which tells you something about how 9 children raised by Crowley feel about nobility, and then I saw the tell that confirmed the entire read. When my rings came up and the noble children started screaming, a flash of relief went across Xuebeng's terrified face. He wanted it. That is what he came for. A teacher called Chen Tao arrived at a run and got a version of events from Xuebeng that involved considerably more property damage and a demand that the commoner's cultivation be forcibly abolished. Chen Tao knows Xuebeng's reputation. He didn't buy a word of it, glared at the prince, and apologized to Crowley on the academy's behalf. I want to put on the record what I was actually thinking while I stood there being apologized to, because it is not a nice thing. If I am pushed far enough, I will put a mushroom seedling in the palace at Heaven Dao and find out who is stronger. I restrained myself for exactly one reason, which is that my prospective in-laws are Heaven Dao nobility. Heaven Dao Royal Academy is governed by an education committee of 3 because the emperor is nominally the headmaster and the emperor does not attend meetings. To sit on that committee, you must be among the 5 strongest people in the academy and be appointed by the emperor personally. All 3 of them are Spirit Douluo, level 80 or above, Zhao Kai, Dark Elf, 86, Control Type, Chief, Luo Yang, 85, Defense, Qin Yu, Tian King Vine, 83, Control. They came out to the fountain to meet us wearing the black and gold robes that the Spirit Hall awards only to Spirit Douluo, which is a signal. And the signal was, we are taking this seriously. The reason was arithmetic. Heaven Dao Royal Academy has 8 Spirit Emperors and Spirit Saints in total. Shrek's staff would roughly double that number. Zhao Kai worked the teachers, the other 2 were watching the students the entire time, and I watched them watch. Ding, said my head. Test. Pass Qin Yu's pressure test. Reward, 1 silver draw. The standard, for context, a spirit master who can endure pressure equal to 2/3 of his own level is considered outstanding. Enduring pressure equal to his own level requires releasing his martial soul, and generally, a powerful beast spirit. Qin Yu started me at 25, then 30, then 38, which is my own level, and I was standing there with my hands at my sides and my internal energy switched off entirely. I want to be fair to the man, he was not weak. I had simply been ruined for this. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo had put conceptual pressure on me for 10 minutes in a garden. After Sword Intent and the meaning of death, a Spirit Douluo's ordinary spirit power feels like weather. Meanwhile, Luo Yang had stopped at 40-something because Feng Huai was already straining, and Luo Yang considered a level 34 Feng Huai a top-tier genius for reaching that. Grandmaster had to step in and rescue the humiliated old man in front of me. His physical abilities are no less than a same-level beast spirit in possession, he said. Please feel free to escalate. So, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, at which point I finally summoned the Moyan Vine, which dropped the load. Higher, at which point I turned on ultimate absorption, which dropped it again, 70, 75, at which point I was bent over with one hand flat on the ground and my face was going purple. 80. Is this kid a monster? Said Zhao Kai out loud, to a courtyard full of Spirit Douluo. An ordinary spirit master endures pressure equal to his own level. This boy is enduring twice his own level and still has not reached his limit. And somewhere inside that blank, over-focused, everything hurts state, the heaven and earth changing strike technique started running by itself, which it is absolutely not supposed to do before minor achievement, because a mental art running unsupervised can wreck your nerves permanently. It broke the bottleneck at the 3rd level and went straight through to the 4th. Minor achievement, which is where you are born with mental force. I stood up in that courtyard and I had control and physical power and speed and defense, and now the one thing I was missing. Qin Yu ran out of spirit power before he could force the 8 spider lances out of my back and gave up. Dean Crowley, he said, your Shrek Academy truly lives up to its name. It is a monster academy. And then the doors banged open. Prince Han Wei, in gold, somewhere in his 60s or 70s, the royal in charge of Heaven Dao Royal Academy, Shui Beng, with half his face still swollen, standing behind him and suddenly confident again because he had brought muscle, and a man with silver hair and dark green eyes, and I identified him from the eyes alone before anybody said a word. Leng Yue, Poison Douluo. Here's the politics, because it explains everything that follows. Zhao Kai had not wanted to touch the succession at all. But an academy needs a patron, and compared to Crown Prince Han Yu, Shui Beng is scum, so he had quietly backed the Crown Prince, and he had been paying for it in petty harassment ever since, and he had recruited Shrek's entire faculty without Prince Han Wei's permission, which is technically a violation of the man's authority. Shrek Academy? Said Han Wei. What kind of trash academy is that? I've never heard of it. It must be third-rate. Crowley is a spirit saint, and to a spirit saint, a prince is a man in a nice coat. He released Spirit Saint pressure straight at him, and Leng Yue neutralized it in one step forward, which was, of course, the trap. You actually dare to attack me without a word, said Han Wei, delighted. Zhao Kai, look at the kind of people you have recruited. And now Shrek Academy was on record in front of 3 Spirit Douluo as arrogant and violent. So I cut it off. Dean Crowley, I said loudly, let's go. With Shrek's strength, is there really no advanced academy in the Imperial City that will take us? Yes, said Mei Zhong. Yes. And the whole line of us turned around. You dare to offend me and then try to leave? Mr. Dugu, seize him. Leng Yu summoned a giant azure serpent and 9 spirit rings, and somebody behind me said, Titled Douluo, in the voice people use for weather, they cannot outrun, and all 3 members of the education committee physically threw themselves between him and us. It is true that your highness controls our hiring, said Zhao Kai, and we were wrong to recruit without permission. But now that your highness intends to commit violence in front of us, the three of us cannot stand idly by, and Han Wei was stuck because hurting 3 appointed spirit Douluo is beyond even a prince, and because Leng Yue is not his bodyguard. Leng Yue is a man repaying an old life debt, and he had already done more than the debt required. Then Han Wei, who had slipped out a side door the instant he saw who was standing there, came back in with Leng Yue. She ran to her grandfather and whispered in his ear. He listened. He looked across the courtyard at all of us, and his gaze stopped on me and stayed there. Then he put his martial soul away, and the pressure went out of the room like water out of a bath. Crowley bowed to Zhao Kai and walked out. Han Wei resigned from Heavendao Royal Academy on the spot and followed us into the street. "Tomorrow," said Zhao Kai to the prince's back, "the 3 of us will submit a memorial to impeach you and let His Majesty be the judge." We were out. No tournament place, no simulated training ground, no academy at all, because we had already given ours away. And I walked down that mountain absolutely delighted, and I could not tell a single one of them why, because I knew exactly what Leng Yue had whispered. She had told her grandfather about the boy who ate her poison and enjoyed it. In the story I remember, Feng Huai beats her poison with real gar and fire, which is a solution and which is boring. Treating a poisoned Doulo's granddaughter's venom as a nutritional supplement is a great deal more interesting to a man like that, and Leng Yue is famously both righteous and evil, and famously does not care about consequences once he has become curious. So my conclusion, walking down that mountain, was, Leng Yue is going to kidnap me, exactly as he kidnapped Feng Huai in the version I remember, and I wanted it badly. Because Leng Yue's territory contains the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, and the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well is surrounded by immortal-grade spirit medicine, and it is the single best place on this continent to reforge a human body. Down in the city, Xu Yang, who is as proud as Crowley and had just been insulted in front of a fountain, said, "Dean, let's expand Shrek Academy." And Crowley only smiled crookedly and said we'd try our luck in the capital, in a tone that nobody understood except me. The city notice board carried an advertisement. Blue Tyrant Academy, an advanced Spirit Master Academy, is hiring teachers. Han Wei supplied the background. Blue Tyrant is the academy that knocked one of Heavendao Royal's 2 teams out of the last continental qualifiers. That class has since graduated, so it is currently a shell with a good name. Now they have their chance, said Crowley, and his lips did something unpleasant. The staff at Blue Tyrant nearly fainted because a wall of Spirit Emperors and Spirit Saints walked into their hiring office at the same time. And I noticed the smug look on Crowley's face and said nothing at all because Grandmaster still had not worked it out. The Dean of Blue Tyrant Academy lives alone in the forest behind the campus, and as we walked in under the trees, a song came drifting through them, a woman's voice, and the song was mournful, more like a lament than a song. Grandmaster stopped dead and turned to leave, and Crowley caught him by the wrist. "Ling," he said, "how long are you going to keep running away?" There was nothing but disappointment in Crowley's eyes, and nothing but pain in Grandmaster's, and I could see his whole body shaking from 10 meters back. By the lake there was a woman watering flowers and singing. She turned around, saw him, dropped the watering can, and said his name, Ling, and Crowley let go of his wrist and walked away. I found out his side of it later, and it reframed the entire year. On the trip that took him through Nuoding City to get Feng Huai his 3rd ring, Crowley had passed through Heavendao and looked in on Blue Tyrant Academy out of pure curiosity, and ran into the woman he had spent 20 years longing for, Zhang Fen, his second sister, in the way that word works among people who grew up together in a place with no parents. She asked him where Duan Ling was. And the answer was too complicated to give in a doorway, so he gave none, and then he spent the next 8 months engineering the entire situation that put Grandmaster in that forest. He succeeded completely, and he told me, sitting on a wall much later, that what he mostly felt afterward was loneliness. Whatever those 2 settled by that lake, they settled it themselves, and neither of them has ever told me a word of it. What I know is that Zhang Fen handed Blue Tyrant Academy over to Crowley that evening and renamed it Shrek Academy. Dinner, beds, walls, a home again, 3 days after we gave the last one away. That night, I went for a walk in the woods alone. Poison mist rolled over me at about 11 at night and did precisely nothing, and I collapsed anyway for the sake of the plan. Somebody picked me up off the ground and went over the treetops with me. "Ding," said my head, while I hung limp over a Titled Douluo's shoulder. "Subdue Leng Yue. Reward, 1 gold draw." Half an hour or an hour later, I felt a place where the air was half freezing and half burning at the same time and got thrown down on the floor of a cave lit by glowing crystals. "Kid," said Leng Yue, "stop pretending. I know you're awake. How did Senior know? I am Poison Douluo. I made my entire fortune with poison. If I couldn't tell whether someone I poisoned had actually been poisoned, would I deserve the name?" And then he asked the question that actually bothered him, and he asked it leaning in. "You clearly knew I was following you, so why did you give me the opening and pretend to pass out? What exactly are you thinking? Then he threatened to kill me. Kill me? I said. I bet Senior Douluo wouldn't dare. And I threw the 7 treasure token across the floor of the cave. That token is the mark the 7 treasure glazed tile school gives to people it will avenge. Leng Yue knew exactly what it was on sight, and he knew that killing the bearer of one would bring a response that not even Emperor Qinzhou could stop. What is your connection to the 7 treasure glazed tile school? It's nothing, I said. Junior just calls sect master Qinzheng father-in-law. A figurehead, really. I could see him deciding not to say the obvious sentence out loud, so he decided to simply keep me in that cave until I got bored of being alive, and he got about half a step into explaining the schedule before I stopped him with one line. I think Senior should be more polite, otherwise nobody is going to cure Senior's poisoning. I am poisoned Douluo. In 78 years, I have only ever poisoned other people. Nobody has ever poisoned me. Indeed, I said. Unfortunately, the poison in Senior comes from Senior's own poison arts. And then I recited his symptoms. Tingling in the ribs on cloudy and rainy days. Getting worse every year. Once at noon and once at midnight, an hour or more each time. And every night at about 3:45 in the morning, a needle stabbing pain in the crown of your head and in your heart, with full body spasms for half an hour minimum. You are not merely poisoned, it has seeped into your bones. Honestly, I'm curious why you aren't dead. He let go of my collar and stepped backward. How did you know that? I explained the mechanism instead of answering, which is a technique I recommend. The Jade Phosphor Serpent is one of the most lethally toxic martial souls in existence, and its master's body has nowhere to put the poison. Every possession poisons him a little further. That is not a side effect. That is the martial soul working correctly. In the story I remember, the fix is to store the accumulated poison inside a spirit bone, which works, and which wastes time after every single use, forever. I had something better in my sleeve because a gold draw had handed it to me a month earlier, and I had read it twice on a carriage without knowing why. The Calamity Poison Scripture, methods for ingesting and refining poisons, and for condensing all of it into a poison pill, which does not merely cure the problem permanently, it raises his poison arts while it does it. He demanded proof, twice, and I gave it twice. First his own spirit power poison mist, which I absorbed, digested, and visibly grew stronger on while he watched my aura go up instead of down. Then, the real one. The 9-section jade snake, which is a physical venom, and which turns a spirit king into liquid in about 15 minutes. It could not bite through my skin. Kid, he said in genuine confusion, do you have thick skin? What do you mean thick skin? My skin is very thin. That is the copper skin realm, and it is not something you can explain politely, so I opened my own forearm with a fingernail and held it out and let the snake in. Dark purple went up to my wrist, and then it went away in under 10 seconds, while a Titled Douluo watched his own family's signature venom get metabolized like a light snack. And then he told me the thing he had never told anyone outside his house. They are called the Bilin family, the Azure Phosphor family, and almost none of their descendants live past 25. Every clan on this continent quietly blacklists them for marriage, including the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which is why his granddaughter can never marry Wei Jin, no matter what that boy promises her. Would they allow their future sect master to marry a woman of azure poison? And then he tried to marry his granddaughter to me on the spot, in a cave, 40 minutes after kidnapping me, entirely because of my physique, so that his bloodline would never again have to be afraid of its own martial soul. I transmitted part of the poison pill method into his head with mental force, which I could only do because of the 4th level, and which only worked because he cooperated. He felt the quality of it immediately and demanded the rest, and I closed the trap. I said I could prove I can solve your family's problem. I never said I would give it to you. Why would I? What exactly is our relationship? The price is that the Bilin family submits to me. His aura came down on me like a roof, and I kept my back straight, and here is why this was much harder than the Dragon Snake family. The Douluo clan is small, and it is at its peak, not its decline. I did not hold Leng Yue's life in my hand, and a Titled Douluo's pride does not fold to a spirit elder just because the arithmetic works. So I did not attack his position, I attacked his pride, because I knew from a story I read on a phone that Leng Yue is both righteous and wicked and does not care what the world thinks of him, and men like that are the easiest in the world to provoke. Or is Senior actually a worldly person who cares what other people say? And then the knife. Does Senior really have the heart to watch his granddaughter die the way his son did? Stop talking. His counter was reasonable. I could detain you, take the method by force, and kill you. My family is small. I would take my granddaughter and disappear, and not even the 7 treasure glazed tile school would ever find us. No, I said. I bet Senior can't defeat me, or kill me. On the contrary, if I wanted to, I could easily kill Senior. Let's make it a bet. Go all out. If you still can't defeat me and I can prove I can kill you, then you lead the Bilin family to join me. Fight. Fine, he said, delighted, because he was certain. If you can do that, what's wrong with Leng Yue submitting to you? And then he walked 50 meters back across the cave so that nobody could accuse him of bullying a child and turned around. Kid, I'm here. He crossed 50 meters as if it were a doorstep, and I was gone. Not dodged. Gone. Not anywhere in that cave. Hey, kid, he said, turning in a circle. Where are you? Junior is right here, I said, from 30 meters away, out of empty air. What? Didn't Senior notice? The mechanic took me a month to work out, and it is the single most valuable thing I own. The other dimensional castle used to have one fixed entry point, one coordinate where I stood when I entered and where I came out. The fourth level of the heaven and earth changing strike technique gave me mental force with a radius of about 30 meters, which means I can now move the exit point anywhere my mind can scan. That is a teleport. Limited by the diameter of my own mind, and my mind is going to keep growing. We played hide and seek in that cave for about 4 minutes until a titled Douluo went to full martial soul possession out of pure humiliation, emerald scales and bright yellow vertical pupils, and still could not touch me, because no amount of speed outruns a thought. The one counter is a mental attack to stall me for a fraction of a second while I'm reappearing. Leng Yue has no mental force at all. Nobody on this continent does. There is a hidden cost, and I want it on the record. It burns mental force. About 50 teleports and I am empty. 10 more on a 100 herb pill. Past that I would be overdrawing my own mind, and that damage does not heal. I admit I can't hurt you, he said eventually, breathing hard. But how exactly are you going to hurt me? Even Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo could not guarantee killing me, so I took out the mushroom, head-sized, pitch black and gray, and a ring of small dark red holes on the cap, glowing. Inside those holes is a reaction that is functionally nuclear fusion. In the game it came from, nothing grows again where one lands, because it leaves the ground radioactive. A real one levels a metropolis. This one levels a large town. Some of the gods in the god realm, without a specific defensive ability, would die under it. If I had set it off in that cave, it would have erased the mountain and several dozen miles in every direction, and the only survivor would have been me, because I have a pocket dimension and a card that makes me untouchable for 3 minutes. His sixth sense reacted before his mind did. He started backing up before he knew why. Hey kid, he said, in a voice that had changed completely. What is that in your hand? Get away from me. And I walked toward him, grinning, and I played it for absolutely everything it was worth. Look at this. Mushroom. Isn't it big and round? Just like your jade phosphor serpent. Get away from me. Is it enough for one meal, do you think? Senior, it's just an ordinary black mushroom. You don't believe me? I'll touch it and show you. Even the former Supreme Pontiff I saw when I went to the Spirit Hall to fight, he said, was not as terrifying as that mushroom. I must be tired of living to touch it. For the record, I was never going to detonate it. I came to that mountain for the medicine growing on it. You do not burn down the orchard. And then he was genuinely trapped, and I want to explain why it hurt him, because it explains everything about the man afterward. Leng Yue has spent his entire life as the only openly heaven-do-aligned titled Douluo on this continent, and he has been called a royal lackey behind his back for 40 years, and he has endured all of it for exactly one reason, which is that he keeps his word. That self-image is the only thing he has. Breaking a bet would take it off him, so I needled him. On purpose. Senior Douluo is so hard to beat. Can't he accept a defeat? Until he was jumping with rage, and then I turned around and started walking out. Unexpectedly, I said to the cave wall, the Leng Yue known for keeping his promises turns out to be a sore loser. Oh well, let's just say Junior was blind. Kid, don't go, I promise you. And then I gave him the win back. And this is the smartest thing I have ever done to a person. I know Senior has always been proud, and that even joining me you would feel uncomfortable about it, so I won't have you join me. Let's make a deal instead. I give you the poison pill method now. You lead the Douluo family to serve me for 10 years. If I reach titled Douluo within 10 years, you formally join me. If I don't, we part ways as equals. And either way, in 10 years, I hand over the rest of the poison refining methods as payment for your 10 years. That way nobody misunderstands Senior's reputation. What I actually knew, from the story, was worth more than any weapon in my ring. Leng Yue keeps promises. But he cares far more about feelings than about promises. Force him and he will obey exactly as much as he agreed to. Win him and he will go all out for you as a nominal advisor with no obligation at all. And 10 years is nothing to me. I am going to make titled Douluo. So the concession cost me exactly 0 and bought me everything, and Leng Yue hates owing favors and now had no choice but to owe me one. You little fox, he said, and then a level 91 titled Douluo went down on one knee on the floor of his own cave. Leng Yue pays his respects to young master. I hauled him up immediately, partly acting, mostly because I was afraid the old man was going to die down there. He offered me the option of calling him A Yan, and I thought, privately, that I would much rather everyone call me Age. The poison pill method, by his own estimate, was worth 30% combat power and a breakthrough to level 92 inside a year. He had been stuck around 91 for 7 or 8 years because of the Belin poison, while his equals reached 93 and 94, and the Spirit Master world calls him the weakest, titled Douluo. That is the sentence that made him agree, not the mushroom. His granddaughter was harder. Condensing a poison pill needs enormous cultivation, and she is a spirit elder. Option 1 was to fuse a spirit bone into her and dump the toxin into that, and Leng Yue's answer is the best measure of how rare those things are. Even the Spirit Hall has sought a spirit bone and failed to obtain one, he said, let alone me. Option 2 is the one we used, and it's mine, my blood. Because of what my body has become, my blood purifies any poison that enters it. Every so often, she takes some of mine. It is a stopgap and not a cure. It is enough that she will not have to worry about dying. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Jiang Fen and Crowley had walked into Sunset Forest at night to look for me. A level 29 theorist at night in a forest full of hunting beasts because a student had not come back from a walk. That landed on me harder than anything Leng Yue said all evening. I covered for the old man. Senior invited me, I said. We're having a very pleasant conversation. And Grandmaster did not push because that is what he is like. He only ever cares about what I am willing to say. Yue had already run to the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School for help, which meant Grandmaster had to go and head that off, and Leng Yue went visibly uneasy at the thought of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo arriving at his door. I asked for a few months and promised all of them gifts. Your well-being is the best gift, said Grandmaster. No, I said. Teacher, I believe you will be satisfied with my gift. The Ice and Fire. Yin Yang Well is a valley at the top of that mountain, permanently wrapped in fog, and in the middle of it there is a circular pool shaped like a yin-yang symbol. 1/2 red, 1/2 blue, perfectly divided along the curve with nothing between them, both halves steaming. And around it, growing in a ring, plants with jade-lustered stems and petals like cut crystal. Spirit medicine grows there at 10 times the normal rate, and the two extremes suppress Leng Yue's own poison, which is the actual reason that man is still breathing at 78. I walked the ring, naming things off perfect recall, while a titled Douluo followed me around, getting quieter. Octagonal mysterious ice grass. Fierce fire apricot delicate tree, Killuo tulip, 9 rank purple ganoderma, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, water-gazing dew, yearning heartbroken red, narcissus jade muscle and bone, and a stand of black jade bamboo at the back, which I earmarked for Zhao Feng on sight and said nothing about. And here is where my plan diverged from the story I remembered, and it is the single most important decision I have made in this life. In that story, the boy who finds this place hands out one immortal plant to each of his friends. I refined them into pills instead, because a plant serves one person once, and then it is gone forever. A method serves everyone I will ever meet. Spirit Ascension pills, with Narcissus Jade Muscle and Bone as the main herb, and barrier-breaking pills, off the 9-rank purple Ganoderma. And I did the arithmetic that night on a rock, and the arithmetic is why the rest of this story happened. Zhao Xuan is level 87. One Spirit Ascension pill puts him at 89 or 90. Add a barrier-breaking pill and he crosses into Titled Douluo. After which the Dragon Snake combination, which is already worth a Titled Douluo's strike, could rival a level 93 Super Douluo's full force attack. 2 exceptions I would not touch. The Killuo tulip stays whole for Qin Yue because it frees a 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda from the ceiling built into it, and I do not know whether refining it destroys that property. And the yearning heartbroken red is Yu Mei's, and I already knew exactly what I was going to make out of it. Everything in that valley that any other person on this continent would have called worthless, meaning the poisonous half of the garden, I harvested first. A highly toxic immortal grade plant is still spirit medicine to me. With Poison Boost, one of those lets me fight 1 or 2 realms above myself for a while. Then I ate the 2 extremes. There is exactly one correct way to take the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fierce fire apricot delicate tree, and it is to take both at once and let them cancel. One works outward, one works inward. The neutralized energy in the middle is gentle enough to absorb, and whoever survives it comes out immune to ice, fire, and every poison there is. I pulled both out of the ground with vines, and the vines that touched them were instantly frozen solid and burned to ash respectively. I caught both in midair with the purple demon eye slowing the world down, and split each of them into 3 portions with a jade knife, because once they meet, the extremes only last 10 breaths before dying entirely, into the space ring, where time does not move. Then I ate 1 portion of each, stems first, because I prefer bitterness followed by sweetness. My body went ice blue and then crimson like a boiled shrimp, and my clothes turned to ash where they were touching me. I put the ring and the tear of the goddess into system storage, because a wise man avoids dangerous situations. And then I got into the well. The pain doubled instantly and I blacked out before I could make a sound. I was unconscious in there all night. The well's cold was cancelled by the fire inside me, and the well's heat was cancelled by the ice inside me, and I was being tempered from the outside in and the inside out at the same time for 9 hours. By dawn, my body had been remade 1 step short of copper skin and iron bones. And something else, deeper than the body, had quietly begun to change, which I did not notice at the time. Leng Yue brought his granddaughter up at dawn. He has spent his entire life knowing that the blue spring shatters stone and the red spring melts steel to slag, so when Leng Yue told him there was a person in it, he assumed she was making fun of him. Then he looked. Holy crap, he said. There really are people who can get into these springs. He said afterward that it felt like being slapped repeatedly. Grandpa, said Leng Yue at some volume, he's not wearing any clothes. You'll see similar situations later anyway, said Leng Yue shamelessly. Don't be shy, Grandpa. The Moyen vine had evolved overnight. The blood-red patterns on it were now blue and red, and it carried the ultimate ice and the ultimate fire the same way I did, because a martial soul shares a link with its master, and my martial soul's talent is absorbing energy. It drank the well through me while I was unconscious. Then I gave Leng Yue her first transfusion, and the process is grotesque. This continent has no equipment for it, so it is a thorned vine from my wrist to hers, and a great deal of screaming. Stop yelling, I said. I thought someone as arrogant as you would at least have some guts, she sniped. I snapped back. Don't act high and mighty. Your grandfather begged me to treat you. Don't behave as though I'm begging you. And then, because I was 12, my Yue is a young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and she isn't half as arrogant and domineering as you are. She had no answer to that, because by rank she genuinely is beneath a 7 treasure young miss, and I regretted saying it about 4 seconds later. The rest of it was medically successful and personally humiliating for her, and she has forbidden me from describing it, so I won't. What I will say is that it worked. The Beelin poison came out of her. The ice and fire raised her cultivation as a side effect. Her complexion cleared, her hair brightened from that dull purple to something with light in it, and the faint fishy smell that has followed her since she was 6 turned into something clean. And she looked at me properly for the first time and told me much later exactly what she concluded. As handsome as Wei Jin, rude to the point of being unbearable, and a pretty good person. I hit level 40 in that valley, a spirit ancestor at 12. Leng Yue had assumed I was 14 or 15, 12 years old, he said, and then he sat down on a rock. He didn't doubt what I'd said. He said he was having some doubts about life. What I needed from a 4th ring was burst damage. I already had restraint and control coming out of my ears. I wanted something that killed things. And here is my theory of ring absorption, which is Grandmaster's theory taken 2 steps further, and which is why I can do things nobody else can. A martial soul can absorb any spirit ring whose abilities it can plausibly simulate. Snake beasts give binding, and any vine can do that. Spider beasts give webs. Scorpions give piercing and hardness. But bird types and anything with dragon bloodline are nearly impossible, because a plant cannot generate a matching ability out of them, and the attempt is what kills people. Feng Hui, incidentally, can absorb literally anything, and the reason is beautiful. Blue silver grass is so weak that it rejects nothing at all. We passed on an Earth King, 3 meters long and pure white with a 9-segmented tail ending in a fiery red hook, whose innate ability stuns everything in a semicircle and then erupts a pillar of magma out of the ground. It suited me perfectly. It was 4,000 years old. That's the right range for someone about to become a spirit ancestor, said Leng Yue. No, I said. My 4th ring target is 10,000 years. There was a patch of thundercloud sitting over distant mountains, while the weather everywhere else was clear. That's thunderstorm land, said Leng Yue. No spirit beast there. Lightning strikes constantly. Very dangerous. I thought otherwise, and I was right because of a school subject. Inside there are no trees at all. Scorched rock, craters, and cliffs with a gray-black metallic sheen on them. I climbed one, dug my fingers into the dark stone, pried a piece loose, crushed it to powder in my palm, and watched the powder clump. Magnetite. Which is why lightning falls there, which I explained to Leng Yue, who nodded politely, with absolutely no idea why tall iron objects attract lightning, because on this continent, that is not a fact anybody has ever needed, and constant lightning is the perfect nursery for exactly one thing. The thunderclap hellvine is born at the very top of the plant-type beasts, and is intelligent from the day it sprouts. It grows in segments like bamboo. and it cultivates by only one method, which is being struck by lightning. Roughly 100 strikes equals 1 year of ordinary cultivation, which is agonizing, which is why they are legends. At 100 years, it can pull lightning down on purpose. At 10,000 years, it can change the weather. And there it was, among the peaks. Dark purple, bamboo jointed, being hit over and over by bolts as thick as my leg, and visibly enjoying it. Purple electricity running along the vines, lightning sap moving under the skin, a thunder pool forming at the base, and no sign of compressed lightning, which meant under 20,000 years, exactly what I could absorb. I sent Leng Yue to test it and warned him twice. Its attacks are incredibly powerful, and Senior's poison arts are countered by lightning. What's there to be afraid of, he said, from a spirit beast that can't move. It opened with one bolt, which he sidestepped, and then a net of lightning, which he couldn't, so he possessed and raised his fifth ability. Serpent Heavenly Shield, a giant green serpent phantom coiled around him, and the net died on it without cracking it. Ha ha, he shouted. Is this all you're capable of? And then the vine started shaking, and I was the one who realized what was wrong. It can't understand speech, so it wasn't angry, it was charging. Black clouds gathered above it and spread out to a 100-meter radius, and the 100-meter radius included me and Leng Yue. I grabbed her, ignored the screaming, and covered 100 meters in about 4 breaths. 3 breaths later, the entire area became a sea of lightning, and a bolt as thick as a bucket put a half-meter crater exactly where we had been standing. She had her hand up to slap me for grabbing her. Then she saw the crater and put her hand down. Leng Yue survived and came out furious. "You spirit beast," he shouted, at a plant. "You actually know how to use tricks?" His arithmetic afterward is the whole story of that fight. Serpent Heavenly Shield lasts 10 breaths. 3 were spent eating the net. He says, Lightning Rain lasted 9, which means the vine outlasted his shield by 2 breaths, in which 10 bolts fell and 3 hit him, not injured, filthy, charred, and publicly humiliated by a plant. But that display told me the number. It had summoned ordinary uncompressed lightning, which is its first ability. So, over 10,000 years and under 20, perfect prey. Leng Yue killed it with his 8th ability, which is a time freeze, and I have no idea how that works, and neither does he. His scales darken, and the mountains and the rivers and the vine all simply stop. Then he spat out his Dan Pearl, which is the elixir a spirit condenses after it evolves, and fired a green beam that turned the entire vine jade-colored. I teleported several hundred meters through the castle in an instant, drew the Juke sword, and brought it down, and a 10,000-year legend, made brittle as actual jade, shattered into pieces. What a pity, I said out loud, standing in the wreckage, because a Thunderclap Hellvine is effectively a Thunder Attribute Immortal Grade plant, and I had just smashed it into gravel to get at the ring. Absorbing a 10,000-year ring at level 40 is best described as being strapped to a table and repeatedly electrocuted by something with a name. Dark purple lightning wrapped around me like a cloak the entire time, which apparently made me look like a thunder god, which I am told was very impressive from outside and which I did not enjoy from inside. I put every bit of it to work because that is what I do now. Golden Bell to level 6, Dragon Elephant to level 9, and Spirit Power from 40 to 43. The thing that makes me different from every other spirit master alive, once, plainly. A spirit ring releases about 20 to 30% of the beast's total cultivation, and an ordinary master can only endure it while the vast majority of that energy dissipates into the air around him and is lost forever. I absorb nearly all of it. What everyone else experiences as a crisis to be survived, I have spent 6 years hunting on purpose. The Moyun Vine came out of it carrying 3 ultimate attributes: Ice Blue, Fire Crimson, and Thunder Purple, all 3 patterns braided along it, and the 4th ability was not Lightning Forest, and not anything the Vine had ever done. Ice Fire Thunder Explosion. It collides all 3 extremes inside the vine and detonates them at the same point. It kills anyone at my level, badly hurts most people above it, and inflicts burning, freezing, and paralysis simultaneously. And it cannot be controlled, which means it is a danger to everyone standing near me, which is why I have used it exactly twice in my life. I demonstrated on a boulder that had been welded by a century of lightning strikes, and the boulder came apart and rained down the mountain, and there were char marks and shards of ice mixed together in the debris. Which is how Leng Yue worked out all 3 effects without being told. "You little freak," he said, "you're still not satisfied?" At Spirit Douluo level, that would threaten some low defense Titled Douluo. I spent a month at that well. The remaining 2/3 of both immortal plants, 3 more temperings in the water, and half a month of continuous agony. 13 Taibao Golden Bell Shield, level 7, Copper Skin and Iron Bones, defense equal to a Spirit King in possession, Spirit Power 43 to 45. Dragon Elephant to level 10, which is 1300 Jin of raw physical strength, which combined with a Spirit Ancestor's internal energy is a low-end Spirit King strength type. 2 levels in half a month, which to anybody else on this continent is a fairy tale. The hidden engine underneath all of it was not the plants and not the well. It was the tendon-changing bone-forging chapter, which improves aptitude, and that month it stopped working on me. Because my aptitude had reached its ceiling, there is no more room in this body. The cost of all of it is that my strength jumped 5 levels in half a month, and I could not control my own hands. I broke 3 doors, 2 tables, and a pill furnace before I relearned how to pick things up. Then I hung a pill furnace on 2 Moyen vine cables over the extreme hot Yang spring. That spring is hotter than fire and far more even, which raises the success rate of everything, and I could sit beside it and cultivate while I worked because the 2 immortal plants had made me immune to ice and fire. The single deadliest patch of ground on this continent had become the best workshop on it. I made a batch of peerless grade 100 herb pills first. One of those is worth 100 of the old ones, partly as practice before risking irreplaceable herbs, because there is exactly 1 of each immortal plant in that valley, and no second attempt exists, and partly as an apology to the 7 treasure-glazed tile school for the panic when Yue ran home saying I'd been abducted, then 12 barrier-breaking pills, and 14 spirit ascension pills. And I want to state my intention for the barrier-breaking pill out loud because I had been holding it since I was 6 years old and heard a man call himself a good-for-nothing in a dark forest. It was for Grandmaster. My only regret is that I could not work out how to evolve Luo Huaipao because that would have been the perfect gift. Give me 18 months. Leng Yue, restored, is a different man. The poison pill condensed, the fishy smell gone, and a face that had looked past 50 looked middle-aged. And he acquired a hobby, which is entirely my fault. After the transfusion, I tried to console a crying girl by telling her a story from my old world about a boy who joins a righteous sect and a demon girl who loves him. She will not leave me alone about it. Every day. What happened to Chinger after she used the love curse? Did she die? And this continent has no concept of Tao, no immortals, no magical artifacts, so every single episode requires a lecture first. How did the girl who used to say vicious things to me turn into someone who follows me around demanding chapters? Once she takes the cold mask off, Leng Yue is more talkative than anybody I have ever met. So in the end, he didn't end up with Chinger, but with Yue Ruyu? Chinger and Ling Yue were ultimately destined to be apart, and she said, to the ground, destined to meet, but not to be together. And I found out why, and it is not funny. She had asked Wei Jin to prove himself by bringing her a spirit bone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. He agreed. He actually went and asked. They refused, and then they detained him, partly because spirit bones are nearly priceless, mostly because nobody wants Beelin blood in their line. Even a descendant who does not inherit the Jade Phosphor Serpent may be born weak, and one who does inherit it dies faster the more they use it. Leng Yue was furious on principle. He, Leng Yue, is also a titled Douluo, so why isn't he worth a spirit bone? And he wrote off the entire sect that afternoon and has never spoken their name since without contempt. The furnace shook. I lifted it off the Yang spring with the vines, spun the liquid inside it with mental force, and cooled it, and 14 pills condensed. The smell alone brought Leng Yue out of a cave 200 meters away at a dead run. He swallowed one, and his face changed completely. An extremely pure and gentle spiritual energy, he said afterward, like a spring breeze and rain, nourishing things silently and bringing about the revival of all things. An hour later, he came off the ground shouting, I've broken through to level 93. Let's see who dares call me the weakest titled Douluo now. He had been stuck at 91 for 8 years. Even with the poison pill, it would have taken another 2 or 3 to reach 93. One pill erased all of it, made his body feel young, and left. Undigested medicine sitting in him to accelerate everything he does for the next decade. And that, not the mushroom and not the bet, is where his loyalty actually comes from. If Leng Yue had joined me for the poison pill method and his granddaughter's life, from that afternoon he regarded me the way Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo regard Qin Zheng. I gave one to his granddaughter too. That was the part that sealed it. She didn't take hers. She asked me for a second one, for Wei Jin. I refused coldly, and I'll show my arithmetic. 14 pills, 2 gone. 8 earmarked for Shrek, 1 for me, 1 for Zhao Xuan, 1 for Xiaobai. That leaves exactly 1. Who does Wei Jin think he is? If Leng Yue were not Leng Yue's granddaughter, I would not have given her one either. She called me a little miser, and it was Leng Yue who tore into her, not me. If someone gives you a treasure, it is because they are generous. How can you ask for a second one and then call them a jerk when they say no? Is this because I didn't educate you properly, or did Wei Jin put some kind of spell on you? She bottled hers and saved it for him. I said nothing at all. It was hers. What she does with it is not my business. Blue Tyrant Academy had become Shrek Academy while I was gone, with the plaque re-gilded. I want to say something about Zhang Fen, who never gets said anything about. She handed over the institution she had built with her own hands over years without negotiating, because a man she had not seen in 20 years needed somewhere to put his students. She truly is a woman as capable as any man, and I have never worked out how to say that to her without it sounding like an insult. I got stopped at my own gate for not having a uniform, and when the message went in, Qin and Zhao Feng both came out at a dead run, and both of them were crying. Yue recovered first, as usual. Did Leng Yue bully you? Tell me, and I'll get Grandpa Stone and Grandpa Sword to teach him a lesson. You're the son-in-law of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Grandmaster grabbed my hand in the middle of the courtyard, and Zhang Fen had to physically remind him where he was standing. In the cabin by the lake, I summoned the Moyun vine, and 4 rings came up. Yellow, purple, black, purple. A 10,000-year 4th ring. Everybody cried out except Grandmaster, who was not surprised at all, because he has been telling me since I was 6 to take rings above my rank on the grounds that my body can carry them and the abilities come out better on the other side. Then I named the 4th ability, and the room went quiet, and then he caught the impossibility in about 2 seconds. No spirit beast has ice, fire, and thunder. He got half an answer. Thunderclap, Hellvine, plus another opportunity, and his reaction was pure scholar, and it broke my heart a little. Did you bring back its corpse? This is the legendary spirit beast. I had to tell him I'd shattered it, and I watched a man be genuinely bereaved about a plant. Then I handed out the gifts. 2 kinds. A spirit ascension pill raises cultivation, at least 5 levels for a spirit elder. A barrier. Breaking pill breaks a realm ceiling. 1 each, and Grandmaster took hold of my arm. Your barrier breaking pill, he said. It really helps people break through a realm? This barrier breaking pill of mine, I said, was largely made specifically for you. And his eyes went red. Nobody who has not been in that position can understand what it does to a proud and ambitious man to be unable to break level 29 and to end up pursuing theoretical research instead and to be laughed at through a door for it by children. Barrier-breaking pills also went to Jiang Fen, to Crowley, to Guokang, to Han Yue, and to Jiang Lei. And Grandmaster explained to them why that was the right gift and a spirit ascension pill was not. A spirit ascension pill barely moves a spirit saint, he said. A barrier-breaking pill might one day make you titled Douluo. The results landed within the hour. Qin Yue 31 to 37, Zhao Feng 32 to 37, Feng Huai 35 to 40, Yu Mei 33 to 39, Mei Xiong 31 to 37, Felix 33 to 39, Su Feng 31 to 37. Xu Yang declined to take his, which I respected enormously. He was at 39 and would have gained 1 level. He put it away to take after breaking 40 on his own, so he would gain 5. I got the least of anybody, 45 to 48, because I am too strong for it, and because 2 immortal plants have made me resistant to medicine. The surplus is lying dormant in my flesh, speeding up everything I do, and Grandmaster broke through level 29. His voice was completely calm and would not stop shaking. Ye Fan, he said, it is truly my good fortune to have you as a disciple. Otherwise, I fear I would never have broken the shackles of level 29 in my entire life. Teacher, I said, I just want you to break through. I'll tell you the private part, which I have never said to him. In the story I remember, Feng Huai eventually brings that man, a 9-rank purple Ganoderma, and he breaks through the same wall. By refining it instead of handing it over whole, I got Grandmaster his breakthrough and a future chance at Spirit Douluo for every single teacher at that academy. That is the entire argument for alchemy in 1 paragraph, and I have never needed to make it again. Senior, I said to Zhao Xuan the next week, have you ever thought about becoming a titled Douluo? He gave me the honest answer, which is the answer of a man who has done the arithmetic on his own life. There are several hundred Spirit Douluo on this continent, and fewer than 2 in 100 ever cross. He did not know whether he would see 88 before he died. Junior has a way to make Senior a titled Douluo directly. I gave him the caveat honestly because he deserved it. One made this way is far weaker than one who climbed there. He did not care in the slightest, and his reasons were good. It adds 10 years to his life. He would still outclass any Spirit Douluo he met, and with his wife the Dragon Snake combination would then outclass a normal titled Douluo of the same level. Spirit Ascension Pill first, 87 to 89. From 88, the odds were about 70%. From 89, it is nearly certain, and I did not tell him that until afterward. Then the barrier-breaking pill. It took over an hour. His aura rose and peaked and then began to fall while becoming denser, and I read it correctly from across the room. He was condensing a soul core, which is, as far as I can tell, this world's version of a cultivator's golden core, and I want to note the difference because it says something about this place. A cultivator who condenses a core must comprehend the Tao and gains flight and divine ability. A titled Douluo who condenses a soul core begins to comprehend the true meaning of his own martial soul. That's it. That's all he gets. This entire power system is distorted by its dependence on spirit rings. and I say that as its principal beneficiary. He failed to form it 3 times and only survived on the pill's continuous supply, and then a soul core condensed and shone, and he went down on one knee. I am grateful to young master for giving me a second chance at life. Young master is not only my benefactor, he is the benefactor of the entire dragon snake family, and the reason he will never betray me, which he said in the same breath, is arithmetic again. Even as a titled Douluo, he is a setting sun with few years left, and I am going to shine brighter, and anyone who can hand out pills like that certainly has better ones. Then I gave him his orders. I am founding a faction in Heaven Do Imperial City. It is called Dan Fan, the Pill Pavilion, and it sells medicinal pills, and medicinal pills attract covetous eyes. Leng Yue has already bought me the building. But Leng Yue is publicly tied to the Heaven Do Royals, which limits how much weight he can put behind me. So, hunt your 9th ring, register the title at the Spirit Hall, and then come to the capital and be seen. I offered him Leng Yue as an escort for the hunt, since with a titled Douluo standing over him, he could take a far older ring. Poison Douluo Leng Yue, he said slowly. How did a spirit elder get the proud and arrogant Leng Yue to become his subordinate? And then he heard himself and laughed because he was standing there as the answer to his own question. The Heaven Do auction house is a white hemisphere like an upturned bowl, 500 meters across and 80 high, with no sign on it except a carved auction hammer, open 24 hours a day. Yue gave me a warning on the steps, and it is the sharpest thing anybody has ever said to me about the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall has made real contributions, she said, but it would be a serious mistake to think it is a righteous force. If the benefit reaches a certain size, even the Spirit Hall will drop the glamorous facade and behave like bandits. Quite a few factions have been destroyed for obtaining a spirit bone they could not protect. Officially, those were destroyed by unknown forces. Nobody is a fool. Their ambitions are an open secret among the higher-ups. So I set 2 rules for myself that afternoon, and I have never broken either. Never sell spirit ascension pills. I do not have enough for my own people, and never, under any circumstances, sell the 100 herb pill, because if the Spirit Hall ever learns what it does to a titled Douluo's lifespan, I do not currently have the capacity to survive the consequence. Keep it hidden. Quietly make a fortune. What I put up for auction were the 2 lines I could afford to be famous for: Qi replenishing pills in 3 grades and black jade bone healing ointment. The appraiser's reaction was market data, because on this continent, restoring spirit power has always been the exclusive domain of food system spirit masters, and food system spirit masters cannot be bought. Low grade fully restores a spirit master or grandmaster, half a spirit elder, a quarter a spirit ancestor, halving with every realm above. Medium grade fully restores up to spirit ancestor. High grade fully restores a spirit emperor. They verified it properly, which I respected. 5 spirit masters of ascending rank in a steel-walled testing room made to burn out every drop of spirit power they had and then dosed. Appraiser number 7 came back with a smile he could not control and did not bother testing the ointment. On the form, under affiliation, I wrote Dan Fan. And while I was filling it in, I noticed the largest gap in this entire world's economy, which is that there are no banks. None. Every large transaction on this continent happens through storage tools. Physically, by hand. I will get to that. I need credibility and capital I do not yet have. The seating in that hall is 5 colored tiers by rank, red nearest the stage, then black, purple, yellow, and white, which demonstrates status very clearly, which is exactly what the nobility likes. Qinzheng, master of the 2nd-ranked sect on the continent, sat in the white seats without a second thought, so everybody else did too. He had also, by then, found me 48 spirit masters with wood or fire attributes to train as alchemists, which he mentioned the way you mention picking up bread. The lot after a storage belt went for 43,000 gold was wheeled out under a red cloth, and it was an iron cage with a girl in it. The host lifted her hair with a stick to show pointed cat ears, and 1 blue eye and 1 green, and then tapped the bars until she showed a snow-white tail. Opening price, 100,000 gold. What a blessing it would be, he said, to have such a beautiful cat as a pet. They actually sell people as pets, said Zhao Feng, who is 15 and from a good family and had genuinely never seen it. Qin Yue was completely used to it, which was worse. Don't worry, she said. My dad will buy them. Because Qinzheng brought his daughter to that building as a small child, deliberately, to show her the true face of the nobility, and he has been buying female slaves and freeing them ever since. Her only concern was that the auction house was about to lose money again. There are too many things in this world that we cannot stop, said Qinzheng, standing up to bid. All we can do is refuse to go along with them. Prince Han Wei bid against him at 170,000, and the instant he saw who was bidding, he sat down and shut his mouth. The auction house then quietly cancelled every remaining slave lot rather than sell them cheaply in front of the 7 treasure-glazed tile school. These people, said Qinzheng wearily, are trying to fob me off with the cheap goods again. It's the same every time. Why bother? It isn't as though I'm unwilling to pay. And then I asked him to buy all of them for me. I meant it, and my reasoning was not charity. Freed, those girls' futures are destroyed anyway, because of what they are and what everyone assumes about what they've been. I was building a faction, and I needed staff who had nowhere else to be, and, I said, their distinctive appearance certainly attracts attention. I then said the phrase beast-eared girl out loud in front of my prospective father-in-law, who found the coinage rather good. I wanted on record that I am a gentleman. At most, they were going to wear matching outfits and dance. The last lot of the night was mine. Qi replenishing pills and black jade bone healing ointment, and the hall came apart. A spirit emperor noble explained the appeal to his neighbor loudly enough for the whole floor. A pill that instantly refills a spirit emperor's spirit power lets that spirit emperor grind down a low-level spirit saint by attrition. Nobody could resist a treasure like that. Prices climbed past 800,000, and then Prince Hanwei took over, and the other nobles stopped bidding, and not because of his rank, because he is famously vindictive and everyone in that room has to live in his city. The Spirit Emperor held out longest, because as a registered spirit master, he is genuinely outside the prince's reach, and he was finally priced out at 900,000, at which point I bid 980,000 on my own lot. Hanwei stood up, and I extended my middle finger at him, and then, for the sake of thoroughness, turned it upside down, and he did not know what either gesture meant and read the contempt perfectly. And then I farmed him. The mechanism is the ugliest use I have ever put my own mind to. Since the 4th level, I can read the surface thoughts of ordinary people and of weaker spirit masters. Han Wei was far too angry to hide anything at all. So I walked him up in increments, reading his ceiling off the top of his head until he ground out 2 million gold coins, which was his own stated limit, and then I stopped instantly and mouthed, across a crowded auction hall, "You win." He worked out what had happened about 4 seconds later and put his fist through the seat rail. The auction house's own estimate had been 1.2 million. After their 10%, I walked out with 1.8 million gold coins, and my only regret is that nobody was permitted to tell him whose lot it was. Everybody in that building read it as the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School moving against the 4th Prince's faction, which it was not, and which Qinzheng can never actually do. A backer may support a claimant. A backer may never oppose one. The emperor decides, and backing the loser poisons the sex relationship with the throne for a generation. And I had planted something on Prince Han Wei before I left the hall. The Eye Stone. A black iron reward from the Kanghui Academy business months earlier, which places up to 4 invisible, intangible surveillance eyes wherever I like. Which is how I already knew what the auction house had held back and delivered to his private room. A wolf woman, a fox woman, a cow woman, and a butterfly woman. I put that in front of the manager and watched him go the color of paper. Do you think Uncle Ning is so good-natured that he won't hold this against you? Or do you think the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is weak and a prince of this empire outranks him in your eyes? Qinzheng said 6 words. I'll take your treasure this time. And the auction house folded immediately, because the only thing that had ever protected them was that he had been choosing not to look. In the prince's private room, I threw the manager aside and said, I'll take these 4. His spirit emperor bodyguard moved, and Sword Douluo put that man on his knees with a look, not an ability, a look, and then Qinzheng delivered the actual blow, gently, in the tone of a man discussing weather. My son-in-law wants to make a name for himself in the capital and needs people. I hauled the cage out by hand. Han Wei, who is a spirit grandmaster, did the arithmetic on stepping forward and on complaining to Emperor Qinzhou, and arrived at nothing both times. I won't trouble Prince Han Wei to see me off, I said. He kicked the table to pieces the moment the door shut. "You fan," said Qin Yue on the steps, absolutely glowing. "This time you really killed that Prince Han Wei. You've avenged Shrek Academy. 10 girls, 2 cages. They were too frightened to come out, so I left. Simply walked away and told the 2 girls to handle it, because as girls they would be trusted faster than I would. They came out for Yue. I dressed all 10 in black robes that covered everything but the face, so they could walk through the capital without being looked at, and I bought a castle on a hill behind a walled estate and put a building next to it, and I called the whole thing Dan Fan, the Pill Pavilion. The cat-eared one is called Haruko, and she is frightened of everything. The wolf-eared one is called Luna, and she is frightened of nothing whatsoever and has a voice that carries across a stadium, which becomes relevant later. The head of them is a quiet girl called Vision Soul, whose martial soul is her own eyes, 7-colored, with an innate spirit power of level 1, which is the lowest number I have ever seen on a living person. I gave her an immortal grade plant, not a pill, the whole plant. Water-gazing dew, which is worthless to a fighter and which is specifically for eyes, and I had been saving it for myself until the 4th level made it unnecessary. She drank the beads out of the leaves, and her martial soul evolved, and she came up out of it saying that she could see the room with her eyes shut, in black and white. Congratulations, I said. That's mental force. And then I told her about a boy from a story I remembered, whose martial soul was also his eyes, whose innate spirit power was also level 1, who also carried a great deal of hatred around, and who became a god. I don't expect you to become a god, I said. I would like you to become a titled Douluo. That's my hope for you. If we hadn't met Master, she said, crying, we would all have become playthings of nobles, kept as ornaments in palaces, living as slaves. You are my maids and I am your master, I said, because I could not sit through any more of it. Of course I have to treat you well, otherwise how would I exploit you properly? Then I finished the King of Cuisine phase and got a gold draw, and the gold draw gave me 3 designated enhancement cards. Each one raises an item's tier up to that item's own limit. Can it be used on a martial soul? It can. Capped at sub-divine rank. Let me tell you what the ranks actually are, since I have never explained it and it matters for the next 5 minutes. Mortal grade means no spirit power at all. Soul grade is innate 1 to 3. Earth and heaven grade cover 4 to 10, with heaven grade carrying a special ability of its own. And then divine rank, which is a martial soul bestowed by the gods of this world, which breaks the world's limit outright, which gives innate level 20 and a guaranteed domain before titled Douluo. The Moyen Vine is divine rank. That is what a bureaucrat rubbed between his fingers looking for venom. And between heaven and divine there is subdivine, which gives you a chance at a domain, and which includes the Blue-Silver Emperor and the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. On this entire continent, the only divine rank martial souls are the Spirit Hall's Seraphim and the Sea God of Sea God Island. 3 cards. The first one went to Qinzheng in a conference room with the door closed. I opened by asking Grandmaster to define martial soul evolution for me so he would hear himself say it. Evolution is a benign mutation, he said. The martial soul only ever changes in a positive direction. Then I told Qinzheng I could turn his 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda into a 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, and he came out of his chair before I finished the sentence. I crushed the card and golden light went into a 7-story crystal tower, and it rose 8 stories, then 9, and Qinzheng stood in the middle of it and felt the level 79 bottleneck he has lived inside for years get pierced. Thank you, Ye Fan, he said. 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda will always be your home. Uncle Ning, I said, shouldn't it be called the 9 treasure glazed tile school now? And then it was Grandmaster's turn, and I need you to remember the forest. I need you to remember a fat purple thing shaped like a dog with drooping ears and big blue eyes, and a man saying, evenly, like a man reading his own file, when it first awakened, my spirit power was level 1/2. Otherwise, how would I have ended up like this? No matter how hard I try, I will never break level 30 in this lifetime, and I will only ever study martial souls in theory. Teacher, I said, do you want Luo Huaipao to evolve? His lips started shaking. Let's have Schoolmaster Ning go first, he'd said 10 minutes earlier. I'm a little nervous. Luo Huaipao came out already excited. It knew. I don't know how, but it knew. It squatted on the floor with its round body and its tail going and stared at me with pure eagerness. Teacher, are you ready? Ready. I crushed the card. Golden light poured into it, and it began to lengthen. A rugged dark purple horn pushed out of its forehead. The round body grew long and grew strong, and scales came up through the fur in sheets, and the short thick tail extended into something that could break a wall. Its stubby legs became 4 dragon claws. And then a pair of broad blue-purple wings unfolded out of its back, and the light died, and a magnificent dark purple dragon stood in a conference room in front of a level 30 theorist. Luo Huaipao, said Grandmaster, is that you? And the dragon lowered its long head and rubbed it against his leg, up and down, exactly the way the fat little pig used to. He went down on his knees and put both arms around its neck and sobbed. He told me afterward that he thought he had forgotten all of it, all the years of being called a waste by his own clan. His father, the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, unable to stop it, leaving quietly to prove himself and running into a ceiling that no amount of effort could move. He said it had only sunk to the bottom, and the dragon brought all of it back up at once. He was not a good-for-nothing anymore. That is the whole sentence. He had spent 40 years being one, and then he wasn't. The dragon was too large for him to sustain outside his body for long, so it went back in after. About a minute, and he pulled himself together. He offered me anything. I asked for one thing. Register your name at Dan Fan as a nominal elder, and when you have time, study spirit tools instead of martial souls. Building better spirit tools could change this continent, I said. It's worth no less than martial soul theory, and nobody will ridicule you for it. He named the new species himself, and kept the old name for the animal. There's no need to change Luo Huaipao's name, he said. I'm used to it. Purple Nether Sacred Dragon. Neither he nor Qinzheng ever asked me what the golden cards were. The third card went to a girl called Ye Hui, and this is the coldest thing in this story, and I am not going to soften it. 9 heart begonia. Only 2 flowers ever bloom, which means that for a child of that family to awaken it, an existing 9 heart begonia master has to die first. Ye Hui awakened her martial soul by losing someone she loved. Her loved ones died in order for her to exist as what she is, and she has always known she will die the same way, to make room for the next one. That is why she always looks somber and never speaks. She had no hope for anything, and nobody was willing to look at that pain, so she met all of it with coldness. I sent word through Leng Yue. Tell her I might be able to deal with the 9 heart begonia family's flaw. 70%, not 100. If she wants it solved, she comes to me. She came the next evening and asked me straight out. The reason your martial soul can't meet another of its kind is the martial soul's own nature, I said. If it mutates, that trait will probably disappear by itself. Will mutation make it weaker? No, not mutation. Evolution. It can evolve, but we'll have to pay a price for that, won't we? That's certain, I said. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If I solve your family's problem, the 9 heart begonia family joins Dan Fan and becomes mine. Are you willing? And she said the thing that has stayed with me longest out of everything anybody said that year. As long as we are no longer forced to painfully sever our loved ones, what harm is there in surrendering? I crushed the card, and a pink begonia turned pure white. 9 spirit begonia. The 2 flower limit gone, and past healing, restoration of spirit power, of stamina, and of mental force. Her family arrived the following morning. Chen Wei, level 85 attack system spirit Douluo, and Ye Jilan, level 76, the current family head and the other living 9 heart begonia. Chen Wei went down on one knee before I said anything. I had planned to spend an hour persuading him, and had Zhao Xuan standing by in case I needed to be frightening. I misjudged it completely. Dan Fan had 2 Titled Douluo, the 7 treasure glazed tile school behind it, and pills every faction in the capital had tested by then. He was not surrendering to a boy. He was buying into an upper 3 sec before its price went up. And Prince Han Wei, I never touched him. I want to be very clear about that. I printed leaflets, millions of them, using spirit tools, distributed to every corner of Heaven Dou Imperial City 3 days before Guiran Hall opened there, on a continent whose entire marketing technology consists of nailing a notice to a board. One side was the restaurant, its promotions, its history, its opening. The other side was a story, told like a novel, about a boy and a sect master rescuing 10 girls from corrupt nobles at the Heaven Dou auction house. With Prince Han Wei named as the villain, every word of it was true and every word of it was arranged. On a continent this starved of entertainment, a satisfying story about justice beating wickedness is a groundbreaking event. And in the eyes of the ordinary residents of that city, nobles are basically not good people anyway, which is consistent with everything they have ever experienced. Whether it is true is not really the point. They just want something to enjoy. His guard burst into his study shouting that their secret had been exposed. He assumed the 7 treasure glazed tile school, which would never, because doing so would offend every noble on the continent. Then he found out it was paper, and he could not retaliate. Not against Dragon Serpent Douluo, not against the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and not with Leng Yue's loyalties now ambiguous. He said afterward that he had never felt so powerless in his life. The next morning at court, the 3 members of the education committee impeached him. Poor character. Disregard for imperial law, unfit to oversee the academy that trains the empire's future. Emperor Qinzhou has protected his brother his entire life because arrogance is normal in a royal, and because Han Wei brought Leng Yue to the capital. This time it was in every street in the city, so he stripped Prince Han Wei of Heaven Dou Royal Academy and handed it to somebody else. Why did I bother? Because Prince Han Wei supports Xuebeng, and I am never going to allow Xuebeng to take that throne. On that point alone, we are irreconcilable enemies. And I would rather he lost his position while he was still only humiliated. Dan Fan opened properly 2 months later by invitation only with a purchase cap of 1,000 bottles per faction, and the shelves were stripped bare by evening anyway. 48 apprentices, given a book I wrote myself and a month to memorize it, then examined, with a pass mark of 100 rather than 60, because alchemy is meticulous. Add the wrong herb and the entire batch is destroyed. 20% failed. I have never regretted it. I also gave Yu Mei a pill, made from yearning heartbroken red, which she picked herself out of the ice and fire yin-yang well without knowing what it was for. Take this, and Titled Douluo will no longer be able to detect your true identity. Really? 70% or better, I said. The tournament starts in 2 months. The Spirit Hall won't send anybody strong to the qualifiers, but the finals are on Spirit Hall territory and the Supreme Pontiff will be watching, and she went and sat alone in an empty dormitory and thought about a clearing in the core of the Douluo Great Forest, and her mother's body, and a woman in expensive clothes absorbing her mother's spirit ring under guard. She has been living among human beings since that day for one reason, which is that whoever killed a 100,000-year spirit beast is at least a Titled Douluo, and Titled Douluo are rare enough that if she waits long enough, she will find her. She took it, and a crimson film sealed her essence away, and she said thank you, and neither of us said anything else about it. And then, 3 months before the Continental Tournament, I had one conversation on a balcony that I think will outlast everything else in this story. The Crown Prince, Han Yu, came to Guiron Hall's opening uninvited, and the VIP seats were full, so I took him up to the third-floor balcony above the crowd. It started with him asking me what a shareholder is, and I ended up giving him the entire indictment because I forgot who I was talking to. The main difference between a noble and a commoner is that the descendants of nobles will always be nobles, and the descendants of commoners will always be commoners. First-generation nobles are usually competent. Their grandchildren are mostly ornamental. Without policy, nobles eventually become parasites on the country that made them. My grandfather earned less than 1 silver coin a month. The lowest-ranked spirit master in this empire collects 1 gold coin. Reckon a bronze as a day's bread. An ordinary man cannot earn in a year what a nearly useless spirit master is handed every month for existing. That is ridiculous. And he went quiet because he had genuinely never known what a commoner earns. Nobody had ever told him. It had not occurred to anyone that he might need the number. Then I gave him the part that actually keeps me awake. Human beings on my old world went from horses to the sky in a few thousand years. This continent has been stuck in a distorted medieval century for tens of thousands, and the cause is the Spirit Master's misunderstanding of his own role. A level 1 plant type will never be strong however long he trains. With the right ring, he could raise the yield of an entire village's fields. A fire attribute beast master is a better blacksmith than any human being alive. And spirit tools. This continent has storage tools, amplification tools, and printing tools. So why is there no iron smelting tool, no mining tool, no ship tool, no flying tool? Because nobody researches them. Because tools are only ever built to serve Spirit Master's own convenience. And because production is considered shameful. And then the argument nobody here makes, ever. A Spirit Master kills between 1 and 9 spirit beasts in his lifetime. Those beasts needed 100, 1,000, 10,000 years to grow. They do not eat people. They have no irreconcilable conflict with us. Human spirit masters slaughter them because we need rings. At the current rate, the spirit beasts will eventually become extinct. What exactly does humanity do then? He grabbed both my hands. Yi Fan, he said, you are truly the wisest and most visionary person I have ever met. And then he offered to make me his advisor. I refused instantly, without thinking about it, which made his face go grim, because from childhood to adulthood, nobody has ever refused that man anything. I could not say the real reason. The real reason is that Han Yu is Qian Rengshu, and Qian Rengshu's mother runs the Spirit Hall, and becoming that person's strategist would put me directly under the Spirit Hall's eye at a point in my life when I cannot survive being looked at. I have known who he is since the day I met him, and I have to say, in fairness, this actor's performance is extremely convincing. On my old world, he would have deserved an award. He came back months later with a real problem, which is the part I actually respect. He had done it. Recruited spirit masters, opened a free academy for commoners in his own fief, and nobody enrolled, because he had waived the fees and not solved their future. Educate a boy, and then what? He had never said. On this continent, a child who fails to awaken at 6 is raised as labor and married off at 13 or 14 so that the family can roll the dice again on the next generation. That is the entire plan. That is what everybody is doing. If you want them to send you their children, you must first show them hope. You own shops and restaurants and hotels. Announce that your businesses will hire only graduates of your academy. Stream the classes. Add service management and cookery for the weaker students. That's what the parents actually want. Give them that and they will come. And the nobles obstructing him? Are they spirit masters? No, minor nobles. Then what are you afraid of? You are the crown prince. Make an example of 2 of them. Is that so? He said slowly. Am I being too kind? He gave me a platinum token before he left, with feather patterns around the rim and the character Snow in the center in gold dragon and phoenix script. The crown prince token. There is exactly 1 on this continent, and it works on officials as though he were standing there in person. Qin Zheng nearly dropped his cup. If you encounter danger, said Han Yu, this may save your life. I hope to see Shrek Academy in the qualifying rounds, and I walked home turning both sentences over, because nobody in Heaven Do can touch me. Zhao Xuan alone guarantees that, which means the danger he was warning me about is not in Heaven Do. The finals are held on Spirit Hall ground, and in the story I remember, the Spirit Hall tried to assassinate Feng Huai before the finals. Qianrang Shu, I thought, walking down a street in the capital at night. It seems you and the Spirit Hall aren't entirely on the same page after all. The All-Continent Soulmaster Academy Elite Exchange Tournament happens once every 10 years, and every person with the means to travel comes to watch it. 28 academies in the capital's division, round robin, by points, top 5 advance. We registered as Shrek Academy, with our real names on the form, which meant that for the first time since she ran out of the Star Luo Empire with her older sister hunting her, Su Feng signed her own name on a public document in front of an imperial registrar and did not flinch. She came to Shrek because her mother told her that only Xu Yang shared her fate and only Xu Yang would care about her, and she arrived and found a man who had given up and who did not know her name. She stopped hiding that morning. That is the whole thing I did for her, and it is the thing I am proudest of. Our first match was Heaven Do Royal Academy's second team. Their captain told us to concede to avoid embarrassing ourselves, and then noticed the girls and said it was a pity they were not from his college. Then the rings came up. 4 of ours had 4 rings, their entire team had 3, so what if there are 5 spirit ancestors, he told his own team, rallying them. One's a control system, one's food, and the rest are a cat, a rabbit, and a chicken. Your martial souls are ferocious beasts, and his 5 attackers stood there in total silence because their martial souls are ordinary beasts and ours are spirit beasts. It took under 30 seconds. Mei Xiong let 2 of them run past him and hit both from behind. Su Feng took the wolf, Yu Mei took the leopard, Wei Wei took the bear. And Feng Huai, who had not moved from his starting position and who everyone had assumed was frightened, opened his eyes and said, "Earth net." Blue-silver grass that had been growing invisibly through the whole match closed from the roof beams and hoisted their captain and their support into the air, poisoned and paralyzed before either of them made a sound. Feng Qing, our substitute healer, barely got her staff up. Felix was eating his own sausage. The host had to be prompted to announce the result. We won the next 5 matches, and most of our opponents began conceding on sight. And then, in round 6, we drew Elephant Armored Academy, one of the 5 elements academies, the Earth element, strength and defense, and the best defensive team in the Empire. Their patriarch, Hu Yue Xiong, sat in the VIP seats behind the emperor and told the whole platform about his grandson, 17 years old and already a level 43 spirit ancestor. It's no wonder Shrek Academy will suffer a great loss for underestimating my grandson. Maximus of the Spirit Hall flattered him. Emperor Qinzhou said something polite. And Qin Zheng, sitting on the emperor's right hand, smiled with a very small amount of contempt at the corner of his mouth. Hu Qi bowed to me before the match because Elephant Armored Academy buys bone-strengthening pills from Dan Fan by the crate. Hu Qi, I said once, seriously, you should just concede. We at Elephant Armored Academy have no cowards, he said, and we do not admit defeat without fighting. That would be a pity. 7 men, over 2 meters tall, took off their shirts and went into Diamond Mammoth possession, dark yellow keratin studded with actual diamonds, and formed a wall and charged. I looked at them coming and thought, a bunch of complete idiots. And then I summoned the Moyan Vine. I want you to go back to the beginning with me for a second. I want you to see a village square with 6 black stones laid out in a hexagon. I want you to see a man from the Spirit Hall with 2 spirit rings pick up a limp purple vine and rub it between his thumb and forefinger, looking for venom sacs, because that is the only thing anyone here has ever thought to check on a plant. And I want you to hear him turn to my grandfather, who had walked half a day in his good clothes, and say, another bizarre case of innate full spirit power attached to a useless martial soul. 5 rings came up out of the floor of the Heaven Dao Great Spirit Arena. Yellow, purple, purple, black. Black, a 1,000-year second ring, a 10,000-year fourth. On the platform, Emperor Qinzhou of the Heaven Dao Empire, Qin Zheng of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Maximus, Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, second only to the Supreme Pontiff, all stood up at the same time. Zhao Kai of the Education Committee put his face in his hands and said out loud, to nobody, such a brilliant genius should rightfully have been an honor for our Heaven Dao Royal Academy. And Emperor Qinzhou turned around in his chair and said quietly to his own brother, Han Wei, you're getting old. Just enjoy your life from now on and leave things to the younger generation. That is a death sentence delivered in 19 words, and Prince Han Wei understood every one of them. Heavenly Net covers 250 square meters at my current spirit power. Not 7 spirit masters. 70. The net came down, and 3 of them leapt into the air and swung giant elephant arm hammers at it in unison, 3 of the strongest young strength types in the Empire, with diamonds growing along their forearms. They could not break a single vine, not cut, not crack, not fray. A knife in a farmhouse when I was 6, then the sharpest ordinary blade on the mainland in Grandmaster's lab, then a spirit saint hanging in the air testing it with arms that punch through steel plate, then diamond hammers. I have spent 9 years listening to people find out. All 7 came down bound like dumplings, and the poison in the thorns went to work, and Hu Qi conceded from the floor. Hu Yuexiong crushed his own teacup. I removed the net myself afterward and drew the poison back out of all 7 of them by hand, which took 4 minutes because I had no quarrel with any of them. Hu Qi got up with some difficulty and bowed. Pavilion Master Bai, he said, the Spirit King, not even 20 years old. I am completely humbled. However, I will not admit defeat. Next time we meet, I will make you look at me in a new light. Then I'll wait and see, I said, and I walked off that stage into a wall of noise. I want to tell you 2 things, and then I'm going to stop. The first is that somewhere in the 3rd circular corridor, 10 girls who had been sold in cages 8 months earlier were standing on their seats. They were waving flags with my name on them in gold thread, in front of the entire nobility of the Heaven Dou Empire, at the top of their lungs. I was mortified, and I have never once told them to stop. And the second is Maximus. While the arena was still screaming, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall sat back down and did not applaud. He looked at Dragon Serpent Douluo standing in the Shrek corridor, and at Snake Matriarch beside him, and at a 12-year-old boy walking off a stage with 5 spirit rings and an alchemy pavilion behind him, and 2 Titled Douluo calling him Young Master, and I felt him decide something. He has no lever on me, not with the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the Empire standing where they are standing. There is no reason he can give for removing Shrek Academy from this tournament, but the qualifiers are held here, the finals are held on his ground. And there is a platinum token in my sleeve that a crown prince gave me with a sentence attached, and I have had 3 months to work out that it was never a gift. It was a warning. So here is where I am. I have a martial soul a man once checked for poison and threw away. I have 2 Titled Douluo, an alchemy pavilion, a restaurant chain in 5 cities, a teacher who is no longer a good-for-nothing, and a grandfather in a rice village who has been telling everyone who walks down that road for 9 years that Saint Spirit Village produced 2 spirit masters. He was wrong about that, and I have not corrected him. The village produced 2 spirit masters, and one of them is about to walk into the Spirit Hall's own house and take something out of it.